of all your South Atlantic Conference sports action. Time to get caught up with some Saction. Here are the happenings around the South Atlantic Conference and the nation. Let's go around the league with the ShopCNEagles.com scoreboard update. Now, back to the field.
Back here on the AC Tailgate Show.
As we celebrate our first 100 years, Auto Owners Insurance thanks all those who have put their trust in us, and all the generations who will.
Looking to make your home more comfortable and affordable? Maybe a new electric heat pump or new attic insulation? And don't forget new doors and windows. AEC is here to help. We've got a quality contractor network, easy financing, and ANC inspects every job to assure the highest quality satisfaction. Visit our website at aecoop.org for application, contractor list, and more details. AEC. We're power with purpose. This Week at the Creek is next. We're back to the stadium in a moment on the Eagles Sports Network.
This is Kenny with Kenny's Pest Control. As nights cool down, we occasionally get calls for wasps showing up in homes. These are part of our pest control service. If there are other problems you are seeing in the fall, we can offer one-time or semi-annual services. Give us a call at Kenny's Pest Control at 865-661-4646. Thank you for allowing us to take care of your pest control needs. Remember, put us in your contacts at Kenny's Pest Control, 865-661-4646.
At Knoxville TVA Employees Credit Union, we know adulting can be hard, and we're here to help. With our debit card, you can access more than just your account. You open the door to online and digital tools like send money and free credit score. And you can even customize your card all by your selfie. Learn more at tvacreditunion.com.
Join us now.
Federally insured by NCUA. Available to qualifying members. Message and data rates may apply. Credit score available for primary account holder only.
Let's take a closer look around our Carson-Newman athletic family. It's time for This Week at the Creek.
Back here on the AC Tailgate Show as Carson-Newman wraps up home play in football against the Limestone Saints for Senior Day today. Well, looking ahead, the leaves are changing, and that means winter sports are on the way. And another team looking to repeat as South Atlantic Conference regular season champions are the women's basketball team. The Eagles have a tough slate ahead of them with games against top 25 opponents and a lot of road games to start off the year. Michael Watring catches up with Mike Mincy to discuss the Carson-Newman women's basketball program.
Thanks so much, Richard. Carson-Newman women's basketball getting set to start its season. Michael Watring joined by Carson-Newman women's basketball coach Mike Mincy. Lady Eagles ranked 21st in the country to begin the season in the preseason favorites after winning the regular season championship. Coach, you returned all 5 of your starters. What are the expectations for a group that returns a Conference Player of the Year and 4 all-conference picks?
Well, the expectations are to start off better this year than the way that we ended last year. Obviously, when you finished the year, I think we were 24th in the country at the end of last season, even after losing our last 2 and 3 of our last 4. 10 of the coaches in our league thought we were good enough to potentially win our league. And then, across the country, the head coaches that are on the WBCA poll thought it wise to put us at 21. So it's all good. It's good PR for our program. But to quote Chuck, last year was last year. I think we've got good name recognition with what we've been able to do over the last several years. And we find ourselves in a good spot, but certainly a spot that's going to put a target on your back.
Quay Hines and Madison Bunch were obviously very nice players and certainly helped your group, but you return your top 5 leading scorers. You get some solid freshmen in as well with this year's team. You get an easy litmus test right at the beginning of the year with 3rd-ranked Lander. What's the key to coming away with a victory in game number 1 this year?
Well, to answer the first part of it, we do have all 5 returning starters from last year. We've got 4 all-conference players. You got Braylon as the reigning SAC Player of the Year. So there's a lot of pieces there, and we've really been happy with the guys that came off the bench, like Abby and Goforth and Bean and Sid, all those guys. But our newcomers have come in and given a new energy as well with Campbell Penland, Tori Rutherford, Michaela Alvey. Ruth Mabugwa, they've all been key components to make our practices so competitive. And like you said, the litmus test is going to be huge. Lander's a very talented basketball team. They've got all the experience in the world. We played those guys 2 years ago at Lander and had success there, but they've grown up and they've got that Elite Eight experience under their belt. So there's going to be no bigger challenge than when we face them on Saturday, November 13th.
Speaking with Carson-Newman women's basketball coach Mike Mincy as we get set for kickoff. It's Carson-Newman and Limestone. Last question for you here, Coach. You could make an argument that maybe you were a little bit ahead of schedule because you had 4 sophomores in the starting lineup, including 2 that were transfers. Skylar Boshiers, in fact, hasn't played an entire year of college basketball. With all of those players a year younger, you'll have 4 juniors and 1 fifth-year senior, in essence, out there, and Addison Bird as well. How does the experience of this group help your preparation for the year?
Well, I think having like Skylar and Lindsay in particular together, and they feel so much more comfortable in our system, being at Carson-Newman, that I think they're going to come out this year playing much better than they did to the start of last year. I think we hadn't completely gelled and our chemistry wasn't there at the beginning of last year, and it kind of showed with some of the point-out points that we had. But as we kept going along, we started playing much better. Obviously, the end of the year, there were some things there that kind of aided us to not play as well with some nagging injuries and that kind of thing. But when you're bringing all 5 starters back, they know the expectations are high. You couple that with some incoming guys that are giving us good minutes. I think the future's bright. And, we're like a lot of teams. Those 4, you said they're juniors, but they've all said they want to come back again. So they're theoretically sophomores again. They're just old sophomores. And so we're excited about the prospects of the season. Again, we've talked about it earlier. Lander's a tough game to play. It's a neutral site game early. If you win it, wow, you're so excited. If you lose it, it's not going to be the end of the world. But it is going to, if we don't go over there and compete, it's going to show us we have problems. But I fully expect us to go over there and compete. And it should be one of the top games in the country on opening weekend.
Coach, really appreciate the time. Best luck this year.
Thank you, Michael.
As Carson-Newman women's basketball coach Mike Mincy. We're getting set for Carson-Newman and Limestone in football. Back to you, Richard Martin.
The Eagles start the season on the road at the SAC Peach Belt Challenge on November 13th against the 3rd-ranked Lander Bearcats. Their home opener will be November 20th against Queens at 2 p.m. We come back, we'll have much more for you here on the AEC Tailgate Show here on the Eagles Sports Network.
My name is Cadet Amber Calvillo. I'm in the 278th in the Army National Guard, and I currently go to Carson-Newman. I joined the Tennessee Army National Guard for the experience mainly, so I can say that I'm a part of something totally bigger than myself.
Text 278-ACR to 70000 to join the Tennessee Army National Guard.
Domino's Pizza in Jefferson City has deals for Carson-Newman students. Bring in your valid student ID when you order for pickup or delivery, and Domino's in Jefferson City will give you a steaming hot large one-topping pizza for $4.99. That's a large one-topping pizza for Carson-Newman students for $4.99 at Domino's in Jeff City. Call 865-471-6700 to order. That's 865-471-6700. Domino's, the official pizza of the Carson-Newman Eagles.
This is the Eagles Sports Network. Back to the field after 60 seconds from your local stations.
Hey folks, Gerald Anderson with Ted Russell Nissan. And remember, we don't compete, we beat. No one can sell you the same Nissan for less. Nissan Kicks, $14,988. Nissan Muranos, $26,988. Or how about a Nissan Rogue, just $16,988. Only at Ted Russell Nissan. Tennessee registered with pay tax $595, P&L rebates included, stock number 385-061-96.
Ted Russell Nissan. We got it going on.
Hey folks, Gerald Anderson with Ted Russell Nissan. And remember, no one can sell you the same Nissan for less. Pathfinder's $26,988. Maximus $29,888. Only at Ted Russell Nissan. Right here in beautiful West Knoxville on Kingston Pike. Tennessee registered with pay tax $595, P&L rebates included, stock number 953 and 229.
At First Baptist Powell, we're a gospel-centered community who loves God and others. Join us for our monthly podcast. Complete church services available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and Buzzsprout. Additionally, you can learn about First Baptist Academy at fbaeagles.org. If you would like more information about First Baptist Powell, you can check us out at fbcpowell.org. First Baptist Powell is a proud sponsor of Carson-Newman Football. Go Eagles!
back here on the AEC Tailgate Show as Carson-Newman closes out the home regular season against Limestone today. And I'm happy to be joined by the Director of Multicultural Services, Ashley Carradine. Ashley, thank you so much for joining me today.
Yeah, no problem. Glad to be here.
So Ashley, for those who may not know what you do as Director of Multicultural Services, can you kind of just give a brief breakdown of what you do here at Carson-Newman?
Yes, I would love to do so. So starting with our services, essentially I do it in 3 umbrellas. The first one, DEI, that stands for Diversity, Equity, Inclusion. So that could be workshops, it could be trainings, it could be just starting those kind of conversations with people who want to know more, whether it be about microaggressions or whatever it is. I'll bring speakers in, or I will facilitate trainings myself, and you just have the resource here through my office. Another umbrella will be Heritage Month celebrations. For instance, right now in November, we are in Native American Heritage Month, and so we'll do either conversations surrounding books, or we have a speaker, we'll watch movies, anything to make sure that people of that background feel celebrated, noticed, or talking about things very important to that community. The last umbrella is something new that we started this year called the FAM Mentoring Program that stands for Friends and Mentors, and it's just a chance for upperclassmen to be there, be a resource to newer freshmen or transfer students, and just so they can get a better feel of how to navigate Carson-Newman and all its resources. But that's essentially what the services offered through Multicultural Services.
And of course, prior to 2020, there really was no Director of Multicultural Services. Gloria Walker helped kind of head this up. Where did you see the need for this department here at Carson-Newman?
Right, so the office was actually birthed out of a task force that was started in the summer of June 2020. A task force was put together, and this was one of the 7 initiatives for us to have this office here on campus, and they just saw the need for students of underrepresented populations to have an office to make sure that we are celebrating their backgrounds, or having sometimes more difficult and not so easy conversations, but someone just to be a resource for students to have some more representation here on campus, and just have just another safe place to talk about some kind of hard things with dealing with ethnic background, any realm of diversity.
As you look at the athletics here at Carson, there's a lot of diverse athletes, a lot of international athletes here. How does Multicultural Services kind of work with the athletes to help those who are maybe be far away from home for the first time in their lives?
Yes, that is a really great question. So something that's also been started this past summer, 2021, was an advisory council for the Office of Multicultural Services, and we have representation from the Center of Global Education that deals primarily with international students, and we also have someone else in athletics, Suzanne, just for example, who works with a lot of international students. But I keep, because it's only one of me, and unfortunately I can't get to know every single person like I would like to, I make sure I stay connected to those departments by way of constant communication and meetings every month, how I can serve these students. And thankfully I'm getting to know a lot more students, and they're feeling more comfortable to come to my office. My title is also within athletics ADID. I'm not in the division, but that is my title there, where I am the designee for diversity, and I'm to be on the lookout on how I can serve students of different backgrounds better in athletics. So yeah, constant conversations all the time, and asking questions, and just make sure I stay in the know of how I can serve them the best.
So you talk about bringing in guest speakers at times. One of the most high-notable guest speakers was Chris Singleton, former baseball player. Unfortunately, his mother passed away in the Charleston 9 shooting. What was it like just to hear his story, and how was he able to connect and use his faith with the Carson-Newman students here?
Yeah, I'm glad that you asked that, because that's the biggest thing. As much as I love talking about diversity and things of different background, I love talking about my faith and where that's placed me, and how that's helped me to see and love people better, because that's really at the root of all that we do. In a lot of conversations I have with students, we talk of what it looks like to really be unified, to really have that sense of community, but that cannot be done, in my opinion, without the foundation of Christ. And so we always talk about how spirituality really helps us into creating just that actual common space and that common ground with a person. That's what Chris kept talking about, being able to see him as a human versus necessarily what he did, and going beyond that moment. Even though it was painful, it was terrible, it was traumatic, he understood that because of that lack of foundation in his life, in Dylan's life, unfortunately, he was not able to see him or his family as brothers and sisters, but he has decided to respond with love And that is the only way that we can actually tackle these issues of diversity or lack of reconciliation and all of that. So yeah, it really impacted me, and I feel like it was a really great speaker to have to share his faith in how he's trying to just use that to, create change.
And so wrapping up, there are students who want to come by and just come by your office or just want to learn more about what Multicultural Service offers. How can they get in touch with you?
Yes, so there are plenty of ways. So if you're on Instagram, we have social media there at CN Multicultural, so you can find us on Instagram. I am located in the MSAC Maddox Student Activity Center in room 2010. Say it again, 2010. Also by email, if you would like to email me, acaradine@cn.edu, and I respond the quickest that way. Or if you want to call my office phone, 865-471-2069, and I would love to talk to you, whoever you are, whatever year. I would love to just hear your thoughts. Even if it's not even thinking about diversity, if you just want to come and just share about your day, I would love to talk to you.
Well, Ashley, thank you so much for your time. Thanks for joining us.
All right, thank you for having me.
That was Ashley Caradine, and we will have more for you coming up soon here on the Eagle Sports Network.
When you're sick and tired of fast food and need a fresh home-cooked meal, turn to Lisa's Country Kitchen. Lisa's been cooking up her fresh, never-frozen food for the Lakeway area for more than 15 years. Lisa's cares about her customers. You may enter a stranger, but you'll leave a friend. From foot-long hot dogs to juicy steaks, Lisa's has the best food for the best prices.
Lisa's Country Kitchen on Route 92 off Old Andrew Johnson Highway. The best food for the best prices.
At InterDigital, we strive to be a leading provider of cutting-edge digital and marketing solutions. At InterDigital, we want to help our clients find success. Our team of technology gurus work together to ensure InterDigital continues to progress forward as technology advances. At InterDigital, we make technology work for you. Visit interdigital.com for IT support, web development, virtual tours, graphic design, internet marketing, mobile app, and film production services.
InterDigital, laser-focused on your success. Touchdown, Carson-Newman!
More great Carson-Newman memories are headed your way in 60 seconds on the Eagle Sports Network.
Drive safer longer when you visit your local Michelin dealer, Fleet Tire, for a set of Michelin Defender tires. Michelin is the brand drivers turn to for tire options that deliver a safe, quiet, and comfortable ride. Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue, exit 1B, Knoxville. Based on internal wet braking results versus Goodyear Assurance Comfort Tread tires and third-party wear test results versus Continental ProTrack tires with Eco Plus. See manufacturer's limited warranty book for details. Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue.
Hello again, this is Kenny with Kenny's Pest Control. Welcome to the East Tennessee change of season. What does that mean? Warm and cold. It does affect pests around your home. Typical problems with fall are rodent spiders and occasional wood roaches. We can help. Call us today at Kenny's Pest Control, 865-661-4646. Don't forget, pest control is all year long. Remember, put us in your contacts at Kenny's Pest Control, 865-661-4646.
This is the Countdown to Kickoff, powered by Appalachian Electric Cooperative on the Eagle Sports Network. Over the next half hour, we've got you locked with a scouting report on today's opposition, a live forecast for today's weather, and a conversation with head coach Mike Clowney.
Evans takes it the distance. Touchdown, Carson-Newman.
Today's show is brought to you by Appalachian Electric Cooperative, Domino's, the Carson-Newman Chick-fil-A, by ShopCNEagles.com, the Eagle Club, the Bible Insurance Agency, by Pepsi, the Tennessee National Guard, by Magaha Electric, InterDigital, and by Lisa's Country Kitchen. Now, here's the voice of the Eagles, Adam Cavalier.
Greetings, salutations, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome high atop Berktar Stadium, where Carson-Newman is set to celebrate 15 seniors who close out their careers on the banks of Mossy Creek. The Eagles challenging the Limestone Saints today, and both these teams looking for success to close out the 2021 campaign. Carson-Newman, losers of 8 in a row. Limestone, losers of 9 in a row. either the nation's 14th longest active losing streak in Carson-Newman or the nation's 9th active longest losing streak in Limestone comes to a halt today as these teams, both young, both extremely banged up. Injuries have impacted both teams mightily, but somebody gets to break through and celebrate today here inside of Berktar Stadium. For Carson-Newman, it hopes it's them. Eagles honoring 15 guys, just 7 four-year players and then 8 grad transfers who have suited up for the orange and blue over the last 1, 2, 3, or 4, and in Micah Young's case, 6 years. And that pregame ceremony will take place here in a little bit. Eagles warming up in the all grays, gray tops, gray trousers, orange helmets. The foggy grays in full effect for the first time since 2019 today for Carson-Newman's football program, while Limestone is off to the left warming up in all white. It is a much more pleasant Saturday today than we had last week against the Mars Hill Lions. The sun is out, temperatures are in the upper 50s. It is a fine festive fall Saturday here for football on the banks of Mossy Creek. The trees starting to turn shades of orange, yellow, and red, dotting around the stadium on a sensational Saturday here at Carson-Newman and in Jefferson City, Tennessee. We return on the AEC Countdown to Kickoff. Richard Martin takes you through the scouting reports. That's after this on the Eagle Sports Network.
At Aramark, this year we go back to our foundation. At Aramark, we are great food and great service with great guests. That is the Aramark way. From coffee at Maples to sandwiches in Stokely, Aramark is here to produce high-quality food for you. A foundation of fresh food, a foundation of speedy service, and a foundation that's built for you, now and for the future. That is the Aramark way.
Serving East Tennessee for 40 years, Magaha Electric is the perfect choice for all your electrical projects. Magaha Electric specializes in commercial, retail, manufacturing, residential, and industrial contracting needs. Magaha Electric can provide superior service, technical know-how, and realistic budgeting for any size project in a timely, cost-effective manner. Visit MagahaElectric.com for all your electrical contracting needs. Magaha Electric, your East Tennessee electrical contracting source.
The home run hitter to Dorian Miller, 70 yards.
This is Carson-Newman Football on the Eagles Sports Network.
At Knoxville TVA Employees Credit Union, we know adulting can be hard, and we're here to help. With our debit card, you can access more than just your account. You open the door to online and digital tools like send money and free credit score. And you can even customize your card all by your selfie. Learn more at tvacreditunion.com. Join us now. Federally insured by NCUA. Available to qualifying members. Message and data rates may apply. Credit score available for primary account holder only.
Hey folks, Gerald Anderson with Ted Russell Nissan. And remember, we don't compete, we beat. No one can sell you the same Nissan for less. Nissan Kicks, $14,988. Nissan Muranos, $26,988. Or how about a Nissan Rogue, just $16,988. Only at Ted Russell Nissan. Tennessee residents must pay tax $595 and all rebates included. Stock number 385-061-96.
Ted Russell Nissan, we got it going on.
Hey folks, Gerald Anderson with Ted Russell Nissan. And remember, no one can sell you the same Nissan for less. Pathfinder's $26,988. Maxima's $29,888. Only at Ted Russell Nissan. Right here in beautiful West Knoxville on Kingston Pike. Tennessee residents must pay tax $595 and all rebates included. Stock number 953 and 229.
Back here on the AEC Countdown to Kickoff, Carson prepares to take on the Limestone Saints on Senior Day from Berktar Stadium. Carson-Newman's defense has kept them within striking distance of games, but just 1 or 2 big plays have been the reason why Carson-Newman is still looking for their first win so late in the season. For Desmond Bernard, the team still keeps the energy up every single week in practice and expects to win going into every single matchup. They just need to focus on fixing the little things.
It's another day in the office, and we've been working really hard for practice. We've been watching film. We've been locked in, it's been a rough season. We've been doing the things we need to do to eventually go in. Every week we expect to win every week, and if we keep that same mindset, then I think we're going to do well. We've had, like I said, we've had good practices going on, and the energy's still up,
The Saints are led by star running back Jacoria Patton, who has rushed for almost 400 yards and 3 touchdowns so far this season. Patton has given teams fits over his entire career at the South Atlantic Conference, with 13 100-yard rushing games under his belt. For Bernard, the goal is going to be balling up Patton and slowing down this Saints rushing attack.
Well, the biggest thing with this season has been execution. We've been doing really well, and certain times we've had runs, but then it's those 1 or 2 plays where it just busts, you know what I'm saying? That's the biggest thing. Every guy on the field has to focus on their job, do their 1/11th, and if we do that, we got the talent, we got what it takes to make sure we keep them up.
When we return, Michael Watring and Adam Cavalier get you set for Senior Day kickoff as the AEC countdown to kickoff continues here on the Eagles Sports Network.
I joined the Guard for the simple fact that I could be home and also in the military. So I can have a civilian job and also in the military. I would tell somebody who's trying to join the Guard or thinking about it that it's a great opportunities for school, training, discipline, leadership. There's a lot of opportunities. It broadens your spectrum.
Text 278-ACR to 70000 to join the Tennessee Army National Guard.
Don't know what to wear on game day? Head over to shopseeandeagles.com for all of your Carson-Newman Athletics gear. You can find clothing from Adidas, Columbia, Nike, and Under Armour to cover you from head to toe. ShopSeeAndEagles.com also has duffel bags, backpacks, jewelry, pet supplies, and gifts. Don't waste any more time. Prove you are the ultimate Carson-Newman fan with the official gear of the Eagles at ShopSeeAndEagles.com. Visit today.
Derek Evans, 79 yards on the first play from scrimmage.
You found the home of Carson-Newman Football on the Eagles Sports Network.
At First Baptist Powell, we're a gospel-centered community who loves God and others. Join us for our monthly podcast. Complete church services available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and Buzzsprout. Additionally, you can learn about First Baptist Academy at fbaeagles.org. If you would like more information about First Baptist Powell, you can check us out at fbcpowell.org. First Baptist Powell is a proud sponsor of Carson-Newman Football. Go Eagles!
Drive safer longer when you visit your local Michelin dealer, Fleet Tire, for a set of Michelin Defender tires. Michelin is the brand drivers turn to for tire options that deliver a safe, quiet, and comfortable ride. Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue, exit 1B, Knoxville. Based on internal wet braking results versus Goodyear, Assurance, Comfort Tread tires, and third-party wear test results versus Continental ProTrack tires with Eco Plus. See manufacturer's limited warranty book for details. Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue.
Here on the AEC countdown to kickoff as it's Senior Day inside of Burke-Tar Stadium. As Carson-Newman prepares to take on the Limestone Saints. This Carson-Newman offense has struggled this year, averaging just about 11 points a game so far this season, but they've seen improvement over the past few weeks. For Jelon Pearson, the focus is not to worry about what their opponents are doing, but to focus on how the Eagles can better themselves every week in practice.
Focus on the little details. As long as we focus on our little details, make sure we take the right steps the right way. When the coaches ask us the way they teach us to do it, we'll be okay.
The Saints defense is a multiple defense that brings in lots of changes and additional linebackers to play defense. But for Pearson, the focus will still be on Carson-Newman and how they can adjust themselves instead of worrying about what the Saints are doing.
Of course, you got to have schemes for like 3-4 defense or 4-3 defense. If they bring in an extra guy off the edge and like if they stunt up the defensive line, like we have to plan for that. But just keep our same rules we kept all throughout the year, is the same blocking assignments.
The Carson-Newman offensive line has been banged up all season long, but the Eagles found success last week in the run game against Mars Hill with 188 yards rushing against the Lions. Pearson is very appreciative of his offensive line and is proud of the work they have put in this season.
Always ready to run the ball. No matter who's blocking for me, I'm ready for it. So, but them guys been doing a great job. You know, they banged up. Of course, they're young. I just like the way they fight and keep on going.
When we return, what can the Carson-Newman defense do to slow down this powerful Limestone rushing attack? We'll find out when we return on the Eagles Sports Network.
Okay, let's see. Carson-Newman University. It's been around since 1851. A beautiful campus, amazing student life, world-class accredited academics, competitive athletic programs, a Christian perspective, a top 10 best value school, They give $48 million in financial aid every year, and I get a free scholarship when I enroll. Looks like I've found the perfect place.
If you're looking for official Eagle merchandise, look no further than the Carson-Newman Bookstore. With a large selection of Carson-Newman gifts and apparel, you're sure to find something to please the entire family. From stuffed eagles to towel sets, sweatshirts, shorts, hats, and slippers, we literally have you covered from head to toe. We have just the item you're looking for no matter what the season. So whether you're an Eagle student, parent, alumni, or fan, shop us for everything orange and blue. Call 865-471-3539 for more information and store hours. We'll see you at the Carson-Newman Bookstore.
Derek Evans, 79 yards on the first play from scrimmage.
You found the home of Carson-Newman Football on the Eagles Sports Network.
This is Kenny with Kenny's Pest Control. As nights cool down, we occasionally get calls for wasps showing up in homes. These are part of our pest control service. If there are other problems you are seeing in the fall, we can offer one-time or semi-annual services. Give us a call at Kenny's Pest Control at 865-661-4646. Thank you for allowing us to take care of your pest control needs. Remember, put us in your contacts at Kenny's Pest Control, 865-661-4646.
At Knoxville TVA Employees Credit Union, we know adulting can be hard, and we're here to help. With our debit card, you can access more than just your account. You open the door to online and digital tools like send money and free credit score. And you can even customize your card all by your selfie. Learn more at tvacreditunion.com.
Join us now.
Federally insured by NCUA. Available to qualifying members. Message and data rates may apply. Credit score available for primary account holder only.
All right, back at Berktar Stadium, Adam Cavalier, Michael Watrang, happy to have you on hand as Carson-Newman celebrates its senior day. Eagles honoring a smaller senior class, 15 seniors playing their final game here inside of Berktar Stadium today, and they do so against a Limestone Saints club that is looking for its first win of the year, much like Carson-Newman. Michael Watrang, two teams that are very young in places, that have struggled with injuries, and at the end of the day, mirrors of themselves at the start of this year.
Both teams really struggling to score. Up until last week against UVA-Wise, it had gone 12-plus quarters for Limestone without a touchdown. We know Carson-Newman's issues up until last week when they led 17-7 there late in the first half. It's both teams that are really struggling from an offensive perspective, and by doing so, we really don't know how good or bad the defenses are because they're both on the field for so long and there's such a small margin of error for both clubs. So teams trying to figure it out with freshman quarterbacks, trying to see what the future is going to look like. The good news for, I think, both of these teams, despite the lopsided overall tally last week for Carson-Newman, Eagles played one of their better games of the season. Certainly you make the argument that Limestone played its best game of the season and had a chance to win against Wise, losing 28-24. That's what the coaches want. They want that late in the season. Now, I think both coaches are sitting there thinking to themselves, we got to get a result to make sure that these kids buy in completely, and we can get one in the left column of our record and pull one out here today to get that first victory of the season.
I think if you talk to anybody within Limestone's program, the thought is this is a team that is still fighting, and certainly the same thing true for Carson-Newman. Two teams that, in spite of their win-loss record, there is no give-up for either the Eagles or the Saints, and that should make for an entertaining game today.
Yeah, I think that, so often you get games like this, and while many teams might have played these groups and said, hey, we probably got 30, 45 minutes of good football and we'll be able to salt this thing away and take care of business. Well, both of these teams entering this week, even if they thought they were going to win other weeks, this is a really legitimate chance for these teams right now to come away with their first victory of the year. Both teams, I'm sure, all week long, and even for the last couple weeks, were sitting there circling this date saying, this is our chance. This is our chance to get that victory, a chance to win a football game. And I think both clubs are really going to put in that high effort. And
honestly, we could get a game that even though these teams combined average 24 points per game, we could get a nice little back and forth type of shootout game for these clubs and have this thing come down to the fourth quarter and really learn what these two teams are all about.
I do think your comment, what are the defenses really like, is very prescient because, again, Carson-Newman's defense has been out there on average 34 minutes a game. You've had, with the exception of the Mars Hill game, every contest you've been down in the time of possession battle. That should make for a really interesting contest. And then, Ethan Beamish, he was not supposed to play this year at quarterback for the Limestone Saints. This was supposed to be Dustin Noller's year to take over as starter. He threw his first touchdown pass of the season last week against UVA Wise. He found the end zone on the ground for the first time on the year against the Cavaliers. What's his maturation like for a guy that Brian Turk probably didn't expect to rely heavily on, but is with the injury to Dustin Noller?
Yeah, it's a question that both coaches, I think, are looking at with their young quarterbacks. As good as LaMarcus Brown might have been at points, there still hasn't been a four-quarter effort from the rookie quarterback. There's been some games where they've taken him out for a few series here and there. And the same's true for Limestone. You're looking at a future right now, and if Ethan Beamish, he's listed at 5'10", 185. That's not necessarily that hulking quarterback that you've come to expect from a Limestone teams that a few years ago had DJ Phillips, who was one of the biggest players on the field, regardless of position. But you're just trying to learn right now what these kids are all about. And this is a kind of game because at the end of it all, you get 2 weeks left. You get 2 games left in the season. You got to understand where your team is at getting ready for the spring so that you can recruit players to either take those positions or to add depth elsewhere. And if you can solidify that quarterback position, be it Brown for Carson-Newman, Beamish for Limestone, then you feel a lot better about where your program's headed in the next 3 years.
This is the AEC Countdown to Kickoff. It's service you can trust and value you can depend on. Powering Mossy Creek, we are AEC, member-owned and service-driven. We check in with Mike Clowney, the Eagle Headman's pregame thoughts. Head your way when we return after these messages on the Eagle Sports Network.
We select our insurance companies the same way you do, very carefully. When you work with us, you can count on receiving fast, courteous, and professional service and quality protection through Auto Owners Insurance. For a no-problem approach for your life, home, car, and business insurance needs, ask us about the No Problem Company, Auto Owners Insurance. Call Bible Insurance Agency at 423-586-4320 or go by 1600 East Andrew Johnson Highway in Morristown, serving the Lakeway area's insurance needs since 1931.
Domino's Pizza in Jefferson City and Morristown wants to help feed your business. When you're hungry at lunch, show your business card at Domino's in Jefferson City and Morristown when you make your purchase for pickup or delivery to get 25% off the entire order. That's 25% off your order at Domino's in Jeff City and Morristown when you show your business card. Call 865-471-6700 to get a pizza. Domino's, the official pizza of the Carson-Newman Eagles.
An interview with head coach Mike Clowney heads your way in 60 seconds on the Eagle Sports Network.
Hey folks, Gerald Anderson with Ted Russell Nissan. And remember, we don't compete, we beat. No one can sell you the same Nissan for less. Nissan Kicks, $14,988. Nissan Muranos, $26,988. Or how about a Nissan Rogue, just $16,988. Only at Ted Russell Nissan. Tennessee registered pay tax $595, all rebates included. Stock number 385-061-96.
Ted Russell Nissan. We got it going on.
Hey folks, Gerald Anderson with Ted Russell Nissan. And remember, no one can sell you the same Nissan for less. Pathfinder's $26,988. Maxima's $29,888. Only at Ted Russell Nissan. Right here in beautiful West Knoxville on Kingston Pike. Tennessee registered pay tax $595, all rebates included. Stock number 953 and 229.
At First Baptist Powell, we're a gospel-centered community who loves God and others. Join us for our monthly podcast. Complete church services available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and Buzzsprout. Additionally, you can learn about First Baptist Academy at fbaeagles.org. If you would like more information about First Baptist Powell, you can check us out at fbcpowell.org. First Baptist Powell is a proud sponsor of Carson-Newman Football. Go Eagles!
Time to check in with the Eagles head man. Here's head coach Mike Clowney alongside the voice of the Eagles, Adam Cavalier.
Back on the AEC countdown to kickoff. We come to you from Berktar Stadium today as Carson-Newman celebrates its senior day and pays homage to the United States military on Military Appreciation Day. I'm Adam Cavalier alongside Carson-Newman head football coach Mike Clowney. Mike, first let's talk senior day. This is, let's go with a peculiar senior class. You honor 15 on the field today, half of which in a normal year would be one-and-done grad school guys who transferred in. A very small senior class, just 8 4- or 3-year players that you honor today. What can you say about this group weathering, one, the adversity of this season, but also the adversity of the last 2 years and the ups and downs of trying to play football in the middle of a pandemic?
It's a unique group because, like, this is an experience, like, when they go back and look upon life, like, they'll look at, from the pandemic standpoint and, from the standpoint of where we are as a football team. And I think it's a great group of guys, a group of guys that, through either one of them have not let that situation control their thoughts or feelings. And, they've been able to weather the storm through whatever we put in front of them.
Off against a Limestone team that is in search of its first win. Brian Turk's team was literally a fingertip, inches away from beating UVA-Wise last week. What sticks out to you about what Limestone has been trying to massage its way through this year?
We haven't looked at what's happening with them as much because of, like, trying to, put ourselves in a better situation than we're in. But, overall, I think, you look at the two teams, they're very similar. The biggest thing for us is to make sure that, we go out, play well, execute, and eliminate mistakes.
Have started a freshman at quarterback that they probably didn't expect to start in Beamish. What can you do to disrupt him?
I think we've got to make sure that we do a good job of really executing. I think the thing for us is to go compete, be competitive on every play, don't go try to do more than we can. Just make sure that we make the plays that we're supposed to make to force him to have to play, above himself a little bit to be able to, to beat us today.
Adam Cavalier alongside Carson-Newman head football coach Mike Clowney. You talk about playing within yourself. Last week for 56 minutes, you did that, and you executed the little things. It was that little 4-minute window that Mars Hill broke free in the final 4 minutes of the second quarter. What lessons has the team learned from that you look to apply today?
The thing that we want to look at is just making sure that, like, we don't look at the situation and we don't look at, like, what's happening and let it control us. If there is a mistake made, that we can minimize that mistake. We'd rather the mistake be a first down rather than a touchdown.
You look at this senior class. Rondro Peebles, an All-American, Braxton Westfield, J.J. Lewis, some guys offensively that have impacted things. What kind of leadership have they had to undertake, I suppose, where they don't have the numbers?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is just, like, being able to bring a lot of the young guys under and keep them encouraged and keep them pushing forward, not just to encourage them now, but just to, continue to help them grow and develop along their journey here at Carson-Newman.
Offensively of late, you've gotten pretty good run and pretty good push behind what is admittedly a highly patchwork offensive line due to injury. But Troy Dindy, E.J. Davis, Malcolm Hogue, all running hard behind that group. What have you seen out of them that you hope to continue today?
We want to be resilient. We want to persevere, and, like, that resilience is what we hope shows up today. That these guys won't look at their circumstances, who's in front of them, or who was beside them last week that's not there this week. But they'll be resilient. They'll go out. They'll respond. They'll play every play, one play at a time with all they have.
Mike Clowney, thanks for the time. Good luck today against the Saints.
Thank you, Adam.
It's Carson-Newman head football coach Mike Clowney. Starters introduce themselves to you when the AEC countdown to kickoff comes back following these messages on the Eagle Sports Network.
What is it that makes you powerful? It's not only having a voice, but knowing that it's heard loud and clear. We understand knowledge can change your life, and that energy will continue to power it. And because you're part of a Touchstone Energy cooperative, we're always listening. Because you're more than just a customer, you're a member. And what's more powerful than that?
AEC, bringing the winning game plan to your team.
Dorm food got you down? Need a home-cooked meal? then Lisa's Country Kitchen is for you. Lisa's Country Kitchen has been feeding Carson-Newman students for 15 years. Lisa's has a family-friendly atmosphere all day long, from the morning with their $2.99 breakfast specials to dinner with Lisa's fresh, never-frozen steaks. Carson-Newman students get a 10% discount with their student ID.
Lisa's Country Kitchen on Route 92 off Old Andrew Johnson Highway. The best food for the best prices.
What a grip and a rip by Des Farrell.
You're locked in to Carson-Newman Football on the Eagles Sports Network.
Drive safer longer when you visit your local Michelin dealer, Fleet Tire, for a set of Michelin Defender tires. Michelin is the brand drivers turn to for tire options that deliver a safe, quiet, and comfortable ride. Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue, exit 1B, Knoxville. Based on internal wet braking results versus Goodyear, Assurance, Comfort Tread tires, and third-party wear test results versus Continental ProTrack tires with Eco Plus. See manufacturer's limited warranty book for details. Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue.
Hello again, this is Kenny with Kenny's Pest Control. Welcome to the East Tennessee change of season. What does that mean? Warm and cold. It does affect pests around your home. Typical problems with fall are rodent spiders and occasional wood roaches. We can help. Call us today at Kenny's Pest Control, 865-661-4646. Don't forget, pest control is all year long. Remember, put us in your contacts at Kenny's Pest Control, 865-661-4646.
At Knoxville TVA Employees Credit Union, we know adulting can be hard, and we're here to help. With our debit card, you can access more than just your account. You open the door to online and digital tools like send money and free credit score. And you can even customize your card all by your selfie. Learn more at tvacreditunion.com. Join us now. Federally insured by NCUA. Available to qualifying members. Message and data rates may apply. Credit score available for primary account holder only.
AM 620 WRJZ Knoxville.
Nicholas Owens, Newmarket, Alabama, junior, Fox.
Caleb Goins from Bristol, Virginia. I'm a senior and I play Sam.
My name is Alonzo Houston. I'm from Palmetto, Florida, and I'm a senior and I play Mike linebacker.
Kendall Williams, Winston-Salem, North Carolina, true freshman, cornerback. Interesting fact about me, they said I wouldn't be able to play football again.
Brian Payne, Memphis, Tennessee, junior, strong safety.
Jalen Anderson, Greenville, South Carolina, freshman, DB, A6'4".
Rondre Peoples Jr. from Knoxville, senior, inside linebacker, and I'm just too slimy.
Michael Fenor from Naples, Florida. I'm a grad student. I play defensive end.
My name is Tay Little, hometown, High Point, North Carolina. I'm a senior. I play safety.
Daniel Dixon Brooks from Greenville, South Carolina. I'm a sophomore on the field.
Sean Williams, Palmetto, Florida. My senior year, nose guard.
My name is Cody Sullivan from Pillage, South Carolina. I'm a sophomore and I play left guard.
My name is Trey Mitchell. I'm from Knoxville, Tennessee. I'm a junior and I play quarterback.
Jesse West, Palmetto, Florida, offensive line, senior.
Troy Denny from Lawrence, South Carolina, senior, play running back.
Braxton Westfield, Greenville, South Carolina, senior, wide receiver.
Christian Bass, Ludwig, Georgia, redshirt sophomore, O-line.
Garrell Samari, Jefferson County, Tennessee, senior, wide receiver.
Tyler Ragland, Knoxville, Tennessee, sophomore, right guard.
J.J. Lewis, Tampa, Florida, receiver, grad transfer.
Ryan McCarthy, Montclair, New Jersey, senior, running back.
Andrew Coulter, Alcoa, Tennessee. I'm a junior, tight end, and I'm an avid golfer.
Ethan Marshall, Atlanta, Georgia. I'm a junior and offensive tackle, and I'm a twin.
You are listening to the flagship station for Carson-Newman Football, AM 620, WRJZ Knoxville.
This is Carson-Newman Football, a legendary history.
Turner to the 40, the 30, Turner to the 20, nobody's going to catch Vernon Turner, 80 yards, a touchdown on the first play of the game. Vernon Turner has Carson-Newman up 6-0.
128 All-Americans.
Williams, house call, touchdown,
Carson-Newman.
21 sack title.
Throws down into the end zone, wide open. Touchdown, Carson-Newman, Alvin Sanders.
5 national championships.
That's it from Wilberforce, Ohio, and Carson-Newman will play for the national championship.
The Mike Clowney era is here.
And I think if we will become that one, then we will be number one in the South Atlantic Conference, and we'll be number one in the nation, and we'll be number one in God's
This is Carson-Newman Football on the Eagle Sports Network. Today's game is brought to you in part by Appalachian Electric Cooperative, Domino's, the Carson-Newman Chick-fil-A, by ShopCNEagles.com, the Eagle Club, the Bible Insurance Agency, by Pepsi, the Tennessee National Guard, by Magaha Electric, InterDigital, and by Lisa's Country Kitchen. Now, here's the voice of the Eagles, Adam Cavalier.
Back at Berktar Stadium, Adam Cavalier, Michael Watrang. Happy to have you alongside as Todd Boyd conducting the coin toss as Limestone wins, I believe, and defers to the second half. If I caught Todd Boyd's motion correctly, we'll see if he cracks his mic to actually tell us. So Eagles with the football first to start this game. And while we have a moment, let's send it down to the sidelines to check in with Leanda Carey for today's weather. Leanda.
Thanks, Adam. We're in for a mix of sun and clouds today with wispy clouds overhead now and a nice window of sun over the Ken Spark Athletic Complex. There's a 0% chance of rain today. Winds are light and variable, 3 to 4 miles per hour. We have a high of 59 degrees for today, and the temperature will be rising as we go on. Right now, it is degrees and sunny down here. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Leanda. Much better weather for the third member of our crew today versus last week against Mars Hill when it rained the entire game. Very pleasant day for football. Michael Watrang, your keys for this one.
Win the turnover battle. I was watching the Chiefs game the other day, and that is the two-time AFC representative in the Super Bowl with one of the most talented quarterbacks in the NFL. And they've turned the ball over on 25% of their possessions, and they're 4-4. Even turnovers, or even the most talented players in the world, cannot overcome turnovers, and that has been Carson-Newman's big issue at times this year. A lot of multi-turnover contests, and on top of that, they're not necessarily taking the ball away from its opponents. It's hard to win a game when you're not winning that turnover battle, and that is going to be a key cog in this game against this Limestone club.
23% of Carson-Newman's possessions end in a turnover. Limestone has yet to play turnover-free in a game this season, so probably very prescient there, Michael Watrang, to say turnovers are the deal. Well, the Saints have it teed up to kick off with Nathan Baker in an all-white jersey, booting it from right to left to either Jaden Sullins or Daquan Dudley. Sullins to the right, Dudley to the left, or in all likelihood probably going to one of the up men based on Carson-Newman's prolific kickoff unit. This is a line drive kick, and Sullins will scoop it up at the 15 boundary left side. Sullins looking for an angle to the right, gets across the hash marks up across the 25 and 30. And brought down by Razi toward the boundary right side up at the 31-yard line for a 16-yard return. Nice coverage by Limestone's kickoff unit.
Yeah, good job by the white jerseys to be able to get down the football field that time around. Now here comes Carson-Newman's offense. They've had the week to get ready for this one. It's a nice crowd here on Senior Day for this Carson-Newman club. Let's see how this offense comes out here in the first possession. Had a really good first half last week against Mars Hill.
No Braxton Westfield today. He is out, and Kylick Lynch gets his first career start at left guard in place of the injured Cliff Cole. Eagles go with a handoff right side, and this is into the second level for the Eagles. Cutting back left and now to the right across the hashes. It's E.J. Davis. Davis inside the 20 and 10. Davis outraces everybody to the end zone. Touchdown, Carson-Newman. A nice 69-yard run on the first play from scrimmage. And the Eagles are up 6-0, 18 seconds in.
That is classic Carson-Newman Football. We've seen Brandon Baker, Tyron Douglas, Antonio Wimbush, Andy Hibbett do that for nearly a decade. You can go all the way back to some of the greats and Buck Wakefield and Alvin Sanders and those players that were just elite at doing that. And Carson-Newman comes out, great blocking by the right side of the offensive line, and then E.J. Davis, one move at the 45-yard line, nearly knocked a Limestone player over, and he sprints to the house. Perfect start for the Eagles.
Well, perfect start, and now the Eagles didn't have
the
the right.
Game. Kicking team, 5-yard penalty. Remains to try.
Didn't have Christian Bass or Drew Morrison on for the PAT, and so the Eagles take a delay of game penalty and back this up 5 yards for Christian Irwin. Longest rush of the season for the Eagles. E.J. Davis, 69 yards on the first play from scrimmage. Now Irwin's PAT is on the way, and it is bouncing onto the roof of the KSAC. 7-0, Eagles grab the opening advantage 18 seconds in on Davis's 69-yard touchdown run. We're back to Berkshire Stadium after these messages. Hot start for the Eagles here on the Eagle Sports Network.
Hey folks, Gerald Anderson with Ted Russell Nissan. Now remember, we don't compete, we beat. No one can sell you the same Nissan for less. Nissan Kicks, $14,988. Nissan Muranos, $26,988. Or how about a Nissan Rogue, just $16,988. Only at Ted Russell Nissan. Tennessee residents must pay tax $595, all rebates included. Stock number 385-06196.
Ted Russell Nissan, we got it going on.
Hey folks, Gerald Anderson with Ted Russell Nissan. And remember, no one can sell you the same Nissan for less. Pathfinder's $26,988. Maxima's $29,888. Only at Ted Russell Nissan. Right here in beautiful West Knoxville on Kingston Pike. Tennessee residents must pay tax $595, all rebates included. Stock number 953 and 229.
At First Baptist Powell, we're a gospel-centered community who loves God and others. Join us for our monthly podcast, complete church services available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and Buzzsprout. Additionally, you can learn about First Baptist Academy at fbaeagles.org. If you would like more information about First Baptist Powell, you can check us out at fbcpowell.org. First Baptist Powell is a proud sponsor of Carson-Newman Football. Go Eagles!
All right, back at Berkshire Stadium, Adam Cavalier, Michael Watrang, happy to have you alongside as Christian Irwin kicks off an end-over-end kick that will clear the end zone and start off Limestone with 1st and 10 from its own 25-yard line. And now a Limestone player drives an Eagle into the turf. Well, after the play ended, it was Jafari Pearson who smashed an Eagle at the 15 well after the play was over. No flags on that, and Limestone takes over 1st and 10 from its own 25-yard line. First time in some time the opposition has brought a band to Berkshire Stadium, and the Marching Saints performing across the way. Very nice to see Limestone sending the horn section to Berkshire Stadium. So Beamish is in the pistol with Patton behind him for 1st and 10 from the 25, with a man in motion, Peeler to the right. Beamish claps, play fake, flag on the play. Beamish going to unfurl it, right sideline. That is over top of Peeler on a flag route up at the 42 with Anderson in coverage. An incompletion to bring up 2nd and 10, pending the outcome of this penalty, and it was thrown in the area of a hold or potentially a procedure penalty.
Illegal formation. 5 players in the backfield. Offense. 5-yard penalty. Replay first down.
So back it up to the 20 for the Saints, who trail 7-0 with 14:36 to play in the first quarter, thanks to E.J. Davis's 69-yard wheeling score on the opening play of the game.
Well, it's a great start for Carson-Newman's offense. Defense in a good spot as well. Trying to put together a complete game effort here, and the defense would certainly be in a good spot if they can get off the field in 3 and out.
Beamish out of the gun on 1st and 15. Patton to his right. 2 wide to the right, 1 to the left. Snap back, and Beamish will throw a screen. Right side, complete to Peeler. He's chased out of bounds to the right sideline up at the 27-yard line by Jackson Ward. Give him 7 yards to bring up 2nd and 8.
Well, not a good route on the outside by Carson-Newman's DBs. Jackson Ward and Cam Ellis bumped into each other. That allowed one wide receiver to block both of them. Ellis didn't scrape over the top, and that allowed a nice gain on 1st down to get him back ahead of the sticks.
2nd and 8 Saints, right hash at their own 27-yard line. Beamish from the gun. Takes the shotgun snap, drops back to pass. He's pressured, he's hit from behind, and he's dropped for a sack back at the 25-yard line. Alexander finishes him off Eagles get good pressure from the backside and force the Saints into 3rd and long. It's 3rd and 10 from the 25.
Well, it's Brandon Tiasom that had the initial pressure on him, and Alexander comes from the backside to finish him off. 2 high major D1 transfers combining in a big situation, and now 3rd and long for a Limestone team that has struggled in this category this year.
Trips bunch to the wide side left for the Saints. Beamish out of the gun, Patton to his right. Snap back at the waist to Beamish. Stands in the pocket, throws left, high, incomplete, and out of bounds. Peeler, the closest man there, but Beamish airmailed that one 5 yards upfield to the 30. With Deuce Turner in coverage on Peeler, and the Eagles defense does the job. 3 and out.
Carson-Newman was showing blitz. They had 7 men on the line of scrimmage, 3 linebackers all drop out. Beamish didn't know where to go with the ball. He actually had a receiver with a little bit of separation on this side. He just airmailed it and never gave his team a chance. And Carson-Newman's defense 3 and out, -1 yard on the first drive after the 69-yard run from Davis. A great start for the Eagles.
Kemp will punt it away. Saints punt coverage unit 3rd in the country in yards per punt allowed. Got off a short kick. Dudley waves it off as it bounces at the 42. Now he fields it at the 35, retreats, stays on his feet back to the 27, and finally the knee hits the deck. Oh, they're going to give him forward progress all the way up to the 35-yard line. So Dudley catches a break there. I thought he had reestablished himself and was going to go down for an 8-yard loss. Instead, no gain at the 35. That's where Carson-Newman takes over 1st and 10. Eagle fans, AEC is your Touchstone Energy Cooperative. Service you can trust and value you can depend on. Powering Mossy Creek, we're AEC, member-owned and service-driven. One play, 69 yards on the first drive of the game for Carson-Newman offensively, up 7-0 with 13:24 to play in the first quarter. Brown's in the gun, double barrel. Dindy and Davis, the split backs. Give to Davis right side again. Davis bouncing it out to the right. Shifty move past one man at the 35 and fights for extra yardage in the boundary right side up to the 39 before Kendarius Frederick and Knight wrap him up. That's a 4-yard gain up to the 39, largely on Davis's legs, 2nd and 6.
Kendarius Frederick having a little bit of a tough day out there. The Citadel transfer was burnt on that long run by Davis on the first play of the game, and he got juked out of his shoes that time around. This time able to get a piece of Davis to knock him down.
2nd down, 6 to go for the Eagles. Right hash at their own 39-yard line. Brown out of the gun. Speed option left. Brown will keep it, and Brown loses a yard back to the 38-yard line. Walker, the man that shoots the gap and slings him down for a loss of 1.
Well, when the Eagles haven't run that play that frequently this season, it's a difficult play for Brown to read. That was certainly an area where he probably should have pitched the ball. 2 Limestone Saints were guarding him. Nobody on the outside, and the Eagles had a lead blocker. Instead, Brown decided to hold on to it. But still, 3rd down and semi-manageable here for the Eagles.
3rd and 7 toward the right hash for the Eagles at their own 38. Brown out of the gun, takes the shotgun snap, play fake, throws the screen, right side. That is complete to Daquan Dudley for 1st down yardage. Slips it along the right sideline until he's forced out of bounds up at midfield by, well, the Saints have a 4 on the field, but not on the dress-out roster. We got to go to the 2 deep to find that. That's Bryant with the stop. So a 12-yard gain to move the chains for the Eagles on the screen. First and 10 Eagles from midfield. Carson-Newman runs counter to the left to Dudley off left guard. He gets a yard into Limestone territory down to the 49-yard line where Knight brings him down. 2nd and 9.
I want to bring back that 3rd down conversion because Brown was looking at the slant but showing some signs of maturation. Rather than trying to force feed it to a receiver near the sticks, he was able to shuffle his feet enough and get enough on the throw where an accurate toss to Daquan Dudley for 1st down yardage. So some maturation there by the freshman.
2nd and 9 for the Eagles. Right hash at the Saint 49. Brown back to pass off the play fake. Hits Dudley again on a stick route. Left side hashes down at the 45-yard line. Turns it downfield and gets brought down by Bogan. Just shy of the marker to make at the 41-yard line. 8 yards to Daquan Dudley through the air. 3rd and a yard for the Eagles. Looking for their 2nd 3rd down conversion of the game. Leading 7-0. 10:50 to play first quarter. Brown out of the gun. Double barrel for the Eagles. Takes the shotgun snap and will keep it left side. Brown shifty move across the 40 for the 1st down yardage and gets tripped up in the boundary left side down to the 35-yard line by Ryan for a 6-yard gain on the zone read option keeper. Eagles move the sticks for a second time this possession.
Well, really credit the offensive line there. They blew up that front four for Limestone, and Brown had easy sledding for a first down.
1st and 10 Eagles, left hash at the Saint 35. Davis in motion into the backfield. Brown takes the shotgun snap. Option to the right with a pitch to Davis. Davis looking for a blocker, sheds a tackle in the backfield, gets downfield to the right sideline, and buckled out of bounds by Dedrick Lewis and Holmes down at the 30-yard line along the right sideline. 5-yard gain, 2nd and 5.
Well, I love it from Brown. He forced the defender to come get him after 2 steps, pitched it to the outside. Daquan Dudley, really good block down the field, might have been slightly beat, got enough of his defender to push him off stride, and a good 5-yard gain on first down.
2nd and 5 for the Eagles. Right hash at the Saints 30 with a 7-0 lead, looking for more. Brown takes, gives Dindy left side. Dindy off left tackle, sheds a tackle at the 20. He's across the 10. He's across the 5. He's across the goal line. Touchdown, Carson-Newman. Troy Dindy, 30 yards off left tackle. And the Eagles add to it. It's 13-0 with 9:49 to play in the first quarter.
Great move by Dendy. He had to be a little shifty through the middle of the defense there, and I think right about the 15-yard line put a nice juke on Chris Williams, and that was all she wrote as he was able to plow into the end zone, and a good run by Dendy.
Irwin on for the PAT, and no good. Wide to the left. And so the lead holds at 13-0 in favor of the Eagles. 9:49 to play in the first quarter. Back after this on the Eagles Sports Network.
At Aramark, this year we go back to our foundation. At Aramark, we are great food and great service with great guests. That is the Aramark way. From coffee at Maples to sandwiches in Stokely, Aramark is here to produce high-quality food for you. A foundation of fresh food, a foundation of speedy service, and a foundation that's built for you, now and for the future. That is the Aramark way.
At InterDigital, we strive to be a leading provider of cutting-edge digital and marketing solutions. At InterDigital, we want to help our clients find success. Our team of technology gurus work together to ensure InterDigital continues to progress forward as technology advances. At InterDigital, we make technology work for you. Visit interdigital.com for IT support, web development, virtual tours, graphic design, internet marketing, mobile app, and film production services.
InterDigital, laser focused on your success.
Apologies there. Our crowd mic there decided to do some bad things as Peeler returns the ensuing kickoff, and he brings it out to the 21-yard line where Cam Ellis stops him. That'll be 1st and 10 for the Saints, and we will look to get those crowd mic issues sorted out for you, so you'll be sans crowd here on the Eagle Sports Network. Adam Cavalier, Michael Watchang, happy to have you on hand. Dima Baikov, our in-booth producer, with Dave Claybo running the show back inside of network control. McAfee is into the game at running back for the Saints. He's to the left of Beamish in the gun. Now Patton comes over, and the Saints are going to burn a timeout, so we'll step aside for a break as well. 13-0. Eagles the lead. 9:41 to play in the first quarter. We're back after this on the Eagle Sports Network.
Drive safer longer when you visit your local Michelin dealer, Fleet Tire, for a set of Michelin Defender tires. Michelin is the brand drivers turn to for tire options that deliver a safe, quiet, and comfortable ride. Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue, exit 1B, Knoxville. Based on internal wet braking results versus Goodyear Assurance Comfort Tread tires and third-party wear test results versus Continental ProTrack tires with Eco Plus. See manufacturer's limited warranty book for details. Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue.
This is Kenny with Kenny's Pest Control. As nights cool down, we occasionally get calls for wasps showing up in homes. These are part of our pest control service. If there are other problems you are seeing in the fall, we can offer one-time or semi-annual services. Give us a call at Kenny's Pest Control at 865-661-4646. Thank you for allowing us to take care of your pest control needs. Remember, put us in your contacts at Kenny's Pest Control, 865-661-4646.
On first down, the Saints run up the middle to Jerkoya Patton, and he gains 3 yards up to the 24-yard line before the teeth of that Carson-Newman defensive line. Brandon Tiasum and Justin Triplett slow up the progress. Second down, 7 to go for the Saints. Now into positive yardage on the day after losing a yard on the first drive of the game. Second and 10 for the Saints. Left hash at their own 24. Beamish play fake, rolls right, throws right to Hector. And Jadarius Hector hauls it in and gets dragged down up at the 27-yard line by Cam Ellis in the boundary right side. It's a 3-yard gain to bring up third and a manageable 4 for the Saints, but a Limestone offense that converts on just 29% of their third downs on the year. Both these teams bottom 2 in the sack in third down offense and defense. Beamish out of the gun on 3rd and 4. Right hash at his own 27. Takes the shotgun snap. Toss sweep. Patton left side. Has a bit of a seam as he wiggles through. Gets first down yardage running between the hashes. And then Tay Little and Brandon Tiasum are able to halt him up at the 36-yard line. 9 yards for Jerkoya Patton. Saints move the sticks on 3rd down. Trailing 13-0 with 8:16 to go in the first quarter.
It's a pretty good job of blocking that time around by the left side of the O-line, and Carson-Newman just a little late to get over there, and Patton's their workhorse. They like to give him the ball frequently, and he does so there.
Patton and McAfee to either side of Beamish in the gun. It's a play fake and a toss left side, complete to Mikey Jones. Jones upfield on the screen across the 40, and he's grabbed by Tay Little. Forward progress, halted over the numbers left side, up at the 43-yard line. 7 yards on the screen pass to bring up 2nd and 3.
It's a nice move on the outside by the receiver, Mikey Jones, the redshirt freshman out of Lexington, South Carolina, to move past Ellis. And Limestone starting to find a little bit of a rhythm here against this Carson-Newman defense.
7:30 left first quarter, 13-0. Eagles the lead. Saints in all white moving right to left with the football on a sun-soaked Berktar Stadium surface. Beamish out of the gun on 2nd and 3, left hash at his own 43. Gives Patton straight ahead. Patton stonewalled at the line of scrimmage, keeps his legs churning, and Goins able to stop him at the 45, shy of the marker to make. About a half yard short, 3rd and inches for the Saints after the 2-yard Patton run. First 3,000-yard rusher in Limestone Saint program history, 23 career rushing touchdowns for Jerkoya Patton. Granted, a program that is only in its 7th year of existence, but he has been the bellwether for the Saints in the backfield. 3rd and 1 for Limestone. Patton motions out of the backfield. Beamish empty. Throws quickly. Jones left side. Jones and Anderson jockeying for it. Jones looked like he had it initially, and you'll give the tie to the offense. First down yardage off the slant to Mikey Jones, man-to-man with Jalen Anderson into Carson-Newman territory, down to the 48-yard line for a first down and a 7-yard gain. 7th play of the drive coming up for the Saints.
It's a really tough catch there by Jones. He was man-on-man against Jalen Alexander and just won the fight.
Patton out of the backfield to the right. Beamish on 1st and 10 out of the gun. Back to pass. Long ball. Wide open. Complete at the 10 and into the end zone. Touchdown, Saints. Ellison runs under it at the 10. He was streaking wide open from the right side of the field. Hauls it in, and 48 yards later, the Saints have their first score on the deep ball to Ellison. Touchdown, Limestone. Saints within a score, 13-6 with 6:09 to play in the first quarter.
It was a really good throw that time around by Beamish to be able to find him, but massive, massive breakdown by the Eagles. No idea how that happened. Somebody just went the wrong way. And a big-time pitch and catch for 6.
Saints send J.B. Potts on for the PAT, and Potts pushes it up and pushes it through. Saints within 6, 13-7 in favor of the Eagles. 6:09 to play in the first quarter. This is the Eagle Sports Network.
How do you show your support for Carson-Newman? Head over to shopseeingeagles.com right now, where they have all of your needs covered. From clothing to outfitting your tailgate party, whether you're hunting, fishing, or on the golf course, shopseeingeagles.com is the place for you. All of your everyday essentials, from pens to phone chargers, are in one place. For the best gear in the business, visit shopseeingeagles.com today.
When you're sick and tired of fast food and need a fresh home-cooked meal, turn to Lisa's Country Kitchen. Lisa's been cooking up her fresh, never-frozen food for the Lakeway area for more than 15 years. Lisa's cares about her customers. You may enter a stranger, but you'll leave a friend. From foot-long hot dogs to juicy steaks, Lisa's has the best food for the best prices.
Lisa's Country Kitchen on Route 92 off Old Andrew Johnson Highway. The best food for the best prices.
So Limestone uses a 7-play, 79-yard drive that takes 3:32 off the clock. And Ellison runs under a 48-yard touchdown pass from Ethan Beamish to get the Saints within a score. It's 13-7 Eagles with 6:09 to play in the first quarter. And Limestone has it teed up for J.V. Potts to kick off. And he will actually kick it off. This is going to come down to Daquan Dudley at the 10 right side. Dudley straight ahead to the 20, makes one man miss to the 25. Guy has him in his grasp, and Dudley drags him across the 30 up to the 31-yard line. Blasey, second consecutive kickoff for the Saints where he makes the tackle. And Carson-Newman, pretty good starting field position for this drive. Eagles will have it.
Timeout. Media. This will be a 90-second timeout.
Eagles have it at their own 31-yard line. So we're doing this NFL style today, apparently. As Todd Boyd says, media timeout, so we'll step aside for a break as well. 6:01 to play in the first quarter, 13-7. Eagles the lead here on the Eagle Sports Network.
At Knoxville TVA Employees Credit Union, we know adulting can be hard, and we're here to help. With our debit card, you can access more than just your account. You open the door to online and digital tools like send money and free credit score. And you can even customize your card all by your selfie. Learn more at tvacreditunion.com. Join us now. Federally insured by NCUA. Available to qualifying members. Message and data rates may apply. Credit score available for primary account holder only.
Hey folks, Gerald Anderson with Ted Russell Nissan. And remember, we don't compete, we beat. No one can sell you the same Nissan for less. Nissan Kicks, $14,988. Nissan Muranos, $26,988. Or how about a Nissan Rogue, just $16,988. Only at Ted Russell Nissan. Tennessee residents must pay tax $595. P&L rebates included. Stock number 385-061-96.
Ted Russell Nissan. We got it going on.
Hey folks, Gerald Anderson with Ted Russell Nissan. And remember, no one can sell you the same Nissan for less. Pathfinder's $26,988. Maxima's $29,888. Only at Ted Russell Nissan. Right here in beautiful West Knoxville on Kingston Pike. Tennessee residents must pay tax $595. P&L rebates included. Stock number 953 and 229.
Back at Berktar Stadium, Adam Cavalier, Michael Watring, happy to have you on hand. It's a 13-7 lead for the Eagles over the Saints with 6:01 to play in the first quarter. Carson-Newman has scored every time it's touched the football. A 69-yard E.J. Davis run, a 30-yard Troy Dindy run. And Carson-Newman takes over 1st and 10 from the right hash at its own 31-yard line. Brown in the gun will take the snap and hand off Hogue left side, and Hogue fumbles it forward. Ball spurts out. Limestone was in position to recover it, and the Saints celebrating as if they have it. No signal yet from the officials as they unpack the pile, and it is Limestone's Jabez Taylor who comes out with the pigskin. Hogue, a good run, but it gets popped out of his breadbasket, and Michael Watring, turnovers, your pregame key, that bites the Eagles there.
Absolutely. You go up 2 scores, and then you fumble the football after giving up a long touchdown pass, and I'm not 100% sure on the man that got his helmet on it, but it was a good form tackle through the middle of the field that forced the fumble out of the hands of Malcolm Hogue, and a really good defensive play. Looks like that was Chandler Corley. That was the man that caused the fumble.
So Limestone trying to make some sudden change happen. 1st and 10 from the Eagle 41. Beamish back to pass, will throw it left side. That is complete in loads of space to Walker. Walker out of the side of the line. The tight end makes the grab. Just his second catch of the year, and totes it down to the 14-yard line for a 27-yard gain. Saints inside the red zone where they have struggled this year. Limestone 7 for 18 scoring touchdowns inside the red zone this season. Eagles defense trying to stiffen and force a field goal and preserve this lead. 13-7 Eagles with 5:30 to play in the first quarter. Beamish on 1st and 10, left hash at the Eagle 14. Takes the shotgun snap, play fake, throws the slant complete to Mikey Jones at the 5, and he's brought down between the hashes by Tay Little down at the 4. That's 10 yards and a first down for the Saints.
That's a really good throw there by Beamish. You do the play fake, You pound that back foot into the ground and fire a fastball right in the chest of your receiver. And Limestone starting to gain some confidence through the air right now.
First and goal for the Saints. Ball middle of the field at the 4-yard line. Beamish is in the gun. Patton to his right. 2 wide receivers to the wide side right. Beamish takes the snap at the chest. Hands off Patton left side. Patton picking for a hole and won't find one. He'll lose a yard. Back to the 5-yard line. Eagles defense overwhelms him, led by Ja'Cory Long. Officially a loss of 1, second and goal from the 5.
That play was made by several different Eagles. Good job by the linebackers getting over the top because there's nobody outside of the left tackle there, and a good effort by Long to shed his blocker and apply the first hit as well to make the tackle.
Second and goal from the 5 for the Saints. Beamish out of the gun, Patton to his left. It's a reverse, right side Peeler. Alexander giving chase, but Peeler has the edge, and Peeler has the end zone. Touchdown, Saints. Justice Alexander read it right, but didn't have the horses to catch up with Peeler, and he scores on the 5-yard reverse. Saints even with the Eagles at 13 apiece. 4:09 to play in the first quarter. A chance to take the lead with this point after attempt.
Well, I really like the play call. You get everybody flowing to your left-hand side and just leaking to the right-hand side on the reverse. Alexander saw it, but saw it maybe a fraction too late and just couldn't get to the outside to plummet that thing back in. And a good little reverse and a good play call, and Limestone with a chance to take the lead.
Potts on for the PAT, and he will push it into the net adjacent Davis Street. 14-13, Limestone with 14 unanswered to grab a 1-point lead. We've got a shootout cooking here in Berktar Stadium between two teams who came in averaging a combined 24 points per game. Already got 27. Hope you took the over. 14-13 Saints with 4:09 to play in the first quarter. Back after this on the Eagle Sports Network.
Serving East Tennessee for 40 years, Magaha Electric is the perfect choice for all your electrical projects. Magaha Electric specializes in commercial, retail, manufacturing, residential, and industrial contracting needs. Magaha Electric can provide superior service, technical know-how, and realistic budgeting for any size project in a timely, cost-effective manner. Visit MagahaElectric.com for all your electrical contracting needs. Magaha Electric, your East Tennessee electrical contracting source.
My name is Cadet Amber Calvillo. I'm in the 278th in the Army National Guard, and I currently go to Carson-Newman. I joined the Tennessee Army National Guard for the experience mainly, so I can say that I'm a part of something totally bigger than myself.
Text 278-ACR to 70000 to join the Tennessee Army National Guard.
Back at Berktar Stadium, Adam Cavalier, Michael Watrang. Happy to have you alongside for this one. Limestone has raced in front, 14-13 on the Peeler 5-yard reverse. Now Potts set to kick off. He'll drive it to Daquan Dudley toward the right sideline at the 10. Dudley will return it, run into it, one of his own blockers at the 20, and wiggle forward up to the 24-yard line where he's wrapped up by Miles Walker. 14-yard return for Daquan Dudley. Eagles take over 1st and 10 with 4:02 to play in the first quarter, trailing for the first time today, 14-13. We're starting field position of the day for the Eagles at their own 23.
Well, after all that great start, turnover, 7 points the other team, and just like that, instead of being up 13-0, you're down by a point. Well, last week, Mars Hill had a lengthy scoring run that really put Carson-Newman in a bad position. Eagles got to right the ship here.
1st and 10, Carson-Newman. Brown takes and will give right side to, I believe that was Jalon Pearson. Indeed it is. Pearson over the right hashes up to the 28-yard line for a 5-yard gain. Good push by this Carson-Newman offensive line. Eagles have been their own worst enemy offensively. Yes, you have the fumble, but outside of that, Carson-Newman has moved the ball very effectively. 2nd and 5 for the Eagles. Brown takes out of the gun, gives straight ahead again. This time, the ball carrier Pearson snatched down for just a yard up to the 29-yard line. Reeves, the guy that got his paws on him. 3rd down and 4 to go. Brown, double barrel shotgun, wide out each way. Coulter in motion to the wide side left at tight end. Brown barks out a hard count, turns to the sideline to get the adjustment with the play clock at 10. In an all-gray jersey, LaMarcus Brown out of Mobile, Alabama, takes the shotgun snap and gives left side to Dindy. Dindy bursts free into the second level, steps out of a tackle at the 40, a stiff arm pass midfield, and Dindy dragging bodies into Limestone territory down to the 41-yard line. Chris Williams stops him, but not before Troy Dindy rattles off his second 30-yard carry of the game and gives the Eagles 1st and 10 from the Saints 41. Dindy, double barrel shotgun. Has it toward the left hash. The Saints 41. Brown takes the snap. Dindy, the handoff straight ahead. And Dindy, a surge down to the Saint 38. Spencer wraps him up. 3 yards for Troy Dindy. 2nd down, 7 to go.
A really good hard running by both Dindy and E.J. Davis in this game so far. Eagles starting to add up the ground attack and sprinkling in enough pass plays to keep this Limestone defense off of their reads.
2nd down. 7 to go for the Eagles. Middle of the field at their own 38-yard line. Dindy and Pearson to either side of Brown in the gun. Brown, speed option to the right, will cut it back to the left and not gain anything. Reeves able to snow him down. Saints bottle up speed option pretty well for no gain. 3rd down, 7 to go.
Really wasn't a lot to that side anyway, more the short side of the field, even though the ball's between the hashes. It's closer to the right hash mark, and there are a lot of white jerseys reading that on that play. And Carson-Newman really hasn't had a lot of success in the option game. It's been more of the between the tackles run plays that have been the most successful for the Eagles so far.
80 seconds left first quarter, 14-13. Saints the lead, Eagles the football. With it in Limestone territory, facing 3rd and 7. Brown takes the shotgun snap. He's going to air it long for Dudley. Dudley runs underneath it at the 5, and Dudley houses it on the left sideline. Touchdown, Carson-Newman. Daquan Dudley flipping in celebration. That'll draw some hankies, but Dudley hooks up from 38 yards out with LaMarcus Brown, and Carson-Newman retakes the lead.
Great overall play design and a perfect read from Brown. You run a man in motion that is in essence a bubble screen option. You have the far receiver on the left-hand side run a hitch pattern, and Dudley runs a flag pattern to the front pylon.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, offense, number 14. That penalty will be assessed on the kickoff. That's number 14's first unsportsmanlike penalty of the game.
And then what happens is the linebackers and the corners have to respect that. Because they have to respect those two routes, it gives Dudley enough of a shot in the backside and a perfect throw from Brown. And the Eagles able to strike again. 4 offensive possessions, 3 touchdowns.
Irwin on for the point after attempt, and Irwin's kick is onto the roof of the KSAC. So Carson-Newman retakes the lead, 20-14, 1:05 to play in the first quarter. We're back to Burke Tar after this on the Eagle Sports Network.
At First Baptist Powell, we're a gospel-centered community who loves God and others. Join us for our monthly podcast, complete church services available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and Buzzsprout. Additionally, you can learn about First Baptist Academy at fbaeagles.org. If you would like more information about First Baptist Powell, you can check us out at fbcpowell.org. First Baptist Powell is a proud sponsor of Carson-Newman Football. Go Eagles!
Drive safer longer when you visit your local Michelin dealer, Fleet Tire, for a set of Michelin Defender tires. Michelin is the brand drivers turn to for tire options that deliver a safe, quiet, and comfortable ride. Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue, exit 1B, Knoxville. Based on internal wet braking results versus Goodyear Assurance Comfort Tread tires and third-party wear test results versus Continental ProTrack tires with Eco Plus. See manufacturer's limited warranty book for details. Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue.
Adam Cavalier, Michael Watrang, our spotter, Erica Lovingood, sideline reporter, Leanda Carey, in-booth engineer, Dima Bykov, and Dave Claybo back inside of network control. Glad to have you alongside as Christian Irwin will kick off from the 20 following the unsportsmanlike conduct penalty on Daquan Dudley in celebration following the Eagle touchdown. And Irwin will send a line drive kick that will bounce off the hands of one of the upmen, and Peeler will scoop it up at the 12 along the left sideline. Peeler running around, he's between the hashes, and he will just make it back to the 20 before Caleb Goins wraps him up and stops that return. That was aided and abetted by the fact that Brian Robinson put his hands on it, couldn't get a good squeeze on it, and Peeler only able to return it 8 yards. Eagles actually have some magic happen as a result of the unsportsmanlike penalty. 1st and 10, Saints from their own 20. Hey, Eagle fans, Domino's is the official pizza of the Carson-Newman Eagles. So when you're hungry, reach for Domino's. Get a large one-topping pizza for $5.99 with your Carson-Newman ID. Domino's, it is the official pizza of the Carson-Newman Eagles. 1st and 10, Saints from their own 21-yard line. Beamish in the gun with Patton to his left, a wide out each direction. Man in motion is the tight end, Dukes, to the left. Snap back to Beamish, hands off Patton straight ahead, picks his way forward for a small gain up to the 24-yard line. Jordan Wilson filled the gap with aplomb. Just 3 yards for Patton. 2nd down, 7 to go.
Well, Limestone has scored on back-to-back possessions, and Carson-Newman needs to find a way defensively to start to get some stops.
Saints have a player shaken up in offensive lineman Luke Bond, a freshman of Bluffton, South Carolina, as he gets tended to by the Saints sports medicine staff. A friendly reminder, Eagle fans, that Lisa's Country Kitchen serves the best home-cooked meals that the Lakeway region has to offer. Lisa's Country Kitchen is the official restaurant of the Carson-Newman Eagles.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for number 73, Luke Bond.
So Saints get Luke Bond off the field. He'll walk off under his own power. And Beamish and Patton will come back out for this Saint offense with 2 tight ends in the game. To the right side of the line. Beamish will throw right side, comes back across his body and completes a pass to Cody Jones on the right sideline, up at the 41-yard line. And he steps out of bounds, forced out by Jackson Ward. 17 yards through the air and a 1st down for the Saints. 20-14, Eagles lead on what could be the final play of the 1st quarter with 15 seconds left. Well, Beamish takes the shotgun snap, screen, right side. That's complete to Jones again. Cody Jones forced out of bounds along the right sideline, up at the 44-yard line. Pushed out by Tay Little. And that will be a 3-yard gain and bring the 1st quarter to a close. 20-14, Eagles lead it after 1. Saints face 2nd and 7 from their own 44 when we get back after this on the Eagle Sports Network.
If you're looking for official Eagle merchandise, look no further than the Carson-Newman Bookstore. With a large selection of Carson-Newman gifts and apparel, you're sure to find something to please the entire family. From stuffed eagles to towel sets, sweatshirts, shorts, hats, and slippers, we literally have you covered from head to toe. We have just the item you're looking for no matter what the season. So whether you're an Eagle student, parent, alumni, or fan, shop us for everything orange and blue. Call 865-471-3539 for more information and store hours. We'll see you at the Carson-Newman Bookstore.
Domino's Pizza in Jefferson City has deals for Carson-Newman students. Bring in your valid student ID when you order for pickup or delivery, and Domino's in Jefferson City will give you a steaming hot large one-topping pizza for $4.99. That's a large one-topping pizza for Carson-Newman students for $4.99 at Domino's in Jeff City. Call 865-471-6700 to order. That's 865-471-6700. Domino's, the official pizza of the Carson-Newman Eagles.
Start of the 2nd quarter, it's a 20-14 lead for Carson-Newman over the Limestone Saints. Saints with it 2nd and 7, right hash at their own 44-yard line. Beamish from the gun takes the snap, hands off Patton straight ahead, steps through an Anderson tackle, and Patton's into the second level. Breaks into Carson-Newman territory across the 40 and brought down inside the 35 by Tay Little, down at the 32-yard line. 24 yards on the ground for Jerkoya Patton. It's his longest rush of the day. And the Saints move the sticks, 1st and 10 at the Carson-Newman 32.
Carson-Newman missed a tackle right near the line of scrimmage. Because of that, some secondary defenders were a little late getting over there in a big gain.
Beamish from the gun takes the shotgun snap, hands off Patton straight ahead. Again, this time Patton nowhere to run. Trezell Giardini-Weish wraps him up at the ankle, stops him for no gain at the 32-yard line, 2nd and 10.
Good work by Trezell Giardini-Weish, the two-sport star, able to go right into the backfield. Nobody blocked him, and he read it perfectly to get back there and make a good tackle on the running back for no gain.
2nd down, 10 to go for the Saints. Ball toward the right hashes at the Carson-Newman 32. Eagles leading 20-14, a minute into the second quarter. Beamish from the gun. Claps his hand, takes the snap at the waist, throws a slant over the middle of the field. Jones, the intended target, incomplete. Blown up by Daniel Dixon Brooks, who lays the lumber to force the football out. 3rd down, 10 to go.
Really good job by Daniel Dixon Brooks, linebacker, underneath that in-breaking pattern, about 10 yards down the field, and a really good job not lowering the helmet either. Used a lot of his shoulder to force that ball out and force the incompletion. Now 3rd down and long. You're looking at about probably a 50-yard field goal from this distance. So you would think that Limestone would consider 4-down territory in this situation.
3rd down, 10 to go. Beamish from the gun takes the snap. Trezell Giardini-Weish bearing down on him, misses it. Beamish will chuck it. Back foot, right sideline, incomplete and out of bounds. Carson-Newman's cheer squad had a better chance at a reception there. Brown the intended target, but that ball 15 yards out of bounds to the sidelines. 2 members deep into the cheer team for the Eagles. 4th down, 10 to go, and decision time for Brian Turk. You aren't a big field goal team. Nathan Baker's just 3 for 4 on the year. J.B. Potts hasn't attempted one. And so the Saints will trot out Potts. Potts has not attempted a field goal this season. This one is a 49-yarder, middle of the field with no wind. And Limestone calls for timeout. Saints burn their 2nd of the day.
Timeout, Limestone. That is their 2nd charge timeout of the half.
While we have an opportunity, let's send it down to the sidelines and check in with Leanda for more on Daquan Dudley's touchdown.
Thanks, Adam. After Dudley walked off the field after his flip and unsportsmanlike conduct penalty, he had to face Mike Clowney immediately, who was not happy with him for that end celebration. Later, he, had lots of celebration from teammates, but as he went back to the huddle, offensive coordinator Brock Pursley had to have a little talk with him about his consequences for his teammates, then moving on to a handshake and back to business. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Leanda. So the field goal unit's still out there for the Saints. And Potts will stride back and attempt his first field goal of the season, a 49-yarder toward the right hashes. No wind to speak of at Berktar Stadium right now. Snap is back, the hold is down, the kick is on the way, and this kick is not going to have the distance. Short and left. So Potts misfires from 49, and Carson-Newman takes over 1st and 10 with a 20-14 lead and 13:39 to play in the second quarter. Eagles get it at their own 32-yard line. Carson-Newman has had pretty good field position throughout this one, Michael Wattrein.
Yeah, absolutely. Good field position. Defense does a good job stiffening up right there. And now the offense, they have been unstoppable with the exception of that fumble that they had. They have been really flowing nicely and utilizing the tandem of Dendy, Davis, and then including Pearson as well in that last drive to run the ball effectively.
Dendy and Davis are the split backs to either side of Brown for this play, with the Eagles up 20-14, 13:39 to play in the second. Trips wideouts 2 to the right. Brown takes, gives left side, for Dindy. Dindy with a massive seam. He's across the 40, past midfield, and shoved out of bounds by Knight inside St. territory down at the 49-yard line. That's 18 yards for Troy Dindy, who's sniffing the century mark today.
It was all set up as well by a block from E.J. Davis right at the line of scrimmage. Davis, the lead running back on that play. Great block, springs Dendy for a big gain.
1st and 10 Eagles, left hash beneath the midfield logo at the St. 49. Davis in motion out of the backfield, and flag flies. Eagles with a false start.
Jesse West a little too excited on that play, and this offensive line should be excited. They're blowing up the
False
Saints.
start. Offense, number 72. 5-yard penalty, remains first down.
Outside of the unsportsmanlike conduct penalty on Daquan Dudley, that is the first, I suppose, live ball penalty of the day for either team, two of the least penalized teams in the country. Discipline hasn't been an issue for the Saints or the Eagles this season throughout their struggles. They are not penalized frequently, both top 25 and fewest penalties on the year. So it's 1st and 15 for the Eagles, back into their own territory at the 46. Brown takes, gives Dindy right side, picking his way forward. He's across midfield and brought down back at the original line of scrimmage at the 49-yard line. After a 5-yard gain, Corey stopped his progress, 2nd and 10. Eagles trying to run with a little bit of tempo in their all gray jerseys. Orange helmets with the blue and white stripe. Brown from the gun, takes the snap, gives Dindy straight ahead, bounces off of one body at the line of scrimmage, and backpedals his way between the hashes down to the 48-yard line. Boozer, the man that buckles him down, just a yard, 3rd and 9.
One of the rare times where Limestone has actually gotten some penetration. That time around, Zane Boozer, the junior, able to slide through Carson-Newman's right side of the O-line to make a good play against Dendy and force a 3rd down long.
3rd down and 9 to go for the Eagles. Middle of the field at the St. 48. Brown from the gun, takes the shotgun snap, looks left, now to the right, pressured out of the pocket. Brown slings it right sideline. That is complete to Luke Simpson at the St. 44-yard line. Shy of the marker to make 4 yards, 4th down and 5 to go for the Eagles. Offense is staying on the field with a 2014 lead and 11:40 to play in the 2nd quarter. Brown, double barrel shotgun, wants to go quickly. Barks out a call, now turns to the sideline. Might have just been looking to see if he could get the Saints to jump off sides, but the offense stays out there with 8 on the play clock. Brown takes the shotgun snap on 4th down, gives Dindy straight ahead. He's got the 1st down and more. A cutback right to the 30 into the boundary, and Dindy cut down at the 29-yard line by Lewis after a 15-yard gain. Troy Dindy up over 100 yards on the day now. Carson-Newman's first 100-yard rusher since Antonio Wimbush in the regular season finale against Tusculum in 2019. And the Eagles move the 6 on 4th down.
Kylik Lynch, first career start at left guard. Good block, as well as Cody Sullivan. Good combination block in the middle to really separate the C for Dendy. And a big run on 4th down to get the 1st.
1st and 10 Eagles, right hash at the St. 29-yard line. Brown out of the gun, will keep it. Speed option left, sticks his foot in the ground, gets upfield, and over the left hashes, goes down to the 27-yard line. Reeves brings him down after the 2-yard gain to bring up 2nd and 8. Really shows you the confidence that Brock Pursley and Mike Clowney have in this offense against the Saints today. 4th and 5, automatically go for it, and go for it on the ground.
Yeah, and it's a smart job as well because this run game has been dominant. We've seen in weeks past where this team would do something really well and then maybe get away from it slightly. Well, they have not gotten away from the running game at all in this one, and Limestone hasn't had an answer.
2nd down, 8 to go for the Eagles. Left hash at the St. 27. Brown out of the gun, takes the shotgun snap, gives Davis right side. Davis stringing it around, now bounces it out to the left, a flag on the play. Davis across the 20, cuts back right to the 15. He's inside the 10 and goes head over feet down to the 2 where Williams brings him down. There's a flag on the play back where Davis reversed field from the right when it was dead and kicked it back to the left. A Saint has a helmet off. I would presume this will be retreating. 25-yard run if it stands. But Chandler Corey lost his dome.
Personal foul, hands to the face, 53 of the offense. That's a 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. Replay the down. Number 7 for Limestone may remain in the game.
Unfortunate play there, but sometimes it happens. And a good job by Davis. He's showing that ability to reverse fields, and that is why Davis has gone from maybe towards the bottom of the depth chart to begin the season, or at least a guy that was struggling to get a lot of playing time out there on the field, to what he is right now, one of the key cogs in this ground attack against Limestone.
To back it up to the 42-yard line, so it's 2nd and 23 for the Eagles. Brown out of the gun. Takes the snap, straight drop, going to air it left sideline. That is complete to Dudley inside the 20, and he's spun around by Kendrick Knight down at the 13-yard line. Pardon me, it's the 16-yard line. That is close to first down yardage, and it may move the chains. Michael Wattrang says, move the sticks. No. You're saying go, go, go.
There's a flag. There's a flag. That's what I'm trying to say.
You got the hand gestures.
Yeah, I forgot my hanky at home.
6 players in the backfield. The 5-yard penalty. Replay second down.
Carson-Newman just didn't have enough men on the line of scrimmage that time around, but that's back-to-back plays, 25-plus yards, that the only reason why they have not gone for 25-plus is because of penalties. So Carson-Newman's offense is moving the ball with relative ease against this Limestone defense. It's just, can they stop the infractions? Back-to-back gut-wrenching penalties, and second down in an eternity.
2nd and 28 to be exact. Left hash at the 47. They need the Limestone 18-yard line. Brown out of the gun. It's a draw. Will cut right, make one man miss, now make a second. Trying for a third, and he's upended at the 45-yard line in the boundary right side by Chris Williams. Brown's knee actually touches at the 46. So that's just a yard gain. 3rd down and 27.
Well, really what you're trying to do there is, can you get 5, 7, maybe even 10 yards on a draw, make it respectable to try to get into field goal range. Limestone will probably prevent in the backfield.
8:40 to play second quarter, 20-14 Eagles lead. Brown faces a 3-man rush, rolls the pocket left, and Brown makes one man miss, now stays on his feet at the 40, hiding behind bodies. Brown inside the 30, over the numbers left side, and he gets all the way down to the 28-yard line. 18 yards for LaMarcus Brown before Malachi Ray rings him down.
Some good freelancing right there by Brown. Now, maybe a few seconds before that, if he had noticed, there was nobody from the middle of the field to the right side of the field. So if he would have cut back maybe a little bit earlier, he could still be running and potentially get into the end zone. But nevertheless, good smart play and great blocking by the Eagles to at least get the field goal unit out there.
Christian Irwin on for a 45-yard try. This is to match a season long. An extended 20-14 lead with 7:43 to play in the second. Irwin's kick is on the way, has plenty of leg, and Irwin's kick, I think that glanced off the left upright, misses it, and Saints take over. So one missed field goal begets another. It's 20-14 Eagles with 7:37 to play in the second quarter. Limestone with the football. Hey, Eagle fans, check out Carson-Newman Athletics' official online store at shopseeandeagles.com. Features more than 1,100 products, from T-shirts and polos to phone skins and pet collars. Shopseeandeagles.com, the official online store of the Carson-Newman Eagles. We're back to Berktar Stadium following these messages. This is the Eagle Sports Network.
Hello again, this is Kenny with Kenny's Pest Control. Welcome to the East Tennessee change of season. What does that mean? Warm and cold. It does affect pests around your home. Typical problems with fall are rodent spiders and occasional wood roaches. We can help. Call us today at Kenny's Pest Control, 865-661-4646. Don't forget, pest control is all year long. Remember, put us in your contacts at Kenny's Pest Control, 865-661-4646.
At Knoxville TVA Employees Credit Union, we know adulting can be hard, and we're here to help. With our debit card, you can access more than just your account. You open the door to online and digital tools like send money and free credit score. And you can even customize your card all by your selfie. Learn more at tvacreditunion.com.
Join us now.
Federally insured by NCUA. Available to qualifying members. Message and data rates may apply. Credit score available for primary account holder only.
AM 620 WRJZ Knoxville.
7:37 remaining in the second quarter. Carson-Newman holds a 20-14 lead over the Limestone Saints here at Berktar Stadium. Adam Cavalier, Michael Wantrang, happy to have you on hand. Our spotter is Erica Lovingood. Leanda Carey roams the sidelines. Dima Bykoff, our in-booth engineer. And Dave Clabo running the show back inside of network control. Glad you're with us on a gorgeous fall Saturday from the banks of Mossy Creek. Beamish with a toss, left side to a man in motion. That's Trey Stewart. Stewart fighting for extra yardage. He's across the 40 and ruled down up at the 42 in the boundary left side. Cameron Ellis cut him down, a 14-yard gain. And the Saints
first down.
Move the sticks.
Good play design on first down. They bring a man in motion behind the quarterback and running back. They fake the handoff up the middle, get it to the outside. They've had some success. One of their touchdowns today was on a reverse, much like that, where a little bit of misdirection, and Carson-Newman wasn't able to adjust to it in real time.
7:10 to play second quarter. Carson-Newman up 20-14. Saints with the football, moving left to right in all white. Beamish out of the pistol. Hands off to McAfee. McAfee straight ahead over the left hashes, wiggles his way up to the 45-yard line before Justice Alexander brings him to the surface. That's a 3-yard gain, 2nd and 7. 6:44 rolling clock, second quarter. Carson-Newman scored 3 out of the first 4 times it touched the football. Saints a sustained drive and took advantage of a Carson-Newman fumble with a 4-play, 41-yard drive for a score. 2nd and 7 for Limestone, left hash at their own 45. Beamish out of the gun. McAfee with his neon yellow shoes to his right. Beamish takes the shotgun snap. Goins blitzes him. Pressured. Beamish off his back foot, left sideline. And that is 7 yards out of bounds, incomplete. There were 2 Saints there in Hector and Stewart. Little and Peebles were in coverage for Carson-Newman, and that one never stood a prayer thanks to the blitz from the left side from Caleb Goins. 3rd and 7.
4 go patterns down the field, and Carson-Newman was like glue to each one of them, and then they had a safety over the back in the middle of the field, so really no chance for Beamish to locate anybody, and good pressure from Goins.
3rd down, 7 to go for the Saints. Beamish out of the gun, will sling it middle of the field. That's over top of everybody and incomplete. The intended target was Jawan Dukes, a backup tight end, but Beamish airmailed it 10 yards beyond him for the incompletion, and that will force a punt. So missed field goal for the Saints, missed field goal for the Eagles, and now the Eagle defense stiffens to force a Limestone punt.
Tough to airmail Dukes, 6'4", 250, junior out of Sandersville, Georgia, and Beamish inaccurate, trying to locate one of the big tight end targets.
Austin Kemp on to boot it away. Dudley back at his own 17, inching forward on the right hashes. Kemp will get off a gorgeous kick. High hanger. Dudley signals for fair catch, bobbles it, and Dudley will recover it at the 3-yard line. I'll call it the 2. Cardinals sin there. That ball probably should have let it drop after he came inside the 10, but Dudley, after signaling for fair catch, trying to make the over-the-shoulder grab, unable to haul it in, and the Eagles fortunate that the bounce goes their way on this play. 1st and 10, Carson-Newman takes over from its own 2-yard line, and this goes down as the Eagles' worst starting field position of the season at their own 2. 20-14, Carson-Newman the lead in the football, and the all-gray, the Foggy Grays with the orange helmets, moving from right to left under beautiful sunny skies here on the banks of Mossy Creek. 5:57 to play in the second, 20-14 Eagles. Brown in the gun with Dindy to his right, Davis to his left. A single wide out to the right. Brown takes the shotgun snap, gives Davis right side. Davis picks his way around right tackle, gets into the boundary and up to the 4-yard line before Holmes brings him down. 2 yards to bring up 2nd and 8.
Well, right now for Carson-Newman, you're back within your own goalposts. You're up by 6. Really right now you're just trying to get a first down. get one first down. Perhaps you can get out there, give Michael Hara a chance to punt it. That's really your main goal on this drive. As much as you'd like to continue to put points on the board, you want to possess it, make sure there's no turnovers, and at least see if you can get the field position back in your favor.
2nd and 8, right hash at the Eagles' zone 4. Brown out of the gun, gives Dindy left side. Dindy lowers his shoulders, gets between the hashes up to the 8-yard line before Clayton and Reeves bring him down. 4 yards for Troy Dindy. 3rd down and 4 to go for the Eagles.
Well, remember earlier in this quarter on 4th down and around the similar yardage, the Eagles ran the ball, very similar play to that. So if you're Limestone, that's exactly what you're looking for right here. Carson-Newman to run the ball between the tackles and see if the Saints can get off the field.
Sumare, the lone wide out, he's to the left. Ball equidistant between the hashes. The 3rd and 5 for the Eagles from their own 8. Brown takes. It's a counter play left for Dindy. He's got the first down across the 10 and 20. Dindy one-on-one past the 40. Cuts back right. Sheds a tackle at the 45. Jersey being tugged from behind across midfield. And finally forced out of bounds by Frederick in Limestone territory down at the 46-yard line. Counter left. Eagles dial it up perfectly. And Dindy dashes into Limestone territory down to the 46-yard line for a 46-yard run.
I didn't see who it was, but the Eagles brought some motion across with 2 blockers pulling. One blocker didn't get a block, but had a really athletic play with a solid somersault that threw off the Limestone defense.
1st and 10 Saints left, or 1st and 10 Eagles left hash at the Saints 46. Give this time is to the right to Davis. Davis around right tackle, gets inside the 45 and brought down at the 43-yard line. There's a Saint shaken up on the play. Reeves is laying face down in the middle of the Eagle Head logo. And he is injured. Limestone quickly out with their sports medicine crew to take a look at him. And we'll step aside for a break as well. Carson-Newman has it 2nd and 7 from the Saint 43 when we return to Berktar Stadium after this on the Eagle Sports Network.
Just like no 2 people are the same, no 2 days are the same. We start them and end them at different times. And in between, we all do very different things. Yet there is something we all have in common. Knowing your local Touchstone Energy Cooperative is here to power every moment of every day. Because no matter when it starts, we never stop.
Appalachian Electric Cooperative. We're AEC, powering the Eagles and Mossy Creek.
Okay, let's see. Carson-Newman University. It's been around since 1851. A beautiful campus, amazing student life, world-class accredited academics, competitive athletic programs, a Christian perspective, a top 10 best value school. They give $48 million in financial aid every year, and I get a free scholarship when I enroll. Looks like I found the perfect place.
Jelon Pearson with good hard running on 2nd and 7. Totes it off right tackle down to the 36-yard line before Jabez Taylor brings him down. Didn't get enough for the first down. 3rd and inches for the Eagles from the 37-yard line, leading 20-14, looking to play add-on with 3:11 to play in the second quarter. Limestone does get the football to start the second half. 4 wide set for the Eagles. Trips to the wide side left, 1 to the short side right. Brown in the gun with Hogue off of his left hip. And a flag flies with 4 on the play clock.
Ethan Marshall a little too antsy there. Not a big movement, but just enough.
False start. Offense, number 53. 5-yard penalty. Remains 3rd down.
So back it up from 3rd and inches to now 3rd and 6 at the 42. Still trips to the wide side left for the Eagles for this 3rd and 6 play. Right hash at the Saint 42. Brown takes the shotgun snap, play fake, throws the slant right at a Saint. Picked off. Headed the other way, and this is going to be a quick 6. Chris Williams with a blocker, and he doesn't even need him. Saints pick 6. Just like that, tie game. Limestone deadlocked with the Eagles off the 55-yard interception return as Brown angled for the slant and threw it right to a Saint.
He threw it to the wrong guy. He threw it to the inside receiver rather than the outside receiver. It would have been an easy pitch and catch to J.J. Lewis. There's nobody out there. But instead, he threw it to the inside target, and there were hordes of white jerseys there. And just a misread from Brown. 2 in-breaking routes. He threw it to the linebacker rather than to the outside. He never had Luke Simpson, and that is an easy interception, as easy as they come for Chris Williams. And then he sprints the rest of the way. Well, think about this. 2 turnovers for Carson-Newman, 14 points for Limestone.
Yeah, you take those, the pick 6 and the short field because of the fumble away, and Carson-Newman's offense
is a touchdown. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, Limestone team. That is the entire team's first unsportsmanlike penalty of the game. It will be enforced on the kickoff.
That's a new one. All right, so the entire team on the sideline celebrating for the Saints. And now Potts will boot it for the lead.
I mean, the 2 unsportsmanlike penalties, I don't like it, and I don't like the rule more than the call. It's just let the guys have some fun. Limestone was off the field. They were standing over outside of the end zone over there. I mean, NFL teams do that like it's nobody's business, just taking a little team picture over there. I mean, let the kids have some fun.
So Potts to give Limestone the lead with this PAT. Snap back, hold down, the kick is on the way, and the kick is off the K-sack. 21-20, Saints retake the lead on the Williams pick 6. 2:30 to play in the second quarter, and we return to Berktar Stadium following these messages on the Eagle Sports Network.
Hey folks, Gerald Anderson with Ted Russell Nissan. And remember, we don't compete, we beat. No one can sell you the same Nissan for less. Nissan Kicks, $14,988. Nissan Muranos, $26,988. Or how about a Nissan Rogue, just $16,988. Only at Ted Russell Nissan. Tennessee residents must pay tax $595 and all rebates included. Stock number 385-061-96.
Ted Russell Nissan. We got it going on.
Hey folks, Gerald Anderson with Ted Russell Nissan. And remember, no one can sell you the same Nissan for less. Pathfinder's $26,988. Maxima's $29,888. Only at Ted Russell Nissan. Right here in beautiful West Knoxville on Kingston Pike. Tennessee residents must pay tax $595 and all rebates included. Stock number 953 and 229.
At First Baptist Powell, we're a gospel-centered community who loves God and others. Join us for our monthly podcast. Complete church services available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and Buzzsprout. Additionally, you can learn about First Baptist Academy at fbaeagles.org. If you would like more information about First Baptist Powell, you can check us out at fbcpowell.org. First Baptist Powell is a proud sponsor of Carson-Newman Football. Go Eagles!
(21-20), Limestone leads Carson-Newman following a 58-yard interception return officially from Chris Williams. And the Saints retake the lead in what has been an entertaining one. Carson-Newman, though, will try to bring out the 2-minute offense. Eagles have moved the ball incredibly well. 347 yards of total offense for the Eagles, 285 yards on the ground. Troy Dendy already a $149 on the ground for Carson-Newman. They've had success. Michael Weintraub, very prescient in the pregame. Turnovers, that's the difference in this one. That's why Limestone's leading.
Well, I mean, we talked about basketball last weekend. Well, I mean, basketball, if you turn the ball over, you don't even get a shot attempt. You got to get shot attempts to be able to score in basketball. That's an obvious statement. It's the same in football. If you don't have the ball as an offense, you can't score. And that's what's happened with the Eagles. As good as they've been moving the ball, 2 turnovers, 14 points for Limestone.
Kickoff will come down to Sullins at the 20. It was from the Saints 20 because of the unsportsmanlike conduct penalty. And Sullins is in the open field across midfield. Sullins, shifty move left over the left hashes and brought down at the 45-yard line in Limestone territory by Kobe Marfo, 5'11", 190-pound graduate student transferred in from Rutgers. And the Eagles, good field position, 2-minute offense. You can't take a lead before the break with 2:21 to play.
Well, here's the other thing. You want to talk about turnovers. Carson-Newman has really had 2 negative plays. There's been 1 tackle for loss that was -1. Otherwise, Brown was 4 for 4 in the passing game prior to that. Interception, touchdown. Carson-Newman's averaging 11 yards a rush, but a rush, fumble, Limestone scores. The Eagles have to maintain the ball here.
1st and 10 Eagles, left hash at the Saint 45. Brown takes and gives Dendy straight ahead. Dendy, good hard yardage across the 40, and he's down to the 39-yard line just off the left hashes. Boozer wraps him up. give him all the way down to the 38 this spot. That's a 7-yard gain. 2nd down and 3 to go.
Good blocks from Lynch at left guard and Sullivan at center to set it up.
Brown on 2nd and 7. Takes the shotgun snap. Gives Dindy left side again. Has a hole. Has the first down. Cut back right at the 30. Upended at the 25 over the left side numbers by Holmes. Down at the 23-yard line. 15 yards for Troy Dindy, who is just having himself a day. More than 160 yards rushing. He had 200 the last time these teams got together. 1st and 10 Eagles from the 23. Give us to Dindy left side again. Hits the hole across the 20 and gets in the boundary left side before Bryant wraps him up at the knees. Down to the 18-yard line. 5 yards, 2nd and 5.
Well, Carson-Newman can throttle down here a little bit. Under 90 seconds to go. Still a ton of time, and you still have all 3 timeouts. You don't want to have Limestone get the ball back before halftime.
Trips go to the wide side right. Kelly to the short side left. Brown out of the gun for 2nd and 5 from the St. 18. Brown, option keeper left side on the zone read play. Not much there for him. He's nailed in the boundary left side by Jeremy Hudson. Down at the 17-yard line, just a yard. 3rd down and 4 to go for the Eagles.
Carson-Newman brings Dendy off the field, 15 yards a carry, and maybe a slight upgrade because Davis is averaging 17 yards a carry. Those two have been dominant in the backfield.
Davis to the right of Brown in the gun for 3rd and 4 for the Eagles from the Saints 17, but Mike Clowney wants to talk things over with 43 seconds left before halftime and the Saints leading 21-20. Serving East Tennessee for 40 years, McGaha Electric is the perfect choice for all your electrical projects. Visit McGahaElectric.com for all your electrical contracting needs. McGaha Electric, they are your East Tennessee electrical contracting source. Carson-Newman hasn't gained 375 yards of offense in a game this season. Eagles have done it before the halftime horn has even sounded. But because of the turnovers, Carson-Newman is trailing. A fumble by Malcolm Hogue, a pick 6 thrown by LaMarcus Brown, and that's the reason the Eagles are down at the halftime break in spite of an offensive scheme today that has worked at a clip that we haven't seen this year.
Well, you look at big play yardage. That's gains of 15 or greater. Carson-Newman has 8 already in this first half. The long one, the 69-yard rush on the first play of the game by Elijah Davis, and then 3 15-yard pickups, 19, 18, 47, 30. Eagles are just gashing Limestone, but the turnovers have been the big issue. And this is a pretty big 3rd down situation here, too, because Limestone gets the ball to start the second half. They still have a timeout in their pocket. Kicking game has been a massive issue for Christian Irwin this season. He's missed a boatload of kicks this year. Eagles got to find a way to convert.
3rd down and 4 to go for the Eagles left hash at the 17. Give it to Davis right side, but Limestone has good pursuit, and Davis loses a yard. Back to the 18-yard line. The Saints' Tim Faison into the backfield. Loss of 1, 4th down, 4 to go.
Well, they just had one extra defender up there in the box, and Carson-Newman didn't block Faison on the left side of the offensive line, and because some of these plays have been a little longer developing and the running backs have been a little slithery in the backfield, Davis wasn't able to burst through a gap and make sure that Faison wouldn't matter at the end of all that, and Carson-Newman doesn't convert on 3rd down, and they're forced to send the field goal unit out there.
I want to focus on your comment about Christian Irwin. Yes, he is 4 for 11 on the year, but all 7 of his misses have been 44 yards or longer. 2 of those are 50-plus yarders, and while we have a moment, let's head down to the sidelines, check in with Leanda.
Just a few minutes ago, head coach Mike Clowney pulled Christian Irwin aside just before that pick 6, put his arm around him, gave him a little pep talk, and Irwin went back to practicing. Down here on the sideline, the energy has been much better than previous games so far. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Leanda. Christian Irwin on for what is a 35-yard try toward the right hashes. Slight breeze in the face. Irwin's kick is on the way, and Irwin's kick is cycling off to the left. No good. So Christian Irwin, a bit of the yips, unable to convert from 35, and Limestone holds the lead 21-20 with 31 seconds left in the second quarter.
Well, let's remember, too, one of his misses in this game, an extra point. He clanged the upright, and that's why Carson-Newman is at least tied right now. So Irwin's struggles continue. I think he started the year, Kev, and maybe you got this note. I think he started the year like 3 of 5, and since he's made one of his last 7. Like, he has really struggled here of late.
That one was off the upright too. We got a second look at it in the booth, and that's the thing. He's not missing them short. They've all got the distance. But I mean, even against Newberry, you remember the one that looked good from the booth, but the official said no, too high over the upright, can't tell, no good. He's had a bit of bad luck too. Limestone will hand off to Patton, and Patton going to break the free right side. Jalen Anderson will wrap him up over the boundary right side, up at the 36-yard line to stop him after an 18-yard gain. First down for the Saints. Clock at 24. Limestone with a timeout left. Do get the football to start the second half. Saints trying to hustle. Beamish takes, gives Patton straight ahead again. Not going to get away from Brandon Tiasom this time. Tiasom rips him down up at the 39-yard line. 3-yard gain. And clock at 5 seconds. This should do it for the first half of football. And indeed it will. So Saints carry a 21-20 lead into the halftime break. Michael Wantrang, a lot to like for Carson-Newman from that first half. Moved the football very well. Troy Dendy has been amazing, but the mistakes magnified and looming large. The fumble leads to points. A pick six. Lamarcus Brown's only incompletion of the first half directly leads to points. And the turnovers. For a Limestone team that has given away a turnover in every game, they've played turnover-free, while Carson-Newman multiple turnovers for a 7th consecutive week. That's the difference right now.
Well, Carson-Newman, 5 drives of 6 plays or greater, and one of those drives that wasn't was the 69-yard touchdown rush by Davis. But you go touchdown, touchdown, fumble, touchdown, field goal miss, interception, field goal miss. You've been in opponent's territory in 6 of your 7 drives. You've had chances to score on 5 of the 7, and you've only come away with points on 3 of those occasions. Otherwise, the defense has played fairly well. There's been a few drives that Limestone has had in which they've either gained negative yardage, less than 15, 20 yards on their drives, but this is what happens when you have a team that has not won a game. The biggest question that the coaches have, do the players understand how to win a football game? And that's the question for this group in the final 30 minutes. Can Carson-Newman ring that bell despite nearly doubling up Limestone in yardage, doing everything well, averaging 10 yards per rush? Do they have that ability to put this thing away and find a way to get some points?
So Carson-Newman down at the halftime break to the Limestone Saints, 21-20, as Pat Bivens, her final game as Carson-Newman's band director. She's done fine work for the Eagles over the years, as she will retire from the position. She's giving hugs to all of the band seniors for their festivities. But we'll step aside for a break. Come back with halftime analysis after this on the Eagle Sports Network.
The #1 source for Carson-Newman athletics gear is shopseeandeagles.com, where you can find gear from Adidas, Columbia, Nike, and Under Armour. Shirts, jerseys, sweatshirts, shorts, pants, hats, and scarves. ShopSeeAndEagles.com is your source for everything CN. You can even show your school spirit on your smartphone or tablet. All of your game day essentials can be found in one place. ShopSeeAndEagles.com.
At Aramark, this year we go back to our foundation. At Aramark, we are great food and great service with great guests. That is the Aramark way. From coffee at Maples to sandwiches in Stokely, Aramark is here to produce high-quality food for you. A foundation of fresh food, a foundation of speedy service, and a foundation that's built for you, now and for the future. That is the Aramark way.
Touchdown, Carson-Newman! More great Carson-Newman memories are headed your way in 60 seconds on the Eagles Sports Network.
Drive safer longer when you visit your local Michelin dealer, Fleet Tire, for a set of Michelin Defender tires. Michelin is the brand drivers turn to for tire options that deliver a safe, quiet, and comfortable ride. Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue, exit 1B, Knoxville. Based on internal wet braking results versus Goodyear Assurance Comfort Tread tires and third-party wear test results versus Continental ProTrack tires with Eco Plus See manufacturer's limited warranty book for details. Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue.
This is Kenny with Kenny's Pest Control. As nights cool down, we occasionally get calls for wasps showing up in homes. These are part of our pest control service. If there are other problems you are seeing in the fall, we can offer one-time or semi-annual services. Give us a call at Kenny's Pest Control at 865-661-4646. Thank you for allowing us to take care of your pest control needs. Remember, put us in your contacts at Kenny's Pest Control, 865-661-4646.
It's halftime on the Eagles Sports Network. Highlights, a check of the ShopSeeItEagles.com scoreboard, and stats are all headed your way.
Straight ahead! Touchdown! Carson-Newman!
Now, let's head back to the field. Here's the voice of the Eagles, Adam Cavalier.
Back at Berktar Stadium, Adam Cavalier, Michael Wattrang, happy to have you on hand. As Carson-Newman trails at the halftime break to the Limestone Saints, 21-20. To take you through everything, here is Richard Martin.
Thanks, Cav. Yes, Carson-Newman down 21-20 to the Limestone Saints right now at halftime. What's been a crazy back and forth game. It all got started on the first play of the game for the Eagles as E.J. Davis ran 69 yards to the house to give the Eagles the early 7-0 advantage.
Right side, and this is into the second level for the Eagles. Cutting back left, and now to the right across the hashes. It's E.J. Davis. Davis inside the 20 and 10. Davis outraces everybody to the end zone. Touchdown, Carson-Newman. A nice 69-yard run on the first play from scrimmage. And the Eagles are up 6-0, 18 seconds in.
A.J. Davis touchdown put the Eagles up 7-0 early after the extra point was made. And then Carson-Newman got up 13-0 thanks to another big-time rushing day for Troy Dendy on a big rush touchdown, taking it 30 yards to the house on the Eagles' second possession of the game.
Second and 5 for the Eagles. Right hash at the Saints 30 with a 7-0 lead, looking for more. Brown takes, gives Dindy left side. Dindy off left tackle, sheds a tackle at the 20. He's across the 10. He's across the 5. He's across the goal line. Touchdown, Carson-Newman. Troy Dindy, 30 yards off left tackle. And the Eagles add to it. It's 13-0 with 9:49 to play in the first quarter.
Largest lead of the season for the Eagles, but Limestone answered right back. DeMont Ellison, a 48-yard touchdown snag. Halfway through the first quarter, it was a high-scoring game, 13-7. 6:09 left in the first quarter. And then the Eagles, a turnover. Turnover woes have been the issue for Carson-Newman this season. And a fumble by Carson-Newman gives a scoring drive on a reverse by the Saints. Makes it 14-13. Remember, Carson-Newman missed that extra point, and that's why they were down 1 at that time of the game. But first quarter, fireworks continued as LaMarcus Brown hooked up with a wide-open Daquan Dudley to put Carson-Newman back on top with about a minute left in the first quarter.
He's going to air it long for Dudley. Dudley runs underneath it at the 5, and Dudley houses it on the left sideline. Touchdown, Carson-Newman. Daquan Dudley flipping in celebration. That'll draw some hankies, but Dudley hooks up from 38 yards out with LaMarcus Brown, and Carson-Newman retakes the lead.
Daquan Dudley flipping for joy. After that one, it was 20-14 at the end of the first quarter, and then everybody's kind of stalled out. Eagles and the Saints both missed field goals, a 49-yard miss for the Saints, a 45-yard miss by the Eagles. And finally, Carson-Newman gets a chance again, but a pick six for Limestone as they return to take a 21-20 lead. Carson-Newman misses another field goal to end the first half. That's where we stand right now. Limestone on top, 21-20 over the Carson-Newman Eagles. Remember, both of these teams looking for their first win of the season. this late into the season. Here on Senior Day for Carson-Newman, Military Appreciation Day as well. Hear the band playing in the background. Folks, when we come back, we will take a look around the rest of the South Atlantic Conference. There are some big-time games that are inside SAC Championship and some of those standings in the region for the playoffs. More for you when we return on the Eagle Sports Network.
Favorite thing about my street?
It's quiet.
Safe. The people.
We rely on each other.
And we rely on our Touchstone Energy Cooperative.
The co-op isn't just about electricity.
It's about power.
The power of information, efficiency,
safety,
technology.
That's why whenever I have a question about energy,
I always call my Touchstone Energy Cooperative first.
Because in my community,
I am the co-op. And the co-op
is me.
AEC, member-owned and service-driven.
Dorm food got you down? Need a home-cooked meal? Then Lisa's Country Kitchen is for you. Lisa's Country Kitchen has been feeding Carson-Newman students for 15 years. Lisa's has a family-friendly atmosphere all day long. From the morning with her $2.99 breakfast specials to dinner with Lisa's fresh, never-frozen steaks. Carson-Newman students get a 10% discount with their student ID.
Lisa's Country Kitchen on Route 92 off Old Andrew Johnson Highway. The best food for the best prices.
A check of the ShopSeeAndEagles.com SAC scoreboard is next. This is the Eagles Sports Network.
At Knoxville TVA Employees Credit Union, we know adulting can be hard, and we're here to help. With our debit card, you can access more than just your account. You open the door to online and digital tools like send money and free credit score. And you can even customize your card all by your selfie. Learn more at tvacreditunion.com.
Join us now.
Federally insured by NCUA. Available to qualifying members. Message and data rates may apply. Credit score available for primary account holder only.
Hey folks, Gerald Anderson with Ted Russell Nissan. And remember, we don't compete, we beat. No one can sell you the same Nissan for less. Nissan Kicks, $14,988. Nissan Muranos, $26,988. Or how about a Nissan Rogue, just $16,988. Only at Ted Russell Nissan. Tennessee registered with pay tax $595, and all rebates included. Stock number 385-061-96.
Ted Russell Nissan. We got it going on.
Hey folks, Gerald Anderson with Ted Russell Nissan. And remember, no one can sell you the same Nissan. Pathfinder's $26,988. Maximus $29,888. Only at Ted Russell Nissan. Right here in beautiful West Knoxville on Kingston Pike. Tennessee registered with pay tax $595, and all rebates included. Stock number 953 and 229.
The Eagles Sports Network is a part of SAC Live, the official digital network of the South Atlantic Conference. SAC Live is the home of all your South Atlantic Conference sports action. Time to get caught up with some SACtion. Here are the happenings around the South Atlantic Conference and the nation. Let's go around the league with the ShopSeeAndEagles.com scoreboard update. Now, back to the field.
Carson-Newman trails Limestone 21-20 at halftime of this one. Of course, Military Appreciation Day, as you can see on your screens if you're watching live, or as you can hear playing in the background. We, of course, want to thank all of the military that have served, either if they have gone to Carson-Newman or Limestone or the officiation program. We thank you so much for your service here on Military Appreciation Day at Carson-Newman. Well, every single game that's being played right now in the SAC is at halftime. So we'll check out first over in North Carolina. Mars Hill rolling over Tusculum up 18-0. Tusculum with just 73 yards of offense so far in that one to Mars Hill's 219. Mars Hill got a field goal as time expired in the first half to make it an 18-0 advantage for the Lions. Down in the graveyard, down in Newberry, South Carolina, this game probably could decide the South Atlantic Conference Championship, and Newberry is on top of Wingate 28-14 at halftime as the Wolves scored a touchdown as time expired in the end of the first half to go up 28-14 on a 28-yard rushing play by Olin McMurray to take the lead on the Bulldogs at the half. That's a big-time game. Remember, Newberry currently in second place behind Mars Hill. They're going to need some help from the rest of the South Atlantic Conference to get the first place nod, as both teams getting votes in the regional. And finally, over in Salisbury, kind of a surprising score. UV UVA Wise is up 17-0 at halftime on Catawba College, Catawba Indians. Built that high-powered offense that Catawba's had to just 52 yards in this one. UVA Wise has a high-powered offense as well. They have 231 passing yards so far. Those Linden Redwine and 2 touchdowns, including a 39-yard touchdown pass to the Highland Cavaliers. So they're up 17-0 on Catawba. And a little bit of a shock there. And, of course, later tonight, Lenore Ryan takes on Barton. That's at 4 o'clock, the lone non-conference contest in South Atlantic Conference. 21-20 our score here. And when we return, we're going to check around what Carson-Newman's up to. 2 big soccer games at McCown Field tonight. Also some all-region honors for one of our cross-country runners. We'll have more on that when we return here on the Eagles Sports Network.
At InterDigital, we strive to be a leading provider of cutting-edge digital and marketing solutions. At InterDigital, we want to help our clients find success. Our team of technology gurus work together to ensure InterDigital continues to progress forward as technology advances. At InterDigital, we make technology work for you. Visit interdigital.com for IT support, web development, virtual tours, graphic design, internet marketing, mobile app, and film production services.
InterDigital, laser focused on your success.
Serving East Tennessee for 40 years, Magaha Electric is the perfect choice for all your electrical projects. Magaha Electric specializes in commercial, retail, manufacturing, residential, and industrial contracting needs. Magaha Electric can provide superior service, technical know-how, and realistic budgeting for any size project in a timely, cost-effective manner. Visit MagahaElectric.com for all your electrical contracting needs. Magaha Electric, your East Tennessee electrical contracting source.
Derek Evans, 79 yards on the first play from scrimmage. You found the home of Carson-Newman Football on the Eagles Sports Network.
At First Baptist Powell, we're a gospel-centered community who loves God and others. Join us for our monthly podcast. Complete church services available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and Buzzsprout. Additionally, you can learn about First Baptist Academy at fbaeagles.org. If you would like more information about First Baptist Powell, you can check us out at fbcpowell.org. First Baptist Powell is a proud sponsor of Carson-Newman Football. Go Eagles!
Drive safer longer when you visit your local Michelin dealer, Fleet Tire, for a set of Michelin Defender tires. Michelin is the brand drivers turn to for tire options that deliver a safe, quiet, and comfortable ride. Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue, exit 1B, Knoxville. Based on internal wet braking results versus Goodyear Assurance Comfort Tread tires and third-party wear test results versus Continental ProTrack tires with Eco Plus. See manufacturer's limited warranty book for details. Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue.
Back here as Limestone leads Carson-Newman 21-20 at halftime of this one. And now we're going to take a look around what else is going on here at Carson-Newman. And tonight in Jefferson City at McCown Field, just behind us, we got 2 big-time soccer matchups. The South Atlantic Conference tournament has started. First at 5 o'clock, you have a women's matchup between the number 4 seed Carson-Newman, number 5 seed Wingate. That's a big-time game. Carson-Newman won 1-0 earlier in the season off of a penalty kick in overtime. That was their 4th shot of the entire game, but Addie Henry connected to give the Eagles the win in that one. Wingate since then has won 7 straight conference contests. So they will look to continue that hot streak. Will the Wingate Bulldogs? That's tonight at 5 o'clock. On the Eagles Sports Network. And then at 7:30, the men's team, your SAC regular season champions, take on the Coker Cobras at 7:30 p.m. Remember the last time these two teams met, Coker was able to come away with the upset, winning 5-1 in 2019 in the South Atlantic Conference tournament. Of course, also tonight, volleyball on their hot streak, regionally ranked number 7 right now, looking to continue that streak as they head to Salisbury, North Carolina, to take on the Catawba College, Catawba Indians. That's at 6 o'clock p.m. Coverage will be covered by Catawba College. Well, earlier today, Carson cross country team wrapped up their regular season at the NCAA Southeast Regional. And the women's team did phenomenal, finishing 7th in the women's 6K run. A new school record in the 6K for team time, 1 hour, 57 minutes, 53 seconds. And that is the highest they have finished at the NCAA Southeast Regionals in over a decade for the women's team. And Rachel Strayer, she competed at a national championship 2 years ago in Sacramento. She finished 18th place, so that's good enough to earn all region with 22 minutes, 23 seconds. And right now is currently an at-large bid, or are we waiting for an at-large bid to the NCAA Championships down in St. Leo, Florida on November 20th. That will be announced on Monday at 5 p.m. If you want to keep up with cross country, of course, go to cneagles.com to find out all of that information. Congratulations to Rachel Strayer on a phenomenal race today for the Eagles and the rest of the women's team. And then last night, our swim team is down at the Emory Invitational. And on night 1, very successful. Meredith Ginn won a 200-yard IM with a time of 2 minutes, 4.53 seconds. That's the 4th fastest in all of Division II. The Nilson Ciprianos wins the 200-yard backstroke at a minute 48.04 seconds. That's the 2nd fastest in Division II. Kaylee Morgan, who has been absolutely dominant for the Eagles this year, Bluegrass Mountain Conference Swimmer of the Week, wins the 100-yard breaststroke, 1 minute, 2.97 seconds. It's 3rd fastest in all of Division II, and that's the 3rd straight win in that event for her this year. Igor Dantas Brontas, a 100-yard freestyle win at 44.80 seconds, 6th fastest in the nation. And CJ Jensen wins the 200-yard butterfly at 2 minutes, 4.07 seconds. That is the 6th fastest in all of Division II. So great start for the swim team last night at the Emory Invitational. They will continue, or look to continue that success tonight down in Atlanta. So a lot going on, of course, at Mossy Creek and beyond involving our teams. Don't forget to stay tuned here as at 5 o'clock, women's soccer, Wingate versus Carson-Newman, first round of the SAC tournament, 7:30 p.m. The regular season champion Carson-Newman Eagles take on the Coker Cobras. Rematch from a couple of weeks ago. The Eagles won that one 3-1 on a come-from-behind win. But I remember last time these two teams played, Coker with the upset 5-1 win in 2019. And of course, 6 o'clock up in Salisbury, it'll be the Carson-Newman volleyball team taking on Catawba College. Once again, your score here as the Eagles trail Limestone 21-20 at halftime. Both teams looking for their first win of the season. The Eagles looking to send out the seniors with a victory here on the final home game of the year at Burke Tar Stadium. The Eagles will wrap up the season next week against the Tusculum Pioneers in Greenville. Of course, next week we have the start of basketball season. So we will return here for the second half as the Eagles and the Saints look to finish this one off on the Eagles Sports Network.
Insurance, it's about people, not things. It's about security. It's about confidence. It's about relationships. It's about trust. It's about you. As a local independent agent, Bible Insurance Agency can design an insurance program that's just right for you and your family. Give the people you love safe, sound, secure protection from Auto Owners Insurance. Call Bible Insurance Agency, 423-586-4320, or go by 1600 East Andrew Johnson Highway in Morristown.
Domino's Pizza in Jefferson City and Morristown wants to help feed your business. When you're hungry at lunch, show your business card at Domino's in Jefferson City and Morristown when you make your purchase for pickup or delivery to get 25% off the entire order. That's 25% off your order at Domino's in Jeff City and Morristown when you show your business card. Call 865-471-6700 to get a pizza. Domino's, the official pizza of the Carson-Newman Eagles.
The home run hitter to Dorian Miller, 70 yards.
This is Carson-Newman Football on the Eagles Sports Network.
Hello again, this is Kenny with Kenny's Pest Control. Welcome to the East Tennessee change of season. What does that mean? Warm and cold. It does affect pests around your home. Typical problems with fall are rodent spiders and occasional wood roaches. We can help. Call us today at Kenny's Pest Control, 865-661-4646. Don't forget, pest control is all year long. Remember, put us in your contacts at Kenny's Pest Control, 865-661-4646.
At Knoxville TVA Employees Credit Union, we know adulting can be hard, and we're here to help. With our debit card, you can access more than just your account. You open the door to online and digital tools like send money and free credit score. And you can even customize your card all by your selfie. Learn more at tvacreditunion.com. Join us now. Federally insured by NCUA. Available to qualifying members. Message and data rates may apply. Credit score available for primary account holder only.
Back at Berktar Stadium, Adam Cavalier, Michael Watrang, happy to have you on. He has it spotted toward the right hashes. Eagles in their foggy grays today. Irwin kicking from left to right. Limestone, all white jerseys with blue numerals. And the Saints send Peeler back deep to receive this kick. As he backpedals and retreats back to the 6-yard line. Irwin strides forward. Southpaw strikes it with his left foot, and Peeler will field this one 2 yards deep in the end zone and immediately take a knee. So Limestone will take over 1st and 10 at its own 25-yard line. InterDigital strives to be a leading provider of cutting-edge digital and marketing solutions. Visit interdigital.com for IT support, web development, virtual tours, graphic design, internet marketing, mobile app and film production services. InterDigital, they are laser-focused on your success. So the Saints take over, 1st and 10. Left hash at their own 25-yard line with a 21-20 lead in hand at the start of the third quarter.
Well, Beamish has been pretty good. 10 of 16 through the air, 134 yards and 2 touchdowns. So the freshman's looked really good out here on this field.
He's out of the gun on 1st and 10 and hands off Patton straight ahead. And Patton runs right into the teeth of Carson-Newman's defense. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide for Jerkoya Patton, Brandon Tiasom, Alonzo Houston, Tay Little, Justin Triplett. Everybody in on that stop. Just a yard up to the 26, 2nd and 9.
Well, it's been a pretty good job on Patton. He squirted out for a 24-yard gain. That's his biggest rush of the day. Otherwise, 10 carries for 60 yards.
2nd down, 9 to go for the Saints. Left hash at their own 26. Beamish out of the gun, takes the snap, throws quickly, slant, complete, back behind his receiver, but he hauled it in anyway. Did Mikey Jones up at the 37-yard line in the boundary right side for an 11-yard gain and a first down.
Carson-Newman brought Jalen Alexander off the edge on the opposite edge, and Beamish just looked to his right, and there was a huge cushion out there and a really nice catch by Jones for first down yardage.
1st and 10, Saints, right hash at their own 37-yard line. Beamish in the gun, Patton left. Beamish slant, middle of the field. That's complete to Peeler. Hit high and walloped by Cam Ellis. Between the hashes up at the 43-yard line. 6 yards through the air, 2nd and 4.
It's a really good throw there by Beamish. Carson-Newman brings Caleb Goins off of the edge, and if you remember, that's the exact same route tree that LaMarcus Brown threw an interception on. Limestone didn't bring a blitz. Carson-Newman does bring a blitz this time around. Beamish sees that there's some empty space there and picks out his receiver underneath for a good gain.
2nd down and 3 to go for the Saints. Toward the right hash at their own 43. Beamish exclusively out of the gun, takes the snap, throws right side. Hitch route. Hector goes up, high points it, snatches it, hauls it in. It's a completion into Carson-Newman territory down to the 42. There's a flag on the play. As it stands, it's a 15-yard completion, but Limestone is walking back the other direction.
Really good throw, though, by Beamish. It's the back shoulder fade down the sideline. Good throw, good catch.
Ineligible player downfield. Offense, number 55. That's a 5-yard penalty from the previous spot. Replay 2nd down.
So the center, Joshua Beatty, getting upfield, and that erases a quality 15-yard pitch and catch. And back it up to the 38-yard line for 2nd and 9 for the Saints. Saints up 21-20, 2 minutes into the 3rd quarter. They've scored 14 points off 2 Carson-Newman turnovers. That's the difference. Beamish on 2nd and 9, hands off Patton straight ahead. Nice juke move at the line of scrimmage to eke out 1 extra yard. Hop, step right, lurch forward, and he gets up to the 39-yard line, diving underneath Nick Owens for just a yard. 3rd down and 8 to go for a Saints team that's 2 for 5 on 3rd downs, respectable today.
Both teams have had a fairly good day. Carson-Newman's 5 for 9 on 3rd down situations. This is a big one, though, for the Eagles here. Limestone with the lead, trying to surge with some momentum here in the 3rd quarter. Can Carson-Newman find a way to get off of the field and get the ball back into an offense that has had a field day running the ball?
3rd and 8 for the Saints, toward the right hash at their 39. Beamish from the gun, takes the snap, throws over the middle of the field. That is batted and incomplete. Off the hands of Jones, went airborne. Cam Ellis went diving for it, couldn't get his paws on it, and the ball just flutters like a leaf falling in autumn to the turf for an incompletion. 4th down, 8 to go, and the Saints will punt on this crisp day at Berktar Stadium.
Well, Carson-Newman brought a blitz up the middle, and there really wasn't a lot of separation from the wide receivers, and a good job by the Eagles to force that pressure and an errant throw.
So Kemp will punt it away to Dudley. Gets his right leg charged into it. Dudley signals for fair catch at the 20. He gets bumped into. Limestone scoops it up and recovers it. It's Limestone football. Well, it's Dudley signaled for fair catch. He was interfered with by a Saint player, and the officials are saying Limestone football. And the defense coming back out onto the field.
Well, Carson-Newman, that's a mishap, but, I mean, really one that you can excuse because one of Dudley's blockers was being pushed back into him. And that was the issue at the end of it all, is that I forget what number it was, but he got in the way trying to make a block. And if he just stays out of the way, Dudley makes that catch. Instead, it's a miscue by a Carson-Newman player, and that's why Limestone is able to get the football. So Carson-Newman 3 times today has given it away. And that's why Limestone has been able to take advantage and has the lead right now.
Yeah, don't put that one on Daquan Dudley at the end of the day. This is now 1st and 10 for the Saints from the Carson-Newman 14. Beamish will pitch left side. Patton looking for a cutback lane, won't find it. Forced out to the edge on the left sideline by D.D. Brooks and Caleb Goins. Down at the 11-yard line for a 3-yard gain. 2nd down, 7 to go. So a muffed punt, the 3rd fumble of the day for Carson-Newman. The Saints recover it and have it 2nd and 7 from the 11. Beamish, shotgun look. Patton to his right, 4 wide set, 2 each way. Now Peeler in motion to the wide side right. Beamish takes screen, left side, complete to Jones at the 10. He spins around toward the right hash, is moving right, and gets wrenched down by Triplett in the boundary left side down at the 6-yard line. 5 yards, 3rd and 2.
Well, it's a simple tunnel screen, and that is a really good play call there with Carson-Newman starting to get aggressive defensively. But Eagles unable to make that tackle. There were plenty of great jerseys over there, but Carson-Newman just couldn't rally to the ball, make the stop. Instead, it gives Limestone a wide-open playbook on 3rd and short.
3rd and 2 for the Saints. Left hash at the Eagles 6. Beamish from the gun, Patton to his left. Play fake, throw the screen, left side, incomplete. That was intended for Ellison, looking for his 2nd touchdown pass. He was locked up with Jalen Anderson at the goal line. Ellison had Anderson in a blocking formation. Anderson had released, and it's 4th down and 2, but a flag on the play right where those two were locked up.
Well, if anything, it has to go on Limestone. I mean, Carson-Newman saw Jalen Anderson making a play on that football. There's no way that this can go against the Eagles because the receiver, Ellison, wasn't even looking for the football. Anderson was going for the ball.
Pass interference, offense, number 1. That's a 15-yard penalty. Replay 3rd down.
So it does give Limestone a 2nd crack at the end zone, though. 3rd down and 16 to go for the Saints.
That's a big play because Limestone was going to go for it. I mean, I can't imagine they were going to send the field goal unit out there on 3rd and short from inside of the 6-yard line. And what it does now is if Carson-Newman can keep this to 10 yards or less, really, you force a field goal attempt and the 4-down option isn't there for Limestone.
Saints go with trips out to the wide side right. Beamish from the gun takes the snap, rolls right, has time to throw, looking, chucks it, right side of the end zone, incomplete. Too tall for Ellison along that right sideline. His defender, Jackson Ward, had slipped, but Beamish sailed it. It's an incompletion, 4th and 21.
Beamish nearly crossed the line of scrimmage. He was looking in that direction the whole way, sprinting to that side. I think for a second he thought about taking off, and I think if he would have taken off, he probably could have gotten down near maybe the 12, the 10-yard line before he met some resistance and could have at least forced a decision. Instead, you force the field goal unit out there, and let's see if Carson-Newman is able to get some of that luck that their field goal kicker, unfortunately, has had today.
Potts will try from 38. Snap is back. The hold is down. The kick is on the way, and that kick, did it clear it? No, missed it. 4th missed field goal of the day for either team. 2 each direction for the Eagles, 2 for the Saints. Lead holds at 1 for Limestone, 21-20. With 10:33 to play in the 3rd quarter following the 38-yard field goal miss by J.B. Potts. Carson-Newman takes over 1st and 10 from its own 21. Eagles defense does the job twice. After the muffed punt and then stiffening inside the red zone. And that's been a problem all year long, Michael Wattrang, for Limestone. Saints points inside the red zone, been tough to come by.
Yeah, that was a drive where they absolutely had to come away with points, and they failed to do so. Now can Carson-Newman take advantage?
Eagles go quickly on the ground, and a good gain running off right tackle for Carson-Newman up to the 30-yard line. Credit the run to Jalon Pearson for 9 yards up to the 30, 2nd and 1. Carson-Newman has done the job on the ground. This isn't the traditional split back look, but 319 yards rushing now for Carson-Newman. 2nd and 1 for the Eagles. Dindy and Pearson, the split backs. Micah Young takes the snap, gives right side to Pearson, and Pearson gobbles up yardage. He's across the 35 for 1st down yardage, brought down in the boundary right side by Matthews up at the 38-yard line. 8 yards to move the sticks, 1st and 10. First and 10 Eagles, right hash at the Saints 38. Young out of the gun, takes the snap, gives Dindy left side. Dindy bursts into the 2nd level, loses his towel off of his hind end as he crosses the 45. It goes flying, and Dindy comes sailing up to the 48-yard line over the left hash. His first down yardage for Troy Dindy, and he moves the sticks. 1st and 10 Eagles, left hash at their own 48. Young takes, give Pearson right side. Pearson wiggling his way across midfield, gets up on the right boundary and down to the Limestone 48 before Frederick wraps him up from 148 to the other. 4 yards, 2nd and 6.
Well, Carson-Newman's offensive line has gotten to push all game. And the question has been, can Limestone get off the field with Carson-Newman running the ball? The Eagles, without turnovers, have really moved up and down the field.
9 minutes to play, 3rd quarter. Saints up 21-20. Eagles moving left to right. Young will give counterplay right side Pearson. Slow developing, and he's slung down at the 46-yard line. 2 yards. Chopped down by Faison. 3rd down, and the Eagles need 4. Got to get to the 42 of Limestone. With 8:34 to play in the 3rd quarter, trailing 21-20. Micah Young into the game at quarterback here on his senior day for Carson-Newman. Has Dindy off his left hip. Trips go to the wide side left. Young takes. Dindy, the give straight ahead, has 1st down yardage. Running along the right hash, he's inside the 20, slips out of a tackle, shakes another one at the 30, still on his feet past the 20. Dindy inside the 10 and 5. Dindy, a Houdini-like run, escapes and scores. Touchdown, Carson-Newman. Dindy puts Carson-Newman in front and has his 2nd career 200-yard rushing performance, a 46-yard tally to the house. And the Eagles retake the lead, 26-21, with 8:06 to play in the 3rd.
Troy Dindy running like a man in this game. Boy, he has been unbelievably impressive for this group all game long. That was a hard run and a big-time play by the top rusher on this roster.
Irwin's PAT is on the way, and Irwin's PAT is perfect. 27-21, Carson-Newman retakes the lead with 8:06 to play in the 3rd quarter on the back of a man's run by Troy Dindy. Shaking, baking, landing on bodies, making people miss. An incredible run by Troy Dindy. Sports Center quality out of the Lawrence, South Carolina product. We're back to Berktar Stadium with the Eagles in front after this on the Eagle Sports Network.
Since 1916, a lot of independent agents have recommended auto owner's insurance. And a lot of parents have taken that recommendation to heart. So have a lot of their children, and grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. As we celebrate our first 100 years, Auto Owners Insurance thanks all those who have put their trust in us, and all the generations who will.
When you're sick and tired of fast food and need a fresh home-cooked meal, turn to Lisa's Country Kitchen. Lisa's been cooking up her fresh, never frozen food for the Lakeway area for more than 15 years. Lisa's cares about her customers. You may enter a stranger, but you'll leave a friend. From foot-long hot dogs to juicy steaks, Lisa's has the best food for the best prices.
Lisa's Country Kitchen on Route 92 off Old Andrew Johnson Highway. The best food for the best prices.
Big stick on the ensuing kickoff. Caleb Williamson buckles down Peeler as he brings the kickoff out 15 yards to the 20. Limestone takes over. 1st and 10 from the 20-yard line. Michael Watchang defense looking for something here, playing with a lead, 27-21 Eagles with 7:39 to play in the 3rd.
Yeah, how about that last time they were out there after the muff punt? Limestone takes over at the 15-yard line. They get down to 3rd and yard. Offensive pass interference, incomplete pass, missed field goal. Game-changing tight drive that last time around because Dindy with a punishing, highlight-worthy run, and the Eagles are back on top.
1st and 10 Saints right hash at their own 20. Beamish from the gun will toss it. Patton left side. Nowhere to hot run. Nowhere to hide. Patton slung down by Ja'Cory Long. 7 yards deep in the backfield. Back to the 13. Long shedding his blocker and making the tackle. 2nd and 17 from back at the 13.
Great job by Long. And really, Carson-Newman's defensive line, you have a big-time hat tip to them. They've been excellent all game long, winning the battle up front Long does a great job on the outside, and just he's the only man that needs to be helped there.
Second down, 17 to go for the Saints. Beamish out of the gun with McAfee to his left. Patton in motion into the backfield now to the right of Beamish. Double barrel look. Beamish takes, play fake. We'll throw the slant, middle of the field. That's complete to Jones. Has first down yardage. Catches it at the 25. Touts it left across the 30 over the left hash is up to the 32 before Goins gets him from behind. 19 yards, and the Saints move the sticks.
Really good throw. Beamish has been really good on some play action throws in this game. And Carson-Newman still just trying to find an answer against Beamish's passing attack. Been effective overall, completing 64% of his passes.
First and 10 Saints, left hash at their own 32. Beamish from the gun, brings McAfee in motion. Will give Patton straight ahead. Patton buckled down as he hits the hole. Lombasted by Peebles up at the 34-yard line. 2-yard gain, 2nd and 8. Get into Troy Dindy's day a little bit here on the other side. 14 carries for 232 yards. 37th 200-yard rushing performance in Carson-Newman football history. Dindy's second. He had 200 last year against Limestone. 16.6 yards per carry for Troy Dindy. Second down, 8 to go for Limestone. Toward the left hash at their own 34. Beamish from the gun. Takes the snap. Gives Patton straight ahead. No running room for him. Maybe a yard, maybe two. Tay Little filled the hole, as did Daniel Dixon Brooks. And, yeah, just 2 yards up to the 36. Third down and 6 to go for Limestone. Saints 2 for 7 on third downs. They're 0 for 2 after halftime.
Carson-Newman's defense has been money on this down in this game. They've done a great job. The question is for Larry Slade, does he bring pressure? He's done so a couple times in this game where he's brought some linebackers and even a corner off the edge on third downs.
Third down and 6 to go for the Saints. Middle of the field from their own 36, trailing 27-21. Beamish out of the gun, takes, screen, left side, Patton complete, makes one man miss. He will not get away from Rondro Peebles, who forces him down up at the 41-yard line, and that is inches shy of the marker based on where the officials are standing. Patton made one guy miss, but didn't get away from Rondro Peebles, and Austin Kemp is on to punt, perhaps.
Carson-Newman brings blitz. Goings came off the edge, and that allowed for a little bit of space on this side. Fortunately for the Eagles, able to make the stop. Kind of surprised that Limestone's deciding to kick this. Eagles have to be ultra alert for potential fake.
There's nobody split out wide for the Saints. Certainly Carson-Newman set up in what would appear to be a prevent defense, but it's not going to work. Snap to the up man, and he is off. Jabez Taylor along the right sideline, breaking tackles. He's across the 40 and 30, and he drags the Carson-Newman defender inside the 25. Deuce Turner finally brings him down at the 23-yard line. Eagles were guarded against it, ready for it, but Taylor makes a man miss at the line of scrimmage and has the great individual effort to tout it inside the 25 down to the 22 to flip field and gain 37 yards.
Oh, it was a horrible snap. I mean, that thing was about 1.5 yards short of Taylor, but Carson-Newman man on man in that situation. It literally is one man for one man with what's happening in the back end with the punter and the kick return man, and Carson-Newman unable to handle it. Good play call.
4:03 to play, third quarter, 27-21. Eagles lead. Saints knocking on the doorstep of the red zone, though. Beamish will sling it over the middle of the field. That's complete to the tight end Walker between the hashes. Kept out of the end zone, down at the 2 by Cam Ellis and Austin Greer. 21 yards down to the 1 spot it. First and goal for the Saints. A touchdown away from tying it, a PAT away from taking the lead. Beamish from the gun with Patton to his right. 2 tight ends right of the line, wide out to the left. Snap back, handoff, Patton, and the Eagles shoot it. Daniel Dixon Brooks anticipates and blows it up in the backfield, back at the 5, a loss of 4. Well done by D.D. Brooks to shoot inside.
That's all scouting because Daniel Dixon Brooks knew exactly when that snap was coming. And, boy, did he get into the backfield ultra quickly to be able to blow that play up and ring him down for a loss. And now Limestone from the 5-yard line. Certainly a 4-down situation, you would think, at this spot.
Saints 1 for 2 in the red zone today. 2 tight ends right of the line, second and goal from the 5. Snap back. Handoff Patton straight ahead, picking his way forward. Grabbed from behind by Rondro Peebles, and he'll just get a yard down to the 4. 3rd and goal. 2:44 to play in the 3rd. Carson-Newman 27, Limestone 21. Somebody comes out of Berktar Stadium with the win today. Eagles trying to send off the seniors in style. It's a senior who makes the stop on that play, and Rondro Peebles, the All-American, forcing 3rd and goal from the 4. Beamish in the gun with Patton to his right. Snap back. Beamish will roll right, throw back across his body, incomplete to the right side of the end zone. Was intended for Ellison, but Jalen Anderson got his hand in, deflected it away, and the pass breakup brings him up 4th and goal from the 4.
Really good job by Jalen Anderson. That's a tough route, and Carson-Newman struggled against the crossing patterns all season long. But that time Anderson stuck with his man, was able to get his hand out there in time against Williams and make the stop. And now 4th down situation, and we talked about on the last drive, Limestone really struggling this year inside of the red zone, and this is a must-score possession.
27-21, Eagles the lead, 4th and goal from the 4. Beamish from the gun, back to pass, throws the screen, left side, incomplete. Anderson jumped the route, nearly had a pick 6, but he at least keeps the Saints out of the end zone. Eagles stand tall on the goal line after Limestone used the fake punt to one of the Upmen to flip field. The Eagles stand tall inside the 5. The 4-yard loss by D.D. Brooks sets them up at the 5, and the Saints can't penetrate the end zone.
That was a touchdown. If Anderson comes up with that fortuitously for Limestone, Patton got his hand out there in front of the chest of Anderson. Otherwise, that was headed to the house for 6 points instead. 2nd consecutive possession. Carson-Newman's defense stiffens after Limestone gets inside of the 10.
Micah Young stays in the game at quarterback for the Eagles. 1st and 10 from the 4. Gives Pearson right side. Pearson bowls over a defender between the hashes and gets up to the 7-yard line. Chris Williams takes a knock from Pearson. 3 yards, 2nd and 7.
Good hard running there by Pearson. You got to credit this Carson-Newman offensive line. They're banged up. New starter and Lynch at left guard. And Carson-Newman has had to answer a lot of questions on that offensive line. And, boy, they've done a great job today.
2nd down and 7 to go for the Eagles. Give is to Pearson again. Pearson bowling his way over the right hashes up across the 10. Faison knocks him down up at the 12. That's 5 yards for Jalon Pearson. And a Saint got stuck by his own player. I believe that's Faison who's shaken up. 2 yards shy of the marker to make at the 12. And Limestone Sports Medicine team will come out to check on Faison. 278th Armored Cavalry Regiment would like to thank Carson-Newman and its community for their support. As a partner with Carson-Newman, the 278th ACR provides you with the opportunity to achieve your educational goals, earn a paycheck, obtain new skills, and qualify for assistance with college tuition. The 278th ACR invites you to be a leader while serving our community, our state, and our country. Come ride with the Tennessee Cavalry. Text 278-ACR to 70000. That's 70000. Text 278-ACR to that number. As always, this is typically one of the games in this neck of the woods, Military Appreciation Day. One of our counterparts, Ernest Myers, the SID at Limestone, served, and certainly we thank him, love him for all the hard work that he puts in promoting Limestone's football program. So one, thanks for that, but also a special thanks to Ernest for the time that he spent in the United States military. It is 3rd down and 2 to go for the Eagles from their own 12-yard line. And a Carson-Newman offense that has clicked 399 yards rushing. It has not been the typical split-back veer. Almost reminds me of those old Rich Rod WVU, Steve Slayton, Pat White offenses from the mid-2000s West Virginia football teams. 3rd down and 2 for the Eagles. Right hash at their own 12. Young takes the snap, gives Sullins right side, picks his way forward, has 1st down yardage, leaps over a pile of bodies across the 15 along the right hashes, up to the 17-yard line where Knight nicks him down. 5 yards, move the sticks for Sullins on his first carry of the day. Eagles spelling Dindy and Davis here. Young takes, gives Sullins again right side. Sullins looking for a sliver of daylight. Might have a yard, if that, up to the 19. Give him 2 yards. Second down, 8 to go before he ran into the teeth of that Limestone defensive line led by Spencer. 2nd and 8. Clock inside of a minute to play in the third. Carson-Newman up 27-21 as a Saint is shaken up. Jeremy Hudson slow to get up off the surface. And Limestone sports medicine staff will tend to him. Now a slew of action in the SAC today. UVA-wise, no issues on the road at Catawba. Highland Cavaliers have limited the Indians to just 4 first downs and are up 23-7 in the third. Wingate playing for their SAC title and playoff lives, but Newberry holding serve at Setzler Field up 35-23 on the Bulldogs. And then Tusculum on the road to the mountaintop taking on the Mars Hill Lions. That's who Carson-Newman finishes up the season against. Mars Hill still in that SAC title hunt, still in a hunt for a playoff spot. Lions up 18-0 on the Pioneers early in the fourth quarter. The final game on the docket, Barton and LR, that kicks off at 4 p.m. today. It has been an interesting year in the South Atlantic Conference. Wingate looked at in that driver's seat, but the Bulldogs have stubbed their toe here late. And going to be a race between Mars Hill, Newberry, and LR, it would appear, for the title. 2nd and 8 for the Eagles with 38 seconds left in the third with a 6-point lead. Young back to pass, wide open. Air is out over the middle of the field for Kelly. At the last second, Frederick shoots in, breaks it up. It's an incompletion. And 3rd down and 8 to go.
Well, he had 2 options. He had Kelly in the middle of the field. He also had his tight end, Andrew Coulter, running a corner route right around midfield towards the Carson-Newman sideline. He had both options, aired it out, just way too much air underneath the football. If he throws that on a line, Kelly catches and takes it to the house. Instead, because there's so much air underneath it, Kendarius Frederick was able to get over in time to get the deflection of the football.
3rd down and 8 to go. Right hash at the Eagles' own 19. Young out of the gun, takes the snap. We'll give to Hogue right side. Hogue bouncing off of bodies across the 25 up to the 27-yard line. And he is close to first down yardage. Wright made the stop. One official has it spotted for a first down. The other is a yard behind the line. And they say move the chains. That is a deceptive 8-yard run by Malcolm Hogue. Eagles have gotten a fantastic push all day long. Chains slow to set as Hogue takes left side. Hogue fighting his way forward off left tackle between the hashes up across the 30 to the 31-yard line. That's 4 yards, and Holmes brings him down. And that is how the third quarter comes to a close. Carson-Newman, thanks to Dindy's highlight reel 46-yard run, has the Eagles in front 27-21 through 3. Eagles trying to get into the win column today against the Saints. 15 minutes to tell the tale from Berkshire Stadium when we get back after this on the Eagles Sports Network.
Hey folks, Gerald Anderson with Ted Russell Nissan. And remember, we don't compete, we beat. No one can sell you the same Nissan for less. Nissan Kicks, $14,988. Nissan Muranos, $26,988. Or how about a Nissan Rogue, just $16,988. Only at Ted Russell Nissan. Tennessee residents must pay tax $595 and all rebates included. Stock number 385-061-96.
Ted Russell Nissan. We got it going on.
Hey folks, Gerald Anderson with Ted Russell Nissan. And remember, no one can sell you the same Nissan for less. Pathfinder's $26,988. Maxima's $29,888. Only at Ted Russell Nissan. Right here in beautiful West Knoxville on Kingston Pike. Tennessee residents must pay tax $595 and all rebates included. Stock number 953 and 229.
At First Baptist Powell, we're a gospel-centered community who loves God and others. Join us for our monthly podcast. Complete church services available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and Buzzsprout. Additionally, you can learn about First Baptist Academy at fbaeagles.org. If you would like more information about First Baptist Powell, you can check us out at fbcpowell.org. First Baptist Powell is a proud sponsor of Carson-Newman Football. Go Eagles!
It's a 27-21 lead for Carson-Newman over Limestone entering the fourth quarter. Adam Cavalier, Michael Watrang, happy to have you on side. Our fantastic crew, camera operators, Danny Wazorek, Aaliyah Durant, Brianna Witt, and Gary LaPrairie. Richard Martin calling the shots, directing our video stream with Phil Barger, our replay operator. And then our crew, Leanda Carey, Erica Lovingood, Dima Bykov, and Dave Claybo here on the radio side. Happy to have you along. It's 2nd and 6 for the Eagles from their own 31-yard line to start the fourth quarter. And Micah Young on his senior day back out there with Troy Dindy and Jalon Pearson. As the officials taking a moment to spot the ball, and Todd Boyd comes over to the near side to have a word with Mike Clowney. Not certain what the cause for the delay is here. Todd Boyd has said his piece with Carson-Newman's head football coach, and it seems that we would be ready to see a little more football action here from Berktar Stadium. Young in the gun with Dindy to his right, Pearson to his left. Young takes, gives Dindy left side. Slippery move to get free in the backfield, but can only make it back to the line of scrimmage where Reeves wraps him up for no gain. 3rd down and 5 to go. Eagles force the Saints to turn it over on downs down at the 4. They have ran 8 plays this drive, converted on 2 third downs, and gotten out from the shadow of the goalposts. Facing a 3rd and 5 here on their own 31-yard line. Eagles 7 for 12 on 3rd down so far today. Looking to convert on another one here to protect a 27-21 lead, 30 seconds into the fourth quarter. Young from the gun sends Pearson in motion to the right. Young takes the shotgun snap. Limestone brings pressure. Young unfurls it right side or left side, incomplete. In and out of the hands of Romaine Kelly. A smidge off the money. Kelly still had a shot at it, but couldn't clutch it up at the 40. And it drops for an incompletion, and Michael Hara will come on to punt for the first time today.
Kind of surprised they went to the passing game there, although it was wide open and just not a good throw by Micah Young, slightly behind Romaine Kelly. I'm surprised that they decided to throw it because on those situations all game, they'd run the ball.
Good call, though. Limestone did bring 8 on a blitz. They'll sell out against Hara, and Hara will get off a gorgeous kick. Peeler backs up to his 25, makes one man miss, makes a second, but he won't get away from the 3rd, who comes crushing down on him up at the 30-yard line. 5-yard return for Peeler as Cannon Vanderberg made sure that Peeler wasn't going to escape. A good field flipping punt from Michael Hara, which travels 46 yards, and the Saints take over 1st and 10 at their own 30-yard line, trailing 27-21 with 14 minutes to play in the fourth quarter. Carson-Newman's defense tall to the task again. Limestone's had the ball in great situations. That drive start at the 14 and come up empty. Beamish on 1st and 10 will throw. Left side, complete with a lot of space at the 40 out in the flat to Brown, and Brown turns it upfield, gets up to the 44-yard line before he's brought down by Cam Ellis. 14 yards, Saints move the sticks.
Yeah, you mentioned it. Way too much space out there. 2 Eagles defenders, and there was nobody within 5 or 7 yards, and that ball was caught. Eagles were really soft in coverage on that side while everybody else was locked up in man-to-man coverage.
1st and 10 Saints, left hash at their own 44, trailing 27-21. Beamish in the gun, Patton to his right. Snap back, handoff Patton straight ahead. Nothing there for Jerkoya Patton. Eagles sling him down for no gain if he's lucky. Caleb Goins immediately into the fray. Spotted maybe a half-yard back at the 43. Certainly 2nd and 10 at the very least.
While Goins gets a tackle, credit Justin Triplett and Brandon Tiasom. Those 2 defensive tackles have done a great job pressing up against this offensive line and allowing the linebackers to make stops.
13 minutes to play fourth quarter. Eagles up 27-21. Saints face 2nd and 10. Left hash at their own 44. Beamish out of the gun will pitch it to Stewart. Stewart has a blocker to the edge to the right sideline across midfield and forced out of bounds in Carson-Newman territory by Ellis and Tay Little down at the 43-yard line. Some misdirection. The option works, and Stewart gobbles up 13 yards to move the chains.
Caleb Goins a little too aggressive there. Went for the quarterback, Beamish. By doing so, left the right side of the field wide open, and Carson-Newman too late to get over there on a good gain. Yet again, running game for Limestone when they go outside has been successful.
1st and 10 Saints, right hash at the Eagle 43. Stewart in motion into the backfield again. They'll fake the end around to him. Beamish back to pass. Beamish swallowed up. He's sacked in the middle of the Eaglehead midfield logo. Trezell Giardini Weish vanishes him into the turf. And Beamish loses 8 yards back to the 49.
That's a huge play because it was a long developing play, but if it develops, they had Patton down the left hash marks for a touchdown. Nobody was over there for Carson-Newman as they ran Patton out of the backfield, and big-time play by Giardini Weish. Otherwise, Limestone would have had a chance to take a lead on a deep ball down the middle.
2nd and 18 for the Saints, back in their own territory at the 49. Patton to the right of, now left of Beamish in the gun, 4 wide set. Now back to the right, brings Stewart in motion into the backfield. Beamish back to pass, tunnel screen right side, bobbled, incomplete. Was looking for Brown, but Brown has it bounce in and out of his hands, and it's 3rd and 18 for the Saints. Eagles defense trying to stiffen up, force Limestone off the field, and protect a 27-21 lead with 11:27 to play in the 4th quarter.
It's an ideal play call. Carson-Newman brought a little bit of pressure, and if they're able to hit that, it's got a shot to at least get them back within 3rd and manageable. Instead, unable to do so, drop ball, and Carson-Newman with a chance to really pin their ears back and get some pressure.
3rd down, 18 to go for the Saints. 3 down linemen for the Eagles. Beamish back to pass, 4-man rush, steps up in the pocket, unfurls it, middle of the field, incomplete. Over the top of Jones at the 20. Beamish lobbed it into triple coverage, put it where Jones had a shot at it, but Jones unable to get his paws on the rocket. 4th down, 18. Saints have to punt, but they do flip field position.
Well, Carson-Newman did a really good job defensively there. Some deep routes, and when it's 3rd and long, sometimes you might put yourself on an island because you're getting aggressive knowing that Limestone has to take a chance. But there are 4 Carson-Newman defenders between the hashes there on that deep throw. And a good bit of defending by Carson-Newman again. The Weish sack sets it up, and Carson-Newman able to force the punt. And with a chance here to get Daquan Dudley an opportunity to return the ball.
Kemp will punt it away. Wobbly snap. Eagles come after him, but Kemp gets off a gorgeous high hanger. Dudley is going to let it bounce at the 2, and this one is into the end zone for a touchback. Eagles will take over 1st and 10 from their own 20. Solid job by Stewart to try to flick it back out of the end zone, but to no avail there. So Carson-Newman 1st and 10 from its own 20-yard line. Carson-Newman's offense, 480 yards on the day. That's more than double the season average. Eagles have found success on the ground, 418 yards rushing behind the 37th overall 200-yard day. Troy Dendy, 15 carries for 232 yards and 2 scores. 15.5 yards a pop for Dendy. LaMarcus Brown is back into the game at quarterback. Takes the snap and gives Dendy left side. Dendy picking his way forward across the 20, fighting up to the 23 over the left side numbers, and wrapped up by Knight after the 3-yard gain. 2nd down, 7 to go.
Let's see how Carson-Newman's offense handles this drive with Brown back out there. The Eagles have done a great job of moving the ball, and this is a chance right here that the Eagles have not had this season. A drive to potentially put this game away. Now the question is, can they take advantage and do it?
3 wide set, 2 to the right, 1 to the left. 2nd and 7 for the Eagles. Left hash at their own 23. Pearson in motion out of the backfield. Brown takes, will throw a screen to Pearson. Complete at the 22. Jitterbugging around. He's across the 30 for 1st down yardage. And then he gets leveled by Williams up at the 33-yard line. 10 yards for LaMarcus Brown. He's completed 5 of 6 passes for 72 yards through the air. Pearson with the reception moves the chains.
And good blocking by his receivers on the outside. Able to create enough space for him to sneak through and get 1st down yardage.
1st and 10 Eagles, right hash at their own 33-yard line. Brown out of the gun, double barrel look. Takes the snap, gives Hogue straight ahead. Not much there for Malcolm Hogue. Gets back to the line of scrimmage, and that is it. Tanner Funderburk with the stop, 2nd and 10. 9:48 to play fourth quarter. Carson-Newman 27, Limestone 21. Eagles trying to salt things away, play mistake-free after halftime. 3 wide, 2 to the wide side left for Carson-Newman. Double barrel shotgun for Brown. Brown inches toward the line to survey things. Gets the shotgun snap back, drops back to pass. Brown pressured, evades it, and he's going to freelance and run across the 35, lowers his shoulders, pushes his way into the boundary left side, up to the 38-yard line for a 5-yard gain. Boozer able to wrap him up. Brown alertly makes a play with his legs to set up 3rd and 5.
Well, it's really good pocket presence. Had some pressure on his backside. Sensed it, stepped up, didn't try to make a big play, just tried to get it close enough to the sticks to at least make this a manageable situation. Good job by the freshman quarterback to make this 3rd and short.
3rd and 5 for the Eagles, left hash at their own 38. Brown in the gun, Hogue to his left. 2 to the wide side right. Brown takes, 5-man rush, steps up, throws, left side. That's complete for first down yardage. J.J. Lewis hauls it in on his senior day at midfield over the numbers left side. 12 yards in front of Bryant, and the Eagles move the sticks.
Good timing, good on-target throw, clutch 3rd down conversion. Carson-Newman consults away another couple minutes off of the clock.
Drive started with 11:20 on the clock. Eagles have wheeled off 3 minutes so far. 1st and 10 Carson-Newman, left hash, ball at the 50 underneath the midfield logo. Brown takes, gives on a draw to Hogue. Not much there for him, just a yard down to the 49. Funderburk again leading the charge. 2nd and 9. Saints have adjusted, starting to do some things to guard against Carson-Newman's ground game.
Yeah, but Carson-Newman has been able to move the ball in this drive because of some smart plays, some good passing just to at least make Limestone respect it. And the Eagles, on obvious rundown situations, starting to find a little bit of a stop.
Pearson in motion out of the backfield. They give us to Dindy left side. Dindy spins around, hit by Funderburk outside the left hashes, and he ekes his way down to the Saints' 46-yard line. 3-yard gain. 3rd down and 6 to go for the Eagles. Looking to convert on their third down of the drive. They're 8 for 14 on 3rd down so far today.
Yeah, been a difference maker for the Eagles this game because they'd struggled on 3rd down for so long this season, but today doing a really good job.
3rd down, 6 to go. Left hash at the Saints' 46. Brown in the gun, brings Pearson in motion in the backfield. Brown back to pass, sprints out right, trying to evade pressure, does so. Brown will uncork one. Down the right hashes, diving attempt, incomplete. J.J. Lewis went up against Frederick to try to haul it in, couldn't. There's a flag on the play at the line of scrimmage. And Brown tried to make something happen with his legs, couldn't find Lewis on a tough throw, but put it where only Lewis could get it. See what the flag is. In the area of a procedure penalty.
Warning. Limestone bench. Sideline warning. Result of the play was incomplete pass. 3rd down.
So strike that. I wonder if Brown tucks it and runs, what he gets out of it if he does so.
Well, that's the problem that I was thinking about there. How do you critique a play like that? It's tough because you like a quarterback that is going for the throat, you know, looking to just stomp on it and say, this game's over, I'm taking advantage. But you also want a quarterback that understands time, situation. You run for that 1st down, you get this game under 5 minutes.
Hara on to punt. Peeler back at his own 10. Hara bobbles it. Limestone didn't bring pressure, and Hara's still able to get it off. And this is going to bounce out of bounds inside the 30. And the official will mark it out at the 29-yard line. So near disaster there for Carson-Newman. Limestone has brought pressure frequently today, but didn't there, and the Saints take over 1st and 10 at their own 29-yard line with 6:45 to play, trailing 27-21. Defense has done the job here in the 2nd half. Carson-Newman calling upon that unit again to protect a 6-point lead. 1st and 10 Saints, right hash at their own 31-yard line. Beamish out of the gun, takes, gives Patton straight ahead. He's hit at the line of scrimmage and dragged forward up to the 33-yard line by Ja'Cory Long. 2 yards, 2nd and 8.
Well, we're getting into the nitty-gritty here. 6.5 minutes to go. The one good thing about these two teams, really from both sides, all 3 timeouts left in both teams' pockets. This is a critical drive for Limestone, despite the fact that they have 3 timeouts. This is where you like to sink into that 5-minute offense, take some time off the clock, see if you can go down and score a touchdown.
2nd and 8 for the Saints, right hash at their own 33. Beamish out of the gun, takes, throws quickly, slant, complete to Peeler, and he is spine bustered to the surface by Caleb Goins up at the 39-yard line. That's a 6-yard gain. Brings up 3rd and 2.
Carson-Newman continues to bring some pressure from the outside, just hasn't quite gotten all the way home, but the Eagles have done a good job with 5 team sacks in this one.
3rd down, 2 to go for the Saints. Eagles defense would love to force a 3 and out with 5:40 to play in the 4th, leading 27-21. Beamish brings Patton in motion, empty set. Beamish will throw. It's batted into the air, and it drops for an incompletion. Beamish hit as he was throwing. I would presume, based on the preponderance of evidence over the course of the season, that it was Brandon Tiasom who was able to get his paw in there. It's an incompletion, 4th down, 2 to go. Limestone brings the punt unit on. Beamish was looking for the slant left the entire way, and this time it was Daniel Dixon Brooks who got his hand in there on the blitz. We had a look at the replay in the booth. So Kemp on to punt. He's been fantastic today. Limestone does have 2 wideouts to either side of the formation. Snap back to Kemp. Gets it off with his right leg. Dudley will let it bounce at the 25. Good Limestone roll inside the 15 and 10. And the Saints will down it at the 8. So the Eagle defense does its job, delivers a 3 and out when called upon.
Timeout. Media. 90-second timeout.
And the Eagle offense gets the football back. 1st and 10 from the 8-yard line with 5:14 to play in the 4th quarter, leading 27-21. Let's send it down to the sidelines. Check in with Leanda.
Thanks, Adam. The crowd here is small, the student section smaller, but the Eagles have brought big energy today. Lots of energy on the sideline, all good so far. Lots of encouragement. Haven't seen any factioning off like in previous games. Not really any negativity at all on the sideline today. Through it all, through this season, good or bad situations, injured or well, there have been very clear leaders in some of the veterans on this team. Players like Rondro Peebles, Daniel Dixon Brooks, Christian Batt, Tracel Jardini Weish, Caleb Goins, Alonzo Houston, Braxton Westfield, Sharon Jackson, just to name a few. Players you can see consistently pulling aside younger players, giving them encouragement in whatever way works for them individually.
All right, thank you very much, Leanda. Carson-Newman has brought the positivity, brought the energy. It's ended up in a game with more than 500 yards of total offense, but looking to finish it. 5:14 to play in the 4th quarter. Carson-Newman up 27-21 on the Saints, behind the 37th all-time 200-yard rushing performance in school history. Troy Dendy, 17 carries for 238 yards, making a bid for SAC Player of the Week honors.
That was a pretty big mistake by Dudley to let that ball bounce. Cost his team about 15-20 yards of field goal or field position now. And the Eagles with 5:14 to go, deep inside of its own territory.
Brown in the gun with Dindy and Pearson to either side of him in a double-barrel shotgun. Handoff Dindy, left side, squirts through a hole and spins around up to the 10. Buckled down by Lewis after a 2-yard tally. 2nd down, 8 to go.
Well, this is a game where it's a hat on hat now, because Limestone knows that Carson-Newman is A, going to be conservative, and B, go to its bread and butter in this game, which has been the handoff to running backs between the tackles. So the Saints have made the adjustments. They're really bringing it. Can Carson-Newman add any wrinkles?
2nd down, 8 to go. Left hash for the Eagles at their own 10. Brown takes, counter, left side, Dindy. Dindy, a stiff arm past the 15, and he is a shoelace away from 6. Lewis latches onto his ankle and drags him down up at the 20. A 10-yard gain for Troy Dendy. He's at 250 yards on the day. Shades of Damian Baker against Mars Hill in 2015, the last 250-yard day in Carson-Newman football history. I'll go back to Nate Inman in 2011 over Tusculum. We're getting into rarefied air here with Troy Dendy. Clock winds past 4:10. Eagles protecting a 27-21 lead. Brown in the double-barrel shotgun. Takes the snap, gives to Dendy inside again. Dendy fights his way outside the left hashes up to the 23-yard line. Jabez Oliphant with the stop after 2.5 yards. Second and a short 8, we'll call it.
Dendy, the 11th player in Division II this season with a 250-yard rushing day so far. The leader this season, Myron Harris of Wayne State, 327 yards. Just last weekend against Northwood.
5th most rushing yards in a game in school history with 252. Nate Inman's 280, the next marker he's chasing against Tusculum in 2011. 2nd and 8 for the Eagles. Left hash at their own 22. Dendy and Sullins to either side of Brown. Brown takes, gives Sullins right side. Sullins picking his way forward, sticks his nose down and gets across the 25 up to the 26 before Matthews wraps him up. That's a 4-yard gain. 3rd down and 4 to go for the Eagles. Clock inside of 3 minutes in the 4th quarter. Carson-Newman trying to protect a 27-21 lead. Must stop down here for the Limestone Saints.
Well, if Limestone does give up the first down, we're down to the final potentially 3 plays of the game because the Saints would have to start using their timeouts from that point in the game. If the Eagles convert, you're 1 down and distance away from putting this game away.
3rd and 4, ball is between the hashes for Carson-Newman from its own 26. Dendy to the right, Sullins to the left, Coulter, the tight end, to the left of the line. 2 wide set. Counter, left side, Dendy has a seam, first down yardage across the 30, totes it across the 35, up to the 36 before he's knocked down at the waist by Ray and Corley. Troy Dendy, 10 yards on 3rd down. Eagles move the chains, 2:20 away from Carson-Newman picking up its first win of the year.
Well, now if you're Limestone, this is it. You have to start using your timeouts on these 3 downs, and Carson-Newman has a chance to put this game away and get his first win of the year.
262 yards rushing for Troy Dendy. 5th most in a game in school history. 1st and 10 Eagles between the hashes at their own 36. Brown takes the shotgun snap, gives Sullins right side. Sullins moving his way over the right hashes across the 40, fights his way up to the 43-yard line. A 7-yard gain. Saints make the stop with Dean. 2nd and 3, timeout Saints with 99 seconds left.
Oh, that's a huge run. That's a disaster for Limestone because rather than make Carson-Newman really have to earn this, a great run on first down by Sullins. And Carson-Newman has been averaging big yardage on running attack in this game. 9 yards a carry, buoyed by the 14 from E.J. Davis and the 13 by Troy Dendy in this game. 262 yards rushing for Dendy, sits as the 8th most in Division II this season.
100 seconds left from Berktar Stadium. Eagles trying to celebrate a happy senior day against the Saints. It was turnovers early, but Carson-Newman's offense has played keep away after halftime. A patchwork offensive line has gotten oodles of push. Battle of the Bands, I like Carson-Newman's neck better than whatever the Saints are playing.
Well, this 252 yards by Dendy in this one, or 262 is the second most given up, or the most rather given up by Limestone. They gave up 256 to Jordan Terrell of Barton earlier this season. So there have been running backs that have had monster game against the Saints.
This is 2nd and 3, pardon me, for the Eagles. Right hash at their own 43. Hogan Sullins to either side of Brown in the gun. Brown gets the shotgun snap, gives to Sullins right side. Sullins picking his way forward. He has first down yardage up to the 47-yard line. Taylor wraps him up after the 4-yard gain. Clock will halt for a moment with 93 seconds left. Limestone down to its final 2 timeouts. Eagles playing keep away with a 27-21 lead. Carson-Newman hasn't had the points tumble out here after halftime, in large part because they have just had horrendous field position. 3 drives have started inside the 10, all 4 inside the 25, but the offense has been reliable in steady and moving the football. Limestone down to its final 2 timeouts, not burning one here. Play clock at 5 on 1st and 10 from the 47. Give us to Hogue left side, picking his way forward. Doesn't have a ton of running room, and lucky to get back to the line of scrimmage, Malcolm Hogue. Bogan brings him down. And Brian Turk, one would presume, will fire off the second of his 3 timeouts.
Timeout.
And that indeed is
Limestone.
the case.
Please reset the game clock to 1 minute, 12 seconds. Thank you.
Mathematically, Michael Wattrang, if Limestone is going to get the football back, it's going to be with seconds to spare. You run a play here, you're looking at probably getting it down to a minute 5, maybe a minute if you're lucky, if you're Carson-Newman. And then you're going to be able to run 40 seconds off the clock following your 3rd down play. 2nd down, 10 to go for the Eagles. Minute 12 left in this one. 27-21, Carson-Newman the lead and the football. Trying to salt this one away. This is a throwback drive for the Eagles. Started back with 5:14 to play in the 4th, and they are playing keep away from the Saints behind a ground game that has rushed for 469 yards today and generated 553 yards of total offense. If not for turnovers, this one wouldn't be close. 2 giveaways set Limestone up, one with a pick 6 and the other with a 40-yard field that the Saints capitalized on. Eagles defense has been tall to the task here after halftime, and it has been a quality second half of so far winning football for the Eagles. 72 seconds left. Carson-Newman trying to polish this one off. 2nd and 10 for the Eagles on the beak of the Eagle Head logo at the 43, their own, or the 47, pardon me, their own 47. Hogan Sullins the split backs. It's a designed run for LaMarcus Brown. He fights his way forward between the hashes up to midfield. Boozer with the stop. 3 yards. Limestone presumably will burn its final timeout. No. Saints letting it run. Limestone keeping its final timeout in its pocket for right now. 3rd down and 7 to go. And Carson-Newman can snap this with about 22 seconds left. Or for the Eagles, burn a timeout. Carson-Newman calling for the crowd. They're responding. 3rd down, 7 to go for the Eagles. Clock inside of 35 seconds. Eagles up 27-21. 3rd and 7. Brown will take. Give Hogue left side. Hogue will run off left tackle and get brought down by Boozer at the 50. So no gain for Hogue. 4th and 7. Limestone.
Timeout. Limestone.
Uses its final timeout with 21 seconds left.
Operator, please reset. Game clock operator, please reset the game clock to 23 seconds. Thank you.
So the clock reset to 23 seconds. And Michael Hara will come on to punt for the 3rd time today. Eagles defense will be called upon one more time, and if you're Hara, got to get it off clean. You had the fumbled snap the last time you punted, but was able to recover and get it off. That exchange crucial here with 23 seconds left in the 4th quarter, and the Eagles leading 27-21.
I think if you're Limestone, you have to sell out, because the odds of you going 80 yards, no timeouts, in maybe 15 seconds, very unlikely. So I think that you have to sell out. I'm even surprised that they're even sending somebody back to return this. I wouldn't mind if I were the Saints to just send everybody, send all 11 guys that we put onto the field and see if we can get to Hara, because as you mentioned, last time he was out there, he bobbled the snap.
Peeler is back at his own 10. Hara to punt. Gets the snap and gets it off. Hara, gorgeous kick. Peeler calls for fair catch and hauls it in at the 8. He got contacted with after the fair catch. Granted, I averted my eyes for a split second, but no flags, and the Saints take over 1st and 10 at the 10. So 90 yards for Limestone to go in 18 seconds.
Can't believe they didn't throw a flag. I mean, it wasn't the most egregious hit of all time, but there's definitely contact. And, you know, for some of the infractions that we've seen on celebrations, somewhat surprising that they didn't put the flag out there and give Limestone a chance. But now they need 90 yards. Really their thought is, can you get 15, 20, maybe another 10 or 15, and then see if you can throw the Hail Mary.
27-21 Eagles. Beamish out of the gun with 18 seconds left. Throws over the middle of the field. That is caught. Sliding down after the completion is Hector up at the 27-yard line. And there are whistles aplenty.
They're going to call it incomplete.
Wow, an incompletion. That takes 6 seconds off the clock.
The ruling on the field is an incomplete pass.
I mean, that's a huge miss, though, by Beamish, because if he hits his receiver in stride, he can get out to the 45, 50-yard line and at least give them a chance for a Hail Mary. Now, instead, you only have 12 seconds. You lose all that time. You don't get any yardage. The odds of a Hail Mary now are really behind him.
2nd and 10, 12 seconds left. Beamish back to pass. Looking, throwing left. Peeler off his hands. Incomplete at the 25. 6 seconds left. Carson-Newman 27, Limestone 26. Eagles trying to get into the win column and force the Saints to stay winless. .556 yards of total offense for Carson-Newman, 472 yards on the ground. 3rd and 10 for the Saints. 6 seconds left. Beamish back to pass. Throws over the middle of the field. That's complete. Here's a lateral. Left side. Pitch it around for Patton. Patton chucks it up. It's back. The ball is loose. Rondro Peebles scoops it up, and Peebles is going to get down, and that is how this one is going to end. Limestone went for the hook and ladder, but the Eagles sniff it out and are able to pick up the victory. The final score, 27-21. Carson-Newman takes it over the Limestone Saints. Michael Watrang, turnovers early, but a vintage Carson-Newman performance late. Eagles play keep away and take senior day 27-21 over Limestone.
Well, it's the rushing attack for Carson-Newman in this one, and it's been something you've kind of waited for all season long. Can they come out here and find a way to rush the football the way that they did? A really good game plan by the coaching staff, good execution by the offensive line as well, despite being perhaps a little bit short-handed in this contest. With all the injuries that they've had, bodies sitting on the sidelines, and Carson-Newman's able to come out of here with a victory, and certainly cause for celebration for this group. They'll get that win. First time this year that they taste that in a home game, their final home game of the season. A lot to be excited about if you're this group. Really well handled. They overcome a little bit of adversity as well. And the Eagles, running game, Troy Dendy, monster day. LaMarcus Brown, the offensive line. But really, let's credit the defense as well, because they hold Limestone without points, despite the fact that Limestone had the ball inside of Carson-Newman's 10 twice in the second half. Limestone, 0 points. Eagles, great job defensively. Good overall game, and Carson-Newman is able to walk out of here with its first win of the year.
Carson-Newman prevails, 27-21, the final over the Limestone Saints. Domino's postgame reports up next after this on the Eagle Sports Network.
Domino's Pizza in Jefferson City has deals for Carson-Newman students. Bring in your valid student ID when you order for pickup or delivery, and Domino's in Jefferson City will give you a steaming hot large one-topping pizza for $4.99. That's a large one-topping pizza for Carson-Newman students for $4.99 at Domino's in Jeff City. Call 865-471-6700 to order. That's 865-471-6700. Domino's, the official pizza of the Carson-Newman Eagles.
At InterDigital, we strive to be a leading provider of cutting-edge digital and marketing solutions. At InterDigital, we want to help our clients find success. Our team of technology gurus work together to ensure InterDigital continues to progress forward as technology advances. At InterDigital, we make technology work for you. Visit interdigital.com for IT support, web development, virtual tours, graphic design, internet marketing, mobile app, and film production services.
InterDigital, laser focused on your success.
Decades ago, your local electric co-op was formed to make sure everyone who needed electricity had it. And as time went on, as our communities continue to grow, so did the need for electricity. And time again, we've made certain that need has been met. Today, we're still doing everything in our power to keep affordable, reliable electricity flowing. It was our purpose then, it's our purpose now, and that'll never change.
AEC, your local Touchstone Energy Cooperative. The game's over, but we're just getting warmed up. The Domino's postgame report hits the air in 60 seconds on the Eagle Sports Network.
Drive safer longer when you visit your local Michelin dealer, Fleet Tire, for a set of Michelin Defender tires. Michelin is the brand drivers turn to for tire options that deliver a safe, quiet, and comfortable ride. Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue, exit 1B, Knoxville. Based on internal wet braking results versus Goodyear, Assurance, Comfort Tread tires, and third-party wear test results versus Continental ProTrack tires with Eco Plus. See manufacturer's limited warranty book for details. Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue.
This is Kenny with Kenny's Pest Control. As nights cool down, we occasionally get calls for wasps showing up in homes. These are part of our pest control service. If there are other problems you are seeing in the fall, we can offer one-time or semi-annual services. Give us a call at Kenny's Pest Control at 865-661-4646. Thank you for allowing us to take care of your pest control needs. Remember, put us in your contacts at Kenny's Pest Control, 865-661-4646.
AM 620, WRJZ Knoxville.
3, 1,
This is the Domino's postgame report on the Eagle Sports Network.
He buries it from 44 yards out, and Carson-Newman wins it in walk-off fashion.
Highlights, stats, a conversation with Mike Clowney, and player interviews are all headed your way. The Domino's postgame report is brought to you in part by Domino's, the official pizza of the Carson-Newman Eagles. Appalachian Electric Cooperative, powering the Eagles, and Mossy Creek. We're power with purpose. By the Eagle Club, the family of Eagles. By Pepsi, that's what I like. By Magaha Electric, providing quality electrical services and products to East Tennessee for more than 40 years. By InterDigital, IT support and marketing laser focused on your success. By the Bible Insurance Agency, the agency that service built. By the Carson-Newman Chick-fil-A, Jefferson City eats more chicken. By Lisa's Country Kitchen, the best food for the best prices. By the Tennessee National Guard, a generation of volunteers. And by ShopCNEagles.com, the official online store of the Carson-Newman Eagles. Now, back to the voice of the Eagles, Adam Cavalier.
Well, it is a happy senior day for Carson-Newman's football team. Eagles prevail by a final score of 27-21 over the Limestone Saints. It was a ground and pound afternoon for the Eagles here inside of Berktar Stadium as Troy Dindy finishes with his second career 200 rushing yard day, the fifth highest single game rushing total in program history with 262 yards. And Carson-Newman uses the ground game to play keep away and prevail on Senior Day by a final score of 27-21 over the Limestone Saints. Eagles pitched the shutout after halftime to get the job done and win it running away over Limestone. Our AEC electrifying play of the game, it has to be Troy Dindy and his wheeling run that covered 46 yards and gave the Eagles the lead for good in the third quarter. So Troy Dindy's touchdown. That's our AEC electrifying play of the game. As Dindy off his left hip. Trips go to the wide side left. Young takes. Dindy, the give straight ahead, has first down yardage. Running along the right hash, he's inside the 20, slips out of a tackle, shakes another one at the 30, still on his feet past the 20. Dindy inside the 10 and 5. Dindy, a Houdini-like run, escapes and scores. Touchdown, Carson-Newman. Dindy puts Carson-Newman in front and has his second career 200-yard rushing performance, a 46-yard tally to the house. And the Eagles retake the lead, 26-21 with 8:06. That is our AEC electrifying play of the game. AEC, bringing value to everyday life. After all, you're not just a utility customer. You are a co-op member. That is our Appalachian Electric Cooperative electrifying play of the game. It was a second half where Carson-Newman just ground out the Saints. Eagles did not win the field position battle after halftime. CN had 4 drives that started inside their own 10, or 3 drives that started inside their own 10. No drive started beyond the 25. Not great field position for the Eagles, but they were able to sustain drives, flip field position, and keep Limestone at bay. Carson-Newman's second half possessions, the shortest one was a 7-play drive that ended in the Dindy touchdown. The rest were all at least 9 plays, and all at least took at least 4 minutes of clock, even though they ended in Carson-Newman punts. So Carson-Newman was able to play keep away a bit, and that is why the Eagles are able to salt this one away and pick up a 27-21 win over the Limestone Saints. You look at the scoring in this one, it was E.J. Davis who started it on the first play of the game, a 69-yard run on the opening play from scrimmage. Goal. Eagles go with a handoff right side, and this is into the second level for the Eagles. Cutting back left and now to the right across the hashes. It's E.J. Davis. Davis inside the 20 and 10. Davis outraces everybody to the end zone. Touchdown, Carson-Newman. A nice 69-yard run on the first play from scrimmage. And the Eagles are up 6-0, 18 seconds in.
That is classic.
So that was Carson-Newman's first score. The Eagles would go up 13-0. Troy Dindy, 30 yards to the house to swell the bulge to 2 touchdowns. 2nd and 5 for the Eagles. Right hash at the Saints 30 with a 7-0 lead, looking for more. Brown takes, gives Dindy left side. Dindy off left tackle, sheds a tackle at the 20. He's across the 10. He's across the 5. He's across the goal line. Touchdown, Carson-Newman. Troy Dindy, 30 yards off left tackle. And the Eagles add to it. It's 13-0 with 9:49 to play in the first quarter. Limestone, though, would make things interesting. Saints would score on the ensuing possession. Ellison would run under a 48-yard touchdown catch to get within a score. Then the Eagles would fumble away the next drive on the first play. Short field, 4 plays, 41 yards. Peeler takes a 3-yard reverse into the end zone before Carson-Newman's offense got back on track to put the Eagles up 20-14 after one. It was Daquan Dudley having himself a happy senior day over the top on a wheel route. He's going to air it long for Dudley. Dudley runs underneath it at the 5, and Dudley houses it on the left sideline. Touchdown, Carson-Newman. Daquan Dudley flipping in celebration. That'll draw some hankies, but Dudley hooks up from 38 yards out with LaMarcus Brown, and Carson-Newman retakes the lead. So that would round out the scoring in the first half for the Eagles. LaMarcus Brown would throw a pick six to set it up 21-20 in favor of the Saints at the halftime break. But the Eagles' defense, tall to the task after halftime, forces Limestone off the field with a punt. The Eagles would muff the return. Some contact with a blocker and the return man to set up the Saints at the 14, but Limestone misses a field goal. Eagles make the Saints pay, and there you have it with Troy Dindy's long touchdown run from 46 yards out to put the final score at 27-21. As Dindy off his left hip. Trips go to the wide side left. Young takes. Dindy, the give straight ahead, has first down yardage. Running along the right hash, he's inside the 20, slips out of a tackle, shakes another one at the 30, still on his feet past the 20. Dindy inside the 10 and 5. Dindy, a Houdini-like run, escapes and scores. Touchdown, Carson-Newman. Dindy puts Carson-Newman in front and has his second career 200-yard rushing performance, a 46-yard tally to the house. And the Eagles retake the lead, 26-21 with 8:06. So Dindy's run set the final at 27-21 in favor of Carson-Newman. Eagles would punt on their ensuing three drives, but the defense was doing the job simultaneously against Limestone. No chances for the Saints to crack the end zone and get on the front foot as Carson-Newman collects a 27-21 win over the Limestone Saints here inside of Burke Tar Stadium. We'll roll on the Domino's post-game report. We'll check in with Carson-Newman head football coach Mike Clowney, hear from the 200-yard rusher Troy Dindy, as well as Cody Sullivan, Rondro Peebles, and Tay Little. That's all headed your way following these messages. After this on the Domino's post-game report, this is the Eagle Sports Network.
We select our insurance companies the same way you do, very carefully. When you work with us, you can count on receiving fast, courteous, and professional service and quality protection through Auto Owners Insurance. For a no-problem approach for your life, home, car, and business insurance needs, ask us about the No Problem Company, Auto Owners Insurance. Call Bible Insurance Agency at 423-586-4320 or go by 1600 East Andrew Johnson Highway in Morristown, serving the Lakeway area's insurance needs since 1931.
Dorm food got you down? Need a home-cooked meal? Then Lisa's Country Kitchen is for you. Lisa's Country Kitchen has been feeding Carson-Newman students for 15 years. Lisa's has a family-friendly atmosphere all day long, from the morning with her $2.99 breakfast specials to dinner with Lisa's fresh, never-frozen steaks. Carson-Newman students get a 10% discount with their student ID.
Lisa's Country Kitchen on Route 92 off Old Andrew Johnson Highway. The best food for the best prices.
Serving East Tennessee for 40 years, Magaha Electric is the perfect choice for all your electrical projects. Magaha Electric specializes in commercial, retail, manufacturing, residential, and industrial contracting needs. Magaha Electric can provide superior service, technical know-how, and realistic budgeting for any size project in a timely, cost-effective manner. Visit MagahaElectric.com for all your electrical contracting needs. Magaha Electric, your East Tennessee electrical contracting source.
Back to the gridiron in 60 seconds.
One play, 80 yards, and the Eagles are on board first.
On the Eagles Sports Network.
At Knoxville TVA Employees Credit Union, we know adulting can be hard, and we're here to help. With our debit card, you can access more than just your account. You open the door to online and digital tools like send money and free credit score. And you can even customize your card all by your selfie. Learn more at tvacreditunion.com.
Join us now.
Federally insured by NCUA. Available to qualifying members. Message and data rates may apply. Credit score available for primary account holder only.
Hey folks, Gerald Anderson with Ted Russell Nissan. And remember, we don't compete, we beat. No one can sell you the same Nissan for less. Nissan Kicks, $14,988. Nissan Muranos, $26,988. Or how about a Nissan Rogue, just $16,988. Only at Ted Russell Nissan. Tennessee residents must pay tax $595, all rebates included. Stock number 385-061-96.
Ted Russell Nissan. We got it going on.
Hey folks, Gerald Anderson with Ted Russell Nissan. And remember, no one can sell you the same Nissan for less. Pathfinder's $26,988. Maxima's $29,888. Only at Ted Russell Nissan. Right here in beautiful West Knoxville on Kingston Pike. Tennessee residents must pay tax $595, all rebates included. Stock number 953 and 229.
We roll on from Berktar Stadium on the Domino's postgame report as Carson-Newman gets the job done over the Limestone Saints by a final score of 27-21. You want to talk about this game? You got to talk about Carson-Newman's rushing attack. 472 yards rushing, and this was not the split-back veer of old. Probably some outside veer principles at times, but a lot of double-barrel shotgun looks, and Carson-Newman just ramming it down the Saints' throats. 58 carries, 472 yards. Troy Dindy, the primary benefactor, 262 yards rushing on 21 carries, 2 scores along of 47 yards, and 12.5 yards per carry. Let's unpack that within the realms of the record books. It goes down as just the 6th 250-yard rushing performance in school history. Troy Dindy joins Buck Wakefield, Heath Hawkins, Nate Inman, and Kenneth Tyson as the only guys in program history with more than 250 yards. Finishes with the 5th most in school history with his 262, shy of Nate Inman's 280. And, of course, the school record set by Buck Wakefield against Tusculum on November 7th, 2009, with 332 yards rushing. You unpack it further, you go to the yards per rush, and for a game, 12.5 is up there when you factor in games featuring a 200-yard rusher. Kenneth Tyson, that 250-yard day against Fairmont where he rushed for 250 yards, that was on 9 carries in the first half alone. Dindy finishes with 262 and 12.5 yards per carry. Again, when you factor in the school records, the record for yards per rushing attempt is held by Tyson, 27.8 against Fairmont State. Andy Hibbett had 27.3. Dindy's 12.5 is nice and is really good for a guy with 262 yards rushing, but Carson-Newman's had some crazy days. The minimum to get in the record book is 5 carries. So Dindy doesn't hit it there, but 262 yards is the 5th highest single-game rushing total in school history and the 8th highest total for a player in Division II this year. So Troy Dindy carries Carson-Newman on the ground with his 262 yards. E.J. Davis had some good burst ability, 6 carries for 82 yards, and the 69-yard score on the opening play of the game. And then Jelon Pearson, 10 carries for 48 yards. Eagles gave the Saints a heavy dose on the ground. Receiving, Daquan Dudley, fine game for him in his final game in Berktar Stadium, 3 catches for 58 yards and the 38-yard touchdown pass. It all adds up to a 27-21 win for Carson-Newman over the Limestone Saints. Mike Clowney steps to the microphone when the Domino's postgame report returns after these messages on the Eagle Sports Network.
Don't know what to wear on game day? Head over to shopseeandeagles.com for all of your Carson-Newman athletics gear. You can find clothing from Adidas, Columbia, Nike, and Under Armour to cover you from head to toe. ShopSeeAndEagles.com also has duffel bags, backpacks, jewelry, pet supplies, and gifts. Don't waste any more time. Prove you are the ultimate Carson-Newman fan with the official gear of the Eagles at ShopSeeAndEagles.com. Visit today.
At Aramark, this year we go back to our foundation. At Aramark, we are great food and great service with great guests. That is the Aramark way. From coffee at Maples to sandwiches in Stokely, Aramark is here to produce high-quality food for you. A foundation of fresh food, a foundation of speedy service, and a foundation that's built for you, now and for the future. That is the Aramark way.
I joined the Guards for the simple fact that I could be home and also in the military.
so I can have some wing job and also net job. I would tell somebody who's trying to join the Guard or thinking about it that it's a great opportunities for school, training, discipline, leadership. There's a lot of opportunities. It broadens your spectrum of life.
Text 278-ACR to 70000 to join the Tennessee Army National Guard.
More player interviews and stats come your way in 60 seconds when the Domino's postgame report continues on the Eagles Sports Network.
At First Baptist Powell, we're a gospel-centered community who loves God and others. Join us for our monthly podcast. Complete church services available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and Buzzsprout. Additionally, you can learn about First Baptist Academy at fbaeagles.org. If you would like more information about First Baptist Powell, you can check us out at fbcpowell.org. First Baptist Powell is a proud sponsor of Carson-Newman Football. Go Eagles!
Drive safer longer when you visit your local Michelin dealer, Fleet Tire, for a set of Michelin Defender tires. Michelin is the brand drivers turn to for tire options that deliver a safe, quiet, and comfortable ride. Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue, exit 1B, Knoxville. Based on internal wet braking results versus Goodyear, Assurance, Comfort Tread tires, and third-party wear test results versus Continental ProTrack tires with Eco Plus. See manufacturer's limited warranty book for details. Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue.
You are listening to the flagship station for Carson-Newman Football, AM 620, WRJZ Knoxville.
All right, back here on the Domino's postgame report as Carson-Newman wraps up a happy senior day with a 27-21 win over the Limestone Saints. I'm Adam Cavalier alongside Carson-Newman head football coach Mike Clowney. Mike, vintage Carson-Newman football, a throwback where you play keep away in the second half and win it by running away with the football. Let's focus on that ground game behind a patchwork offensive line that features exactly two starters who started the year at the positions they played. You roll up more than 450 yards rushing, the sixth 250-yard individual performance in school history. How'd you do it on the ground today?
So proud of the offensive line. Running backs I thought did a great job today, but they get to score touchdowns. And they get to get their name in the stat sheet. The offensive lineman, man, like when you look at, that group and Coach Guillermo and Coach Ray, what they've been able to do with that group week in and week out, just a different group, guys in different places, but for them to be able to come out and block well enough for us to have a 200-yard rusher is a big deal. I'm super proud of all our guys on offense. We got blocking on the perimeter today too. That makes a big deal.
The hallmark of Carson-Newman football over the last 4 decades has been how well the receivers have blocked. And Troy Dindy gets sprung multiple times. E.J. Davis gets sprung multiple times, not just because of the offensive line, but because Daquan Dudley, Garel Sumare are carrying blocks 10, 15, 20 yards down the field. Break down the buy-in for this one. From the outset, this one was, you had some mistakes, but recovered quickly and responded in kind.
I think, it's always a question like how you going to respond coming out. This group's been resilient all year, and so we felt like they'd come out and they worked their butts off, try to give us the best chance to win a football game. But I think the big thing today is us overcoming adversity. We still had a couple things that didn't go well for us. You saw us pull them up on the sideline. This is that moment that we talked about. Let's make sure we don't turn something bad and just kind of make it spin out of control. And so we go in at halftime down, but for the guys to be able to come back out, get a score, keep them off the board for the entire second half is really good.
And defensively, you allude to that. No points for Limestone after halftime. And we're put in some tough situations. Had a muff punt. Limestone had it first and 10 at the 14, had it first and goal from the 1. Attempt a field goal and missed it. How big of a moment was that sequence where they couldn't play add-on with a 1-point lead?
Those are big determining factors in us winning the game. Because you want to put a whole game together. We've talked about that all year. But defensively, to get in those situations, the fake punt, they go down, and then the muff punt, and for them to come off of that with 0, it's a testament to our guys, doing really, what they come out here to do today. They were targeted in that this was going to be the one.
I made the mistake, and I'm going to do it again for the sake of demonstration. Your hat dropped, and I thought, I'll be nice and pick it up. This thing, I don't know if it's hard work. I don't know if you took a Gatorade shower. This sucker is drenched.
It's all sweat. Did you not see how hard I worked today? Yeah, man, it's like
you were out there making 15 tackles. You're in traction now.
Our guys are excited, and I'm excited for them, and they were excited for us as coaches too. I got dunked twice on the field. I think I got dunked twice in the locker room. I already apologized to Mike on the way out. But just for us to be able to get that monkey off our back, we're all excited about that.
This also leads into something. I want to talk about familial support, and I've been waiting a while for this one. This is not a joke. Your mom is the top fan of the Carson-Newman Athletics Facebook page. Through thick and thin, and not just with football, volleyball, cross country, she is there. I know Carson-Newman means a lot to her. What's it mean for all these pieces to come together, to put something together for Carson-Newman? And I'm not, this is not a joke. This is literally a thing that we can go in and look in the admin of Carson-Newman's Facebook page. Greta Clowney, #1 fan, gets to celebrate her son's first home win.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to going back in and celebrating. She had a camera in my face. She took a picture before the guy was like, "Don't put that on Facebook." But man, my mom, from day one, when I come on a visit here, she has been a Carson-Newman Eagle. And I think that's probably one of the things early on that really got me bought into Carson-Newman was the way Carson-Newman treated my mom initially on the first time we come to campus, the first time Coach Sparks come to my house. And so it doesn't matter what happens. My mom is a Carson-Newman Eagle. If she could wear a jersey, she'd go play for every team. And so, man, we're just grateful to be here. And we talked to our seniors about that today. One thing that the climate of football today, it transfers, guys going from school here, school there. And we got so many guys that, played today that were seniors that this is their first time ever playing here, their first year. But they have a home here. And I think that's the thing that makes us different, that makes us special, is we are family, and this is home, and our guys will forever be welcome here, and we're grateful for their service that they've spent over their time here.
You allude to the seniors. What's this win mean for that group to close out the schedule here at Burke Tar on a positive note?
Our guys that's been here for a while, they've won football games, and they know what it looks like and feels like to win. And you want them to, go out here knowing that, that's a possibility. We face some adversity, but, we're going to keep fighting and continue to find a way to get past that. And that's something that they'll take with them, throughout their lives, man. I don't think these guys are getting in any situation they know they don't have the ability to fight through.
Turn your attention to the finale now. On the road to face off against the Tusculum Pioneers. Always a great matchup because of the rivalry. I haven't won in Greenville in a minute. Got to go back to 2014 to find a win. Still some things to work on from today. Just because it's a win doesn't mean that everything is all sunshine and flowers.
But we learned how to enjoy that.
Yeah. You'll unpack this one for a moment. What do you have to do to improve and close out the season on a good positive note against the Pioneers?
The big thing we'll go and talk about when we get back in Monday, we still made a lot of mistakes, and we still hurt ourselves a lot. We still put ourselves in some really tough situations, and we've got to find a way to not continue to do that to ourselves. We're our toughest enemy right now, and so that's a hump that we still got to get past.
All right, Mike Clowney, thanks for the time. Congrats on a victory, and we'll talk to you next week at Tusculum.
See you next week.
It's Carson-Newman head football coach Mike Clowney. Domino's postgame report back after this on the Eagle Sports Network.
Domino's Pizza in Jefferson City has deals for Carson-Newman students. Bring in your valid student ID when you order for pickup or delivery, and Domino's in Jefferson City will give you a steaming hot large one-topping pizza for $4.99. That's a large one-topping pizza for Carson-Newman students for $4.99 at Domino's in Jeff City. Call 865-471-6700 to order. That's 865-471-6700. Domino's, the official pizza of the Carson-Newman Eagles.
I get my power from my co-op so I can put my energy into my family.
Into waking up the neighborhood. Latte for Christine.
I get my power from the co-op so I can put my energy into planting seeds for a brighter future.
Touchstone Energy Cooperatives, power to your community, for your community, so your energy can go into the things that matter most to you.
My 69 Camaro.
Who powers you?
AEC, the right call for your energy needs. Let us help you score success.
At Aramark, this year we go back to our foundation. At Aramark, we are great food and great service with great guests. That is the Aramark way. From coffee at Maples to sandwiches in Stokely, Aramark is here to produce high-quality food for you. A foundation of fresh food, a foundation of speedy service, and a foundation that's built for you, now and for the future. That is the Aramark way.
This is the Eagles Sports Network. Back to the field after 60 seconds from your local stations.
Hello again, this is Kenny with Kenny's Pest Control. Welcome to the East Tennessee change of season. What does that mean? Warm and cold. It does affect pests around your home. Typical problems with fall are rodent spiders and occasional wood roaches. We can help. Call us today at Kenny's Pest Control, 865-661-4646. Don't forget, pest control is all year long. Remember, put us in your contacts at Kenny's Pest Control, 865-661-4646.
At Knoxville TVA Employees Credit Union, we know adulting can be hard, and we're here to help. With our debit card, you can access more than just your account. You open the door to online and digital tools like send money and free credit score. And you can even customize your card all by your selfie. Learn more at tvacreditunion.com. Join us now. Federally insured by NCUA. Available to qualifying members. Message and data rates may apply. Credit score available for primary account holder only.
All right, back on the Domino's post-game report. Adam Cavalier, happy to have you alongside as Carson-Newman wraps up a 27-21 triumph over the Limestone Saints on Senior Day as the Eagles prevail in fine fashion over Stone behind a prodigious rushing attack led by Troy Dendy and his 262 yards on the ground. And we send it down to the sidelines. Check in with Michael Watrang, who is standing by with Troy Dendy.
Troy Dendy runs for 262 yards, 8th most in Division II this season, top 5 most in Carson-Newman program history. Troy, let's go to the highlight of the game, in my opinion. It happened right over to our left-hand side here. You're wrapped up at about the 35-yard line. You land on a defender's back. You spin out of that. You rush in for the end zone. What do you remember about that play?
I just knew the whole time I didn't feel my butt touch the ground. Hopefully, they gave me a good call on that. I thought they were going to call me down, but they gave me a good call on that one. I just ran to the end zone on that one.
Felt like in this game you took out a little bit of frustration as well for what has happened so far this season. Where did that grit determination come from as you entered this contest?
Our record don't define us, man. We got a lot of good players, man. We just couldn't pull it together, as quick as we wanted to. Right now we're going to say we 1-0. Next week we're going to come out 2-0. Hopefully get the same outcome next week.
You're one of the few guys on this team that knows what it's like to be a part of those classic Carson-Newman rushing attacks where you run the ball 60, 70 times, everybody gets a touch, 4 or 5 different guys. Felt like that today. You guys rushed the ball, I think, for 472 yards. What does that mean to you to come out here today with that kind of grit and rushing ability to win against Limestone?
E.J. Davis, he set the tone for me. As soon as he scored there, I told him, I got to match you, man. I got to match you. So I think every running back that touched the ball ran the ball pretty good today, and we just got to come out here Monday and do the same thing.
You can't do this without the offensive line. They've been reworked a few different times. What do you say about the effort of that front 5?
I think they are the most improved positions on this team. We started off slow, and every week they have came from here to here to here. So I appreciate my old line. I know it say I got 262 yards, but I would not have been able to do that without them.
Defense plays well as well. They come up with 2 stops when Limestone gets inside of the 10-yard line. This is really a full team effort. How gratifying is it to come away with your first win of the year?
Oh, it feels good, man. It feels good. I feel like we should have been doing this, all year. But it's good to get a one win this year. Hopefully, we'll come out next week and have the same results.
You mentioned that next week going against Tusculum. How important is it for this team to end the year with a bang and come out against Tusculum next week and spoil their season ender?
Yeah, this is a big rivalry game for us. So every team we play, we got one more game left, but when we play them next week, we hopefully to ruin their playoff dream. So that's what we come to do.
Troy, thanks so much for the time. Congrats on the big day.
Thank you.
That's Troy Dendy.
All right, thank you very much, Michael Watrang, as Carson-Newman prevails on Senior Day, 27-21 over the Limestone Saints. Hey, Eagle fans, Domino's is the official pizza of the Carson-Newman Eagles. So when you're hungry, reach for Domino's. Whether you're a student looking for a late-night snack or out to eat with your coworkers, Domino's has a deal for you. Get a large one-topping pizza for $5.99 with your Carson-Newman ID, or get 25% off your entire order when you bring in your business card at lunch. Domino's, it is the official pizza of the Carson-Newman Eagles. We send it back down to the sidelines. Michael Watrang standing by with Justice Alexander.
Justice Alexander leads Carson-Newman's defense in a 6-point win over Limestone. Eagles get their first win of the year. Michael Watrang for the Eagle Sports Network. And Justice, defense did a great job. I think you guys end with 5 sacks in this one. I think you were responsible for 1.5. What did the defensive line do really well in this game to come away with a win?
I think that goes back to like film work and whatnot. We knew what kind of protections they're going to have. We knew what the weaknesses are on the offensive line. We knew how to take advantage of those weaknesses.
They had the ball inside of your 10-yard line twice in the second half. They come away with 0 points in that. What does that say about this defensive group that you guys were able to come up with clutch stops down the stretch?
It shows how good we are and how good we can be. I feel like in those moments we step up to a new level, and that's a level that we should try to play for at all times.
The defense this year, I felt like, has played better than maybe what the numbers will bear out, and you guys were able to put together a full 60-minute performance here today. How gratifying is it to perhaps put your best performance of the year together here in your final home game?
I feel like it's a great thing. The fans want it, parents want it. I feel like it was just a long way coming, you know. And, you know, we've been watching him. We've been working this whole year, so it's been great. It's a good feeling. And I just love it that me and my boys, we got to win. Seniors, it feels great for them.
You mentioned that seniors. It's been a long journey for you. You've been through a few different stops, and to come here and to have this moment here on the home field for one final time, what's it mean to share that with some of your brothers?
Oh, it feels amazing. I feel amazing. At one of the stops, I met BT over there, the D tackle, monster, good dude. And, you know, I met him there, and we both came in together, so it feels great that we finished off on a win together, and then meeting new people here that I can call my brothers, the D-line, true brotherhood, everybody. It feels great.
This is really a full team effort because the offense did a great job. They ran for nearly 500 yards, had nearly 550 yards of total offense. How nice was it to watch E.J. Davis blast through on the first play of the game and give you guys a lead?
I almost got on the field and ran next to him. I'm like, oh, wait, can't do that. So, you know, but it felt great. And, you know, he's been working this whole year, and I'm just like, I can't wait till they give him that chance. And then once they did, he always takes advantage of it. It's always good to see somebody take a good chance of opportunity.
One final game left in the season. You go to Tusculum in a rivalry contest to wrap up the year. How do you guys take momentum from today's contest and come away with a victory tomorrow, or next week, rather?
Well, you know, we're going to watch the film, break down what we did good and bad. And then, like you said, when we had the ball in the 10 yards and we didn't give nothing up, we had to find a way to get back to that and stay there throughout the whole game, and we'll do it much better and do even win.
Justice, thanks so much for the time. Congrats on the win.
Thank you.
That's Justice Alexander.
All right, thank you very much, Michael Watrang, as Carson-Newman prevails on Senior Day. Final score from Berktar Stadium, 27-21, as the Eagles snap their 8-game losing streak and improve to 1-8 on the year and 1-6 in South Atlantic Conference play. We'll continue here in a moment with Michael Watrang, who's standing by with Cody Sullivan down on the sidelines. But first, a friendly reminder, Eagle fans, that we invite you to stop by the official restaurant of Carson-Newman Athletics. That's Lisa's Country Kitchen. Lisa's serves the best home-cooked meals that the Lakeway region has to offer. Start your day with their $2.99 breakfast specials and finish it with one of Lisa's juicy, fresh, never-frozen steaks. Eat at Lisa's after the game on Route 92 off Old Andrew Johnson Highway. Lisa's Country Kitchen, it is the official restaurant of the Carson-Newman Eagles. Head back down to the field. Michael Watrang standing by with Cody Sullivan.
Cody Sullivan leads a Carson-Newman rushing attack that sprints for 472 yards in a Carson-Newman victory here. Michael Watrang for the Eagle Sports Network. And Cody, offensive line, big-time showing. I think you guys ended up averaging 8 yards per carry. Why were you guys able to get such a good push in this game?
Just practice how we play, practicing every day, every week. It just has to get done. Once everybody does their job, we start getting more yards.
Obviously, you guys worked hard, but the running backs had some really good hard runs. What was it about the intensity of the team as a whole that you guys were able to play from whistle to whistle?
Just the crowd, the fans, the teammates on the sideline just pumping us up and getting ready to go.
This offensive line has had a lot of shifting to it. There's been injuries. There's been some guys banged up. Kylik Lynch next to you, getting his first start at left guard. Why have you guys been able to ring the bell every single time, no matter who the 5 are that are out there?
Because, I mean, everybody at practice gets reps. I mean, you don't know when you're going to get subbed in. You don't know when your time's going to come, so you just always have to be ready and know what you do once you get in.
This is a classic Carson-Newman game because you guys have switched the offensive look a little bit, but you guys end up rushing for 472 yards. It's an offensive lineman. I'm sure that's what you want to do. You want to run the ball. How good does it feel to come away with a win in this one?
Feels good. I mean, especially after going 0-8. I mean, we needed a win under our belt. We couldn't. I mean, we just had it in that dry spell, and that's just what we needed.
You guys have one more game left in the season at Tusculum. It's a rivalry contest in that one. How do you guys build off of the momentum of this one to get ready for next week?
Just practice like we always do and get better throughout the week. Doesn't matter if we win or lose. Coming Monday, we're 0-0.
Cody, really appreciate the time. Congrats on the win.
Thank you.
He's Cody Sullivan.
All right, thank you very much, Michael Watrang, as Carson-Newman gets the job done on Senior Day. 27-21 over the Limestone Saints. Serving East Tennessee for 40 years, Magaha Electric is the perfect choice for all your electrical projects. Visit MagahaElectric.com for all your electrical contracting needs. Magaha Electric, they are your East Tennessee electrical contracting source. We'll wrap up our player interview. Send it back down to the field. Michael Watrang standing by with Tay Little, the leading tackler from today.
Tay Little leads Carson-Newman's defense with 10 stops in this one. I'm Michael Watrang here for the Eagle Sports Network. And Tay, this defense really rung the bell today. Limestone had the ball inside of your 10-yard line twice in the second half, 0 points. Why were you guys able to have such a good game plan today?
We just locked in for real and just played our mans, and we knew them getting down there and having an opportunity to score that everybody had to play our mans and keep our foots on their door. Just had to keep it in like that, because if we knew they got in, we could possibly not win this game, man. Give our offense a chance. That's all we've been trying to do, is just give the offense a chance and put them in better situations.
They were in great situations most of the day because of the work that you guys were able to put in. I think you guys ended with 5 sacks as well. You had a bunch of deflections. How do you assess the overall effort by this defense?
I say defense played a great game today. We watched film all week. We studied all week. You know, we did P's and Q's. We just came out and executed today, and that was a big thing for the defense today. And I know Coach Slade is proud of how our effort and everything was this week. And he said this morning when he came and gave us our talk, he says 3 things we just got to distract. And we distracted them 3 things, and this was our outcome.
They scored 21 points in the first half, 0 in the second half. What kind of adjustments did you guys make?
We knew we was beating ourselves on those, and we just eliminated those, and that's just how we play football. So we eliminate when we shoot ourselves in the foot, and that's how we came out.
You guys have been so close so often this season. How gratifying is this one?
This one feels good, man. It feels too good. We done been this close all season, and now we finally done did it. It just feels great. It just feels great.
Senior Day as well, last home game of the season. How important was it for this group to get a win to send those seniors off with a victory?
It was a good win. It was a good win to send them off. We haven't had the greatest season, you know, but send them off with this victory right here and let them know we still love them and this is always home to them. I think that's a good way to send them out. I think so.
You mentioned the fact that you were trying to put the offense in good situations. Well, I felt like the offense returned the favor. For the first time in a few weeks, they were on the field a significant amount of time where they gave you guys a breath. How nice was it to watch this offense run the ball for nearly 500 yards?
It was great. It was great. You know, watching Troy run the ball today, he did a great part. All our running backs pitched in and helped out, and they was running the ball, we was catching, we was throwing. Offense, I was excited watching them today. This whole season has been exciting, but today was most special watching them.
What's the key to taking down Tusculum next week and end the year on a 2-game winning streak?
Come back Monday, ready to work, and let's hope to get the same outcome. Have some more fun.
Tay, thanks so much for the time. Congrats on the win.
Thank you, sir.
That's Tay Little.
All right, thank you very much, Michael Watrang, as Carson-Newman prevails on Senior Day over the Limestone Saints. The final score from Berktar Stadium, 27-21. We'll wrap things up from Berktar Stadium, take you around the rest of the South Atlantic Conference and what's to come here on the Carson-Newman Athletic family. All headed your way when we get back and wrap things up on the Domino's Postgame Report after this on the Eagle Sports Network.
Okay, let's see. Carson-Newman University. It's been around since 1851. A beautiful campus, amazing student life, world-class accredited academics, competitive athletic programs, a Christian perspective, a top 10 best value school. They give $48 million in financial aid every year, and I get a free scholarship when I enroll. Looks like I've found the perfect place.
When you're sick and tired of fast food and need a fresh home-cooked meal, turn to Lisa's Country Kitchen. Lisa's been cooking up her fresh, never frozen food for the Lakeway area for more than 15 years. Lisa's cares about her customers. You may enter a stranger, but you'll leave a friend. From foot-long hot dogs to juicy steaks, Lisa's has the best food for the best prices.
Lisa's Country Kitchen on Route 92 off Old Andrew Johnson Highway. The best food for the best prices.
Insurance, it's about people, not things. It's about security. It's about confidence. It's about relationships. It's about trust. It's about you. As a local independent agent, Bible Insurance Agency can design an insurance program that's just right for you and your family. Give the people you love safe, sound, secure protection from Auto Owners Insurance. Call Bible Insurance Agency, 423-586-4320, or go by 1600 East Andrew Johnson Highway in Morristown. A check of the ShopCandEagles.com SAC scoreboard is next. This is the Eagles Sports Network.
Hey folks, Gerald Anderson with Ted Russell Nissan. And remember, we don't compete, we beat. No one can sell you the same Nissan for less. Nissan Kicks, $14,988. Nissan Muranos, $26,988. Or how about a Nissan Rogue, just $16,988. Only at Ted Russell Nissan. Tennessee residents must pay tax $595, all rebates included. Stock number 385-061-96.
Ted Russell Nissan. We got it going on.
Hey folks, Gerald Anderson with Ted Russell Nissan. And remember, no one can sell you the same Nissan for less. Pathfinder's $26,988. Maxima's $29,888. Only at Ted Russell Nissan. Right here in beautiful West Knoxville on Kingston Pike. Tennessee residents must pay tax $595, all rebates included. Stock number 953 and 229.
At First Baptist Powell, we're a gospel-centered community who loves God and others. Join us for our monthly podcast. Complete church services available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and Buzzsprout. Additionally, you can learn about First Baptist Academy at fbaeagles.org. If you would like more information about First Baptist Powell, you can check us out at fbcpowell.org. First Baptist Powell is a proud sponsor of Carson-Newman Football. Go Eagles!
All right, back at Berktar Stadium, Adam Cavalier, glad that you've spent your Saturday with us here on the Eagles Sports Network as we recap and recount a 27-21 win for the Eagles over the Limestone Saints on Senior Day. A slew of sections, so to speak, around the South Atlantic Conference, and things getting interesting down to the nitty-gritty. UVA-wise absolutely wallops Catawba. Catawba's playing pretty good football, but the Highland Cavaliers just beat up the Indians 30-7. Just 4 first downs for Catawba, -1 rushing yards. What's the plural of -1 if there is one? I have to consult our math friends. Regardless, Catawba didn't move the ball. 40 yards of total offense for the Indians, 513 yards of total offense for the Cavaliers. Lyndon Redwine was 23 of 41 through the air for 330 yards. He did throw 3 picks. Javion Gillespie, 22 carries for 117 yards and 2 scores to lead the Highland Cavaliers. Well, Wingate was down big to Newberry, but came back, rallied from a 17-point deficit, forced overtime. But it is the Wolves who prevail, 41-35 in 2 overtimes. Bulldogs fall and are still in the hunt for a SAC title, but would have needed Mars Hill to lose today to Tusculum. That didn't happen. So Mars Hill and Newberry, both atop the league table. Lions play the Bulldogs next week. So things really interesting down the stretch run. Wingate LR hoping for a loss by either the Wolves or the Lions to back their way into a South Atlantic Conference regular season crown. This loss probably dumps Wingate out of the playoff picture and squarely shores up Newberry's resume while also potentially padding the Mars Hill Lions resume heading into that regular season finale. And no doubt next week's game of the week against the Wingate Bulldogs. Dre Harris with 10 of 21 through the air for 239 yards for Newberry, while Mario Anderson had 24 carries for 98 yards on the ground for the Wolves. Tusculum traveled to Mars Hill today. That's Carson-Newman's next opponent as the Eagles take on the Pioneers next week in the regular season finale from Greenville. Lions prevail, final score of 20-7 to get to 8-2 on the year. This one was a bit of a defensive slugfest, just 310 yards of offense for Mars Hill. Tusculum tamps down one of the league leaders in offense and scoring, but the Pioneers couldn't get anything going. 184 yards of offense, just 163 yards through the air, and just 21 yards rushing for the Pioneers. Trey Simmons was 13 of 38 for 163 yards for Tusculum. Courtney Jackson, the leading ball carrier, with 5 carries for 19 yards. Jimmy Urzua, 10 of 22 for 135 yards for Mars Hill. Jeray Morrison, 26 carries for 107 yards and a touchdown to lead the Lions. And Carson-Newman wraps up the regular season with the Pioneers on next Saturday. On our next presentation of Carson-Newman Athletics, you might be able to go ahead and click on the link. It's just about to start. Carson-Newman women's soccer in the SAC quarterfinals against the Wingate Bulldogs. Wingate, the 5 seed, Eagles, the 4 seed. Bulldogs have won 7 in a row headed into the league tournament. That's web exclusive at cneagles.com/live. Then the nightcap, the men's soccer team, the SAC champions, the 1 seed, taking on the 8th seeded Coker Cobras at approximately 7:30 tonight. Again, that's web only at cneagles.com/live. Next presentation of Carson-Newman football, we're on the air at 12:30 next Saturday from Pioneer Field in Greenville, Tennessee, when the Eagles take on the Tusculum Pioneers. 1:30 kickoff between the Eagles and Pioneers from Pioneer Field. And just some housekeeping, that will be exclusively on Joy 620, the flagship. Mountain Sports 106.3, our affiliate station, will be carrying Carson-Newman women's basketball against top 3 Lander next Saturday at that same time. So just if you are a big radio listener and you dial into the FM, you're in the Sevierville area, you'll get Carson-Newman women's basketball next Saturday, while football will be on our flagship, our wonderful flagship for a quarter of a century now, and Joy 620. Again, 12:30 pregame show, 1:30 kickoff between the Eagles and Pioneers in the regular season finale from Greenville, Tennessee. So many people to thank. It takes a village to make these broadcasts happen. Dave Clabo keeping us on air back inside of network control. Our in-booth engineer was Dima Bykov, spotter Erica Lovingood, Leanda Carey roving the sidelines, and, of course, my counterpart on air, Michael Watrang. Our video crew director was Richard Martin, replay operator Phil Barger, and then our camera crew, Danny Wazorek, fantastic as always in his final Carson-Newman football game behind a camera, Aaliyah Durant, Brianna Witt, and Gary LaPrairie. Thanks to all of them for their contributions on the Eagles Sports Network today. We'll talk to you next Saturday. Head on over to the website, cneagles.com/live. Check out Carson-Newman soccer against Coker for the men in the quarterfinals at 7:30, and Wingate for the women happening in about 17 minutes at cneagles.com/live. We'll talk to you next Saturday from Greenville. Until then, have a pleasant rest of your Saturday. And good night, everybody.
You've been listening to the Domino's Postgame Report on the Eagle Sports Network. Today's game has been brought to you in part by Appalachian Electric Cooperative, powering the Eagles and Mossy Creek. We're power with purpose. By Domino's, the official pizza of the Carson-Newman Eagles. By the Eagle Club, the family of Eagles. By Pepsi, that's what I like. By Magaha Electric, providing quality electrical services and products to East Tennessee for more than 40 years. By InterDigital, IT support and marketing laser-focused on your success. By the Bible Insurance Agency, the agency that service built. By the Carson-Newman Chick-fil-A, Jefferson City eats more chicken. By Lisa's Country Kitchen, the best food for the best prices. By the Tennessee National Guard, a generation of volunteers. And by shopcneagles.com. the official online store of the Carson-Newman Eagles. The executive producer of the Eagles Sports Network is Matt Pope. Producers Adam Cavalier, Michael Watrang, Danielle Whaley, Richard Martin, Brian White, and Justin Franklin. I'm staff announcer Carl Shannon. A special thanks to Carson Newman and University President Dr. Charles A. Vallis. Stay tuned to these stations for information on our next presentation of Carson-Newman Football. In the meantime, visit seeaneagles.com for recaps, highlights, and interviews from today's game. This is the Eagle Sports Network.